Hey, Tony.
Oh, hello, Joe from Movie Dumpster. I haven't seen you in forever.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm doing great.
That's good. I figured I'd, stop by and check out the old video store.
Yeah.
I thought Sean was going to be here.
I'm sorry, who's Sean?
My co-host for Movie Dumpster.
Oh, yeah, that guy's been in a couple episodes.
Yeah.
Yes, he was here. We got a call from a very eccentric European guy.
Okay.
He wants to turn his video store into a Hack the Movies branded video store.
You're franchising now?
Apparently. But I don't know if you know this. It's been a while since you were on the show.
Yeah.
I'm like very famous and very important.
Oh.
So I just sent Sean. I thought he could use a vacation.
Is he coming back?
I don't know. What do I look like? His mother? I'm not keeping tabs on him.
Well, we gotta go get him.
Fine. Let's do everything Joe from Movie Dumpster wants to do. Let's just leave the video store and go to Transylvania to look for your goddamn co-host. You're just calling the shots now. God damn it. All right, let's go. I'm going to close up.
It's time to hack the movies. Today, we're talking about tapes with Tony and somebody else.
Talking about tapes.
Okay, well, we're in Transylvania now, and what the hell are you wearing?
I had to dress like the Romanis.
Are you trying to blend in?
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're in Budapest.
Yeah, they don't dress like that anymore.
Yes, they do.
I don't know. I think you're a little outdated.
I don't know about that.
I think they're all wearing the finest, newest Hack Movies merchandise here.
They might be.
Anyway, we're in this Transylvanian video store, and oh, hey! That's the guy! That's the guy who owns the store. He wants to turn this into a Hack the Movies. How you doing, buddy? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I noticed you have, well, I wanted to say large selection, but it seems like it's a very limited selection of movies. I mean, you have multiple options.
There's a 50-50 chance you're gonna watch a good movie.
Yes. So that might be why you've been having problems. Anyway, we sent our friend out here, Sean. Have you seen him? Can you go get him for us? Okay. Well, Joe, I think it's pretty convenient that in this video store, in this old Transylvanian castle, they happen to have a podcast set. Isn't that crazy?
That guy's really come a long way. Yeah.
Yeah. He probably watches the show and he probably wanted to start his own show in a video store. But again, he needs more movies. He can't just have the two. However, I really like one of those movies.
Yeah, that's why I said you had a 50-50 chance of watching a good one.
So yeah, let's, by the way, welcome back to the show.
Thank you. Thanks for having me again.
Yeah, we did Master of Disguise.
Yeah.
And then our schedule got all nuts.
Yeah, but at least we're talking about a really good movie today that I really like.
Oh, better than Master of Disguise?
I don't know. Is it going to top it? Let's find out.
Joe, I have more to say about Master of Disguise. No, I'm kidding.
I'll stake myself through the heart.
Bram Stoker's.
Francis Ford Coppola's Bram Stoker's Dracula.
This started like a string of like, hey, let's take these old horror films and remake them again.
And breathe new life into them.
Yes. And there was a series of them. We talked about it before, like in our Mummy review. We talked about there was this, Frankenstein, Wolf
with Jack Nicholson.
Mary Riley.
That's with, what's her face, right?
Julia Roberts.
Julia Roberts plays Mary Shelley?
Yeah, no, Mary Riley.
Oh.
That is a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde movie.
That's right.
And it's like Mary Riley was the maid who was watching all the... It's terrible.
Sounds awful.
So they were trying to reboot a lot of these old monsters.
Hollow Man? When did that come out? That came out like...
That's like toward the tail end.
Yes.
But yeah, and this one, it's probably the best out of all the ones I just mentioned.
Because Coppola cared about this movie. Intensely.
Yeah, when you watch the behind the scenes, he talks about how, like, he loved Dracula movies.
Yeah.
He's like, I love Dracula movies, but my one problem was they never followed the book. They made weird changes. One of these examples he cites is like sometimes Mina and Lucy's names are switched, and I think that's in the 70s Nosferatu, the Werner Herzog one.
Yeah.
They combine Harker and Renfield. There's like weird stuff like that.
Well, like even in the Bela Lugosi one, you merge Renfield and Harker together, and it's like
And then Harker's still there.
Yeah,
it's a little
or
weird.
whatever.
But yeah, so he set out to make this like really accurate film.
It's pretty faithful, I would say. I mean,
I just read the book, and like the sequence of events are followed pretty well. They added a lot.
well, yeah.
And then like Mina's around for a lot of stuff that she wasn't around for in the book.
Yeah.
They move some things out of, they omit characters like Lucy's mom is out. The guy, Jonathan Harker's boss, he only has one scene in this, but he's like a father figure to him and whatnot. Stuff that you could easily cut
they
out.
trimmed out the stuff that they didn't need. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they trimmed a lot of Van Helsing stuff out. They speed up Van Helsing a lot in this.
Every time Anthony Hopkins is on screen, he's just eating that fucking scenery, man. He's like, yes, we're going to kill Nosferatu. It's going to be great.
So
I'm hungry. Yeah.
The origin of this film is Coppola didn't write it. He was meeting with Winona Ryder because she kind of screwed him over on Godfather 3.
Okay. Who cares?
Yeah. In the end, who actually cares? I think it was like a thing where she was sick, but now also might be a lie. She might not want to do it. It was the whole thing.
Yeah.
So they were meeting to reconcile, and she had the script for Dracula, and she's like, hey, I think you might like this. It's like, oh, I love Dracula. I used to read it all the time. Mm-hmm. So that's what kind of got the ball rolling. And yeah, this is like one of the most creative films. He hired his son, who was a magician. Yeah, because when your dad's rich and famous, you could just fuck around and be a magician.
Well, if you watch some of that stuff, like any special features or anything, or like any like behind the scenes stuff, there's a production meeting specifically that Coppola's at, and he's like talking to the effects guys, and he's like, no, he's like, I'm not doing it that way. We're not doing it that way. You're all fired. That's
hiring my son.
Yeah, but like. The way that he wanted to do it, like everybody was telling them he couldn't do it that way. Yeah. For whatever reason, because the budget or the time or whatever.
The one way he wanted to do it was to just have like painted backdrops and have minimal sets and stuff for a big budget theater movie. And that shit wasn't going to fly.
Yeah, well, they kind of still had their cake and ate it too.
But I mean, like, it was going to be super minimal. Yeah. Like, almost like it was like a stage play.
Right. And they wanted it to look like Black Sunday. Bob's Black Sunday.
Yeah. But I guess the producers were like, what? No. Even though he was one of the producers, he has to answer to other people.
Sure.
He made the whole cast read the book. And Anthony Hopkins was apparently pissed off.
Why? Like, I feel like that's mandatory. No?
But no. He had them for 3 days. They all sat down and read the book together.
Oh, together.
And Anthony Hopkins is like, why are we doing this?
Francis wanted to make sure that you read every fucking page of that book. Every single syllable.
Yes, because this was supposed to be the most accurate one. And then he added a lot. What is it? I think the BBC, James did a video on it. I think there's a BBC one that's more accurate, but
I have no idea.
When did you first see this movie?
Well, I actually didn't see the entire movie till I was a little bit older. When
I'm in the same boat with you.
It came out in 92. I was 5. I think it hit video when I was 6 in 93. But I remember specifically it hitting video and it being, I mean, I remember the trailers and it being a big deal and stuff. Like, so much so that like you said, like my mom and dad, like, had to go see it in theater and like rented it or whatever. Yeah. But I remember going to Hollywood Video and walking into the video store, and in this particular store, I would walk all the way to the back, and that would be the horror section. But they also had this huge display for Bram Stoker's, like the cover, with the statue, the vampire face with 2 wolves. That was like on the back wall.
Oh, cool.
And then there was like 79 copies of it on VHS. That was my first, like, I guess, exposure to the film, besides like trailers and stuff like that. Yeah. But I didn't watch it in its entirety till I was like a teenager. But I've seen clips of it and stuff prior to that.
Okay. Yeah. So I saw it on video. I assume my mom. This is a very early movie memory for me.
Yeah.
I assume my mom rented it or someone gave her a copy of it. We didn't own it. I didn't own it till like way later. So she put it on. I'm watching it, and like I think I had heard, because I'm real young at this point.
Yeah. And
like I kind of knew what Dracula was from like decorations on Halloween. Sure. So like this movie started, I'm like, what is this? Okay. I see the creepy old man who looked like that guy who was here earlier. I guess that's just how they dress here.
Kind of.
Yeah, now I feel bad. I thought that was like a creepy thing, but if he's wearing it too, then that must just be a thing they wear, and I feel kind of mean now.
I mean, his hairstyle was really excellent.
It was really excellent. It's so funny, like older people like will be like, "Oh, that hair was so stupid," but like when that's your first exposure to Dracula, you're like, that's awesome. We should mention they just got some Asian lady who just let her go nuts with the costume.
Oh, really?
design.
It is very like
Yeah, they were like
yeah.
do whatever you want, because after like a million movies where Dracula looks the same, you might as well just go crazy.
I think it works though. Like
It
really,
works.
like
It gives
really
the movie
well.
its own identity.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm watching that. I'm being horrified by everything, and I did like horror stuff. I mentioned the show a lot. Like my parents showed me a lot of movies when I was young that most parents don't show. This was one of the rare exceptions where it got to a point, and I'll explain what that point is later when we get to it, where my mom was like, you know what? I think that's enough, and turned off the movie.
It's also one of those things where like this movie's great.
Yeah.
But as a kid, it's boring as shit.
No.
Yeah, in my opinion.
Oh no. See, I was never bored by this
dude.
movie.
I was always firing up like Monster Squad or something. like that.
No. As a kid, I was in.
Yeah?
I was in. All this is not a boring movie.
No, I'm not saying that it is a boring movie, but like I feel like it just wasn't.
Maybe to a 5-year-old, but a 4-year-old, 3 or 4-year-old.
Well, you're very wise beyond your years.
I am wise
right?
beyond my years. Yes, I
true.
am. So at some point I thought that's how the movie ended. I eventually got the Sega CD game handed down to me, and I played it a lot. Not a very good game.
Didn't they make one for Genesis too?
The Nintendo's,
Oh my
Sega,
goodness.
Super Nintendo, and Sega CD.
Never played it.
And also Frankenstein got all those too.
Unbound?
No.
Or Mary Shelley's?
No, Mary
Oh.
Shelley's. Fun fact about that when we get to that section.
Okay.
So I played that a lot, and then there was one night they were playing it on TV over the course of 2 nights, I think. That's how I remember it. Might not have been the case, but they did play it on TV.
Sure.
And that's when I saw most of the movie. I'm like, cool, now I know how this movie ends. And then finally, in the early 2000s, HBO and Cinemax were playing it all the time.
Right.
And I think I watched it every single time it was on.
Yeah, okay.
So I watched it a lot over and over again and started researching. It became, I don't really do favorite lists or top 10s or anything like that. I always have to break it down into subcategories. But like, if I had like gun to my head, it's like top 10 favorite movies, this is making it into the top 10.
Okay. It's definitely my favorite Dracula movie. Like, this is the end-all, be-all Dracula movie for me. I mean, I like the other ones, too, like Christopher Lee's stuff, and, Bela Lugosi's is fine. I do like
Bela Lugosi.
I mean, I'm not the biggest Dracula fan anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm more an Invisible Man, Creature from the Black Lagoon guy.
Well, I mean, this is probably like the second best Dracula incarnation. The first is, of course, District Attorney Dracula from Mummy Cop, the series. And I think we can all agree that District Attorney Dracula is the end-all, be-all Dracula. I like to think that that's what Bram Stoker had in mind, but the world wasn't ready for it yet.
Yeah, I could see it. Yeah.
Yeah. So we all agree that my Dracula that I made for my web series is the best, but Gary Oldman's is a close second.
He's okay in this.
He's okay in comparison.
He's all right.
So I guess we'll get into this movie.
Okay.
So, sorry, I used that guy's printer here in Transylvania, and it only printed one set of notes. But you have your own notes.
I do have my own notes. Yeah, like
which
completely
you just brought
separate from Tony's notes.
Yes, and you just brought some. I don't know when I got these notes because we just arrived and sat down. But much like Dracula, I guess like the reality doesn't work the same way here in Transylvania.
Magic.
Absolutely.
You know what this is? This is a double exposure. These things aren't even here right now.
So, for a movie that wants to be super accurate to the book, and is to the point they put the name Bram Stoker.
Yes.
Okay, we get like a 5-minute origin that's not in the book.
No. So
an origin that was added a lot. This was like added in post. Like this was added late into production.
It wasn't really? This was not like conceptualized?
I listened to the commentary track. And a lot of it was shot by Roman Coppola, the son.
Yeah.
On like a minimal budget and whatnot.
I mean, it is incredible.
It is awesome.
Yeah.
So we see Dracula.
Yeah.
He is fighting the Crusades.
In the name of God.
In the name of God. Yeah, so he's fighting the Ottoman Empire. And Coppola was explaining like that area of the world, like they were super Christian. and they had to deal with like the Ottoman Empire, but like all the other Christian countries were like a little too far away from them to help intervene. So they're like, all right, well, I guess we got to take care of this ourselves. And they're working in the Vlad Tepes stuff.
Right. Which I think is cool because it's one of those things where, again, like it's not part of the original story.
No.
And like, obviously over the years, people will be like, well, he was inspired, Bram was inspired by Vlad. So the way that Coppola kind of blends that together in this is really excellent. And I think the best way that I've seen that interpreted. And then going forward, we're just going to keep doing that in every incarnation.
Yeah. Now, the book does mention he did like command armies and stuff in his life.
Well, funny you mentioned that because I read, I can't remember exactly where, but he was probably influenced more by Attila the Hun than he was by Vlad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did Attila the Hun impale people and then leave them up on spikes?
I don't know. The Huns are notorious for some awful shit. They also came out of a giant hole in the sky. Yeah. From the Buchanan.
Oh,
yeah.
That's a callback.
Oh, yeah.
To Frankenstein Unbound.
Frankenstein Unbound.
Go back and watch that episode. It's a great episode. Or listen to Joe's episode on it on the Movie Dumpster podcast.
Yes.
There's your plug.
Thank you. MovieDumpsterPodcast.com.
So, the best part of this is Dracula's bat meat armor.
If you don't remember anything else from this film, you remember the hair, like the old man Dracula.
Yes.
And you remember this suit.
Yes.
For sure.
That's why they just released Funko Pops. And it was
it's such an awesomely designed.
And again, this is just some lady being like, I don't know what Dracula is. This.
Because
they're like, okay.
Well, now that you mention it, he is kind of like, it's almost part like samurai.
Yeah.
Kind of musculature.
Yeah. That's why I always said it's a red meat suit.
Meat suit. Yeah, sure.
It is funny when you watch the behind the scenes. This suit is falling apart the entire. Like every time Gary Oldman does anything, pieces are just flying.
It always is. I mean, even in like Predator, that fucking thing was just coming at part of the seams all the time. Yeah. That's why he's got all that fun bone stuff all over him. Because they're like, oh, cover it up.
So we get to see the scene of him fighting in battle.
Yeah.
And this is done on a red backdrop with mostly shadow puppets. Paper shadow puppets in the background.
The shadow puppets in this scene are amazing.
And like when you know what they are, it becomes more obvious, especially when you're an asshole like me and you've seen this a million goddamn times.
Well,
but going into it like you don't notice it at first. Like, wow, that's a lot of extras they got for that particular scene.
Well, that's something that I love about this movie too. Like there's this wonderful like gothic fairy tale kind of vibe going on. And like this just comes through so well.
Yeah.
In kind of telling that story of Vlad and like all of his,
the only issue is
killing spree.
The only issue is like later in the movie, they want you to feel like sympathetic for Dracula.
Sure.
And it's like, because he lost the love of his life. It's like, yeah, he was murdering and impaling and skinning people before that.
He didn't want to do it. Okay, and he was like, all right, I'm gonna have to kill all these people, and if I do kill all these people, it will save my people, and I will be saved, and my soul will go to heaven, and all that.
Joe, there's a difference between I need to kill to save my people, and now that they're dead, let me put them up on a spike and rip them like that. That's where it's like, okay.
Just to keep more people away because he doesn't want to kill them anymore.
At some point, a priest should be like, hey, let's slow this down a little bit.
They were loving it. They were like, yeah, Inquisition.
So he kills everybody. He thanks God and he's like, God will love what I did. Because he loves killing, apparently. But then he gets
it's the old Wrath of God stuff, right. The smiting and all that, brimstone.
Yeah. He gets a premonition that something's wrong with Elisabetta, and he says Elisabetta. He's looking at an image of her, but I imagine his soldiers are like, you just say just the lady's name out loud? That's a little weird.
Does he have a picture of her in his hand?
No, they didn't have pictures back then.
No. Excuse me. Drawings, paintings, engravings. Yeah. Oh, no. I think he looks up and it's like she's like super.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. So he
front projection.
So this is all being narrated by Anthony Hopkins. Yes. One of 3 roles that he plays in this.
Love it.
Yeah. So right now he's the Transylvanian priest, I guess.
Plus the Lord Dump VO guy.
The what?
The Lord Dump VO guy.
Oh, yes. I imagine they're the same person.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So we see Elisabetta. Apparently the Turks threw an arrow and launched an arrow with a message into the castle saying, hey, Dracula's dead. Which I can't believe they thought that would work. And it did, but it's just like, hey,
they're going...
They're like, oh my god, we're just gonna tell her he's dead. It's like, but what if he had like she like didn't kill herself? She'd be like, hey, you see what these fuckers did?
I think it was a last ditch effort because he was a nut, and he would like. I mean, he literally massacred their entire army.
That's true. That's true. So yeah, she kills herself.
Yeah,
and it's a doll. It's like a puppet.
Flings herself from the castle window.
Like cotton ball clouds. It looks great,
dude.
A beautiful fucking movie.
Again, let's get right out in front of this. All of the effects in this movie are done as they were traditionally, like in the 1900s.
Yeah, with like,
which is incredible.
Even when they superimpose, it's like they filmed it, reversed the camera, filmed again, which is rough to do.
It's called a double exposure.
Yeah.
And the way that it works is, you film whatever piece it is, you mat it out. They had like special matte boxes made. And then you crank the film back, which is insane when you think about it.
Yeah.
And then record and then essentially expose over that.
Yeah.
And then capture the other piece of film.
You know, I'm inspired.
Imagery.
I'm inspired by this. I'm going to film all stuff like this from now on. And I hope Jessica knows how to edit physical film and double exposures. And she better get it right or I'm going to be like really mad. So, I don't know. Oh, wait. I realized we're in a different video store.
That's right.
Jessica's not in our security closet. I guess this guy has someone else. Well, whoever's here better learn how to edit physical film and double exposures.
Maybe they do. I mean, I don't know. They're pretty advanced here, though.
Yeah, we're going to get a photo lab. And Jessica's I'm going to throw her in the photo lab.
Perfect. She's going to mix the photo dungeon.
Yes. With like the chemicals and stuff. Did you ever do that in college?
Oh, yeah. I took a wet lab course.
Yeah, I made a mistake. I had like a cut in my hand, and those chemicals got in it.
Oh my god! We get some fix in there or something.
It hurts.
No, I'm sure it does.
Hurts a lot. Anyway,
my goodness. Put a
so I read that the blue flame was an optical effect.
Okay.
And I have my doubts about later effects, but
you mean a digital composite effect,
like not even like digital, but like like blue screened after the fact in post production, like added in post production.
Right, it wasn't done in camera and or projected or whatever.
I don't think they did the camera back for that one. That's what I read.
I don't know.
That's what I read.
Maybe.
Not that it matters, but whatever.
It could also be that traditional thing of where they like. Did they do it like on the film itself, like paint it?
No, it looks like it's real like fire that they were shooting up.
Yeah, I guess so.
So, Dracula's upset.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, he's a little upset that his wife killed herself.
Understandably.
Depending on the wife. I mean,
it's Winona Ryder, dude. I don't know.
So he's very upset. He's crying. He's screaming. And then the priest, Anthony Hopkins, he just picks the best time. Just not like as he's. So Dracula just came home
after killing like 5 million Turks
and thinking God was gonna be like, you're my guy.
Yeah, like he's arm in arm with him or something. Yeah.
He comes home and finds out his wife is dead, and he's sitting there and he's crying, and then the priest is like, oh, by the way, she killed herself. She's going to hell. And it's like, could you wait? Could you wait like till tomorrow? Tomorrow, bring that up.
Do you think if he waited, Dracula wouldn't be a guy?
Yeah, I think if he waited.
Like he just came in, he's the bloodlust is still like high inside of him.
Or you know what? Just don't tell him. Just don't tell him.
I mean, he has a giant sword. He's crazy.
Hey, priest, asshole. This guy's helping you out a lot right now.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe like leave that detail out.
Literally your scapegoat, but yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's it's just like, dude, could you fucking show some restraint? And in the deleted extended scene, he fucking cuts off Anthony Hopkins' hand.
Which I think that would have been so much more impactful.
Yeah.
I think it was like an MPAA thing where they're like, all right, well, you cut his hand off.
You got a lot in this. You better cut that out.
Yeah.
But that's why like Anthony Hopkins' hand like never moves because it's fake. So later on in the movie, they're going to talk in great detail about how to make a vampire.
Okay.
And it's like okay, you have to feed on their blood, they have to feed on your blood, you have to die, and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Or you could just sit there and go like, I don't like God, I want to be a vampire when I die, and then stab across, and then hope it just leaks blood, and then drink it, and then you're a vampire.
I think you have to kill a certain number of people.
Okay.
In a certain amount of time.
Okay.
Then you have to impale them, skin them.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Then you have to come back and find out that the love of your life has killed themselves or no longer lives, however you want to cut that. And then have Anthony Hopkins tell you that you're both going to hell, or she's going to hell at least. Then you have enough emotional power to conjure the blood that comes out of the cross.
So the whole thing is like, if she's going to hell, I will too. And it's like, well, yeah, you can just die. I don't know why you're doing this whole I'm going to come back to life.
Well, he needs to be forgiven for his sin, or like, okay, does killing all those Turks qualify him to be forgiven?
I don't know, Joe.
You know what I mean? Like, he should go to hell anyway.
Joe, I haven't been in Catholic school in many, many, many years.
I'm just saying.
But yeah, he's just like, I'm going to stab this cross. And now it's bleeding blood. The statues are bleeding. There's blood everywhere. And it's like, oh, that's how... In my mind, like, I want to think like, oh, was he the first vampire? But there are books about other vampires. And he doesn't seem like he's doing a lot of traveling.
No, at the time, you mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like, I mean, was there another vampire that was like,
I don't think so.
My husband fell down the stairs. I went out sky. And then they became a vampire.
Well, no, because you have to drink the blood because the blood is life.
I'm going to try that. I'm going to go home. My girlfriend's dead. I'm going to be like, where's our crucifix?
She has to take her life for you to become a vampire? That's how that works.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
So great, like, screaming, and then cut to the title scene, and
when he's like, I denounce God.
Yeah, I will raise...
The guttural sounds coming out of that man in Romani or Romanian.
If he went like this, it would have been Italian Dracula.
It's very close, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's situated, like in the Balkans, which is like, between Russia and Italy.
Yeah.
It's like right in the middle. So it's kind of like, there's a little bit going on there.
The Italians are too busy now.
Whatever. But he's like, oh, what did you do, God?
But yeah, in the extended cut, like, blood shoots out onto his face, and then the entire room fills with blood, and then she sinks into the blood.
It's great.
And then it crosses off into modern day. Mina getting like a Yeah.
I much prefer that gilded look of the title sequence.
We interrupt this spooky episode for this spooky announcement. Do you know what's spookier than seeing a black cat on Halloween? It's shaving your balls with anything other than Manscaped. When it comes to below-the-waist grooming, there's no need to carve your pumpkins this Halloween because Manscaped is here to upgrade your grooming experience. Go from a bite-sized candy bar to a king-size candy bar and join the 2 million men worldwide by going to manscaped.com for 20% off and free shipping with code HACKTHEMOVIES. Hello, Justin.
Oh, hey, Tony.
How you doing?
You know what? I really do appreciate all of the innuendos they toss out there.
They really do. So, Justin, tell me about your balls. What's it like when you shave them?
Well, a lot of people ask. They say, Justin, the curtains match the drapes, or the carpet match the curtains. What is it?
Do the curtains?
Drapes?
Does the carpet match the drapes? Yes.
Do the carpet match the drapes? And I say no. I got hardwood floors, thanks to Manscaped.
That's a Kieran joke.
Is it?
Yeah.
I came up with that. He's
That's
a liar.
A Kieran joke.
I came up with that joke.
Anyway.
Kieran stole that joke from me.
What was life like before Manscaped?
It's terrible.
Terrible?
Yeah. Full of nicks and other men I know. You like that?
Anyway. Have you ever tried to trim your balls and it turns into a Freddy Krueger film? Well, luckily, Manscaped is here to save the day and make sure you're smelling fresh with their new refined body wash. Fellas, the ladies love their signature scent and will scare away those vampires. I don't see any vampires in the store.
That's
Must
true.
be working.
Yeah.
It's a full moon out and the werewolf in your pants is howling. It's time to tackle that problem with the Lawnmower 4.0. Their finely tuned pube products feature a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents thanks to their advanced skin-safe technology. The Lawnmower 4.0 is easily the greatest ball trimmer on the planet. Oh, did I mention this trimmer is waterproof too?
You didn't.
This trimmer is a shower essential, wouldn't you say, Justin?
I think so.
Their Performance Package 4.0 also includes the Weed Whacker, a total game changer to your men's hygiene arsenal. Seal the deal with Manscaped's liquid formulations. Their Crop Preserver Ball Deodorant and Crop Reviver Ball Toner will make sure your pumpkins stay fresh. Trust me when I say this, fellas, your balls will thank you.
Have you ever seen a hairy pumpkin?
I have not. But I have heard my balls thank me.
Ah.
Thank you. Justin, guess what Manscaped did?
What?
They threw in 2 free gifts to their Performance Package 4.0.
They didn't.
They did. The Manscaped Boxers, which feel really nice, and the Shed Travel Bag. Bring your comfort and boxers to another level. If you're looking like Wolverine and haven't cut your nails recently, which you have not,
I have a very healthy cuticle. Fuck off.
be sure to look into the Sheer 2.0 nail kit. This all sounds great, right, Justin?
This sounds awesome, Tony.
Yes, and our fans can get 20% off plus free shipping with promo code HackTheMovies at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping with the promo code HackTheMovies at manscaped.com. Say trick or treat to your beautiful new Halloweeny with Manscaped.
Trick or treat, Halloweenies.
We meet Tom Waits as Renfield. And he's creepy.
He's Martha. He's hilarious in this, but he's also really, really good.
Yeah, he's really, really good in this. Yeah. And I don't know if the book ever explained who Renfield was. I know I just read the book. I listened to the audiobook, but I have trouble retaining memories. I don't know if you know the show, but I'm very famous and important now.
That's right. You can only think about yourself.
I know, and I'm just like, all right, Dracula, but what about me? And so I stop listening. I actually throw my phone with Audible into the woods.
Makes sense.
And then later on, I'm just like, oh, how did Dracula end? So I have to go into the woods and grab my phone.
The phone's bleeding.
My
you drink
phone's
the blood.
I renounce my phone.
You renounce Audible, and you become the, I don't know what, audiobook vampire?
I forget if they explained who Renfield was, but from what I could gather, he's just a guy that somehow Dracula's been sending messages to.
No idea.
In the book.
The last time I read, I didn't even read the book. I listened to it, the Christopher Lee abridged version where he narrates it or reads it, whatever you want to say. Yeah. And I don't remember.
This movie, though, he is the previous real estate guy who was sent to Transylvania.
Yeah. Now, is he a lawyer? Are they lawyers? Because Keanu Reeves says that he's going to be partner now because Renfield's.
Well, it's like a real estate firm.
Or
maybe
they
like handle the contracts with the land.
For sure. I mean, that's why he goes to Transylvania.
Yeah. So apparently Renfield went and Dracula just made him crazy. And said, go back to England. You're going to be my guy there.
My eyes and ears in the insane asylum?
Yeah, send another guy. Because the whole thing is like, oh, he's using this lunatic to mind control to do his bidding. It's like, well, he doesn't really do much.
No, well, there's nothing for him to do because he's not out and about.
Yeah.
You know?
I think Dracula screwed up on that one.
I think Dracula was like, you don't have a hot wife? Go back to England and get somebody else.
So they're sending Keanu Reeves, Jonathan Harker.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Harker. Or whatever. I'm going to Budapest.
That's actually a pretty good Keanu. So apparently, Coppola was kind of forced into using him.
Oh, was he really? I was going to say, why?
Because they wanted like a young heartthrob.
I love Keanu Reeves.
So do I.
But my goodness.
He is out of his... And you know what?
The thing is... cannot do an English accent, a British accent.
Winona Ryder's not that much better, but I think he is he distracts you from that.
Because he's just like, I'm going to go to Castle Dracula.
We can be married when I return.
I read this a while ago. I have to find the quote, but I think Coppola at one point might have even told him to just not use a British accent, but he insisted just because it was so bad.
It's like proper Keanu speak.
Yeah.
So instead of being like, whoa, he's like, whoa.
He should have given us one whoa. If there was ever a movie for him to whoa, it would have been this one.
He gives us a pretty good scream later.
Yeah. So he tells Mina, he's like, I got to go to Transylvania and meet Count Dracula. And she's like, the vampire? And he's like, no, we don't know that yet. She's like, oh, okay. He's just okay.
Yeah. So Vlad the Impaler? Who's that? I don't know. I don't read history books.
So a peacock is just wandering by, and we cross dissolve into the train, and the train is above a book.
It's so cool.
How did they do that shot?
Let me tell you, Tony.
Okay, Joe.
So it's forced perspective. Sort of.
Sort of. No, they built a giant-ass book.
Well, that's how they were going to do it, right?
Yeah.
Was a forced perspective thing. And they were like, well, it doesn't look right. So instead of having like a regular-sized book like this close, they wanted the shadow of like the train and stuff. Yeah. So they built a 20-foot-long book.
With giant
with
writing.
giant calligraphy. It's amazing.
And then put a train track on top of it.
Yeah, but then shined a light on it, and you get the shadow of the smoke in the train, and it's all practical, like on the book.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
We get like the map projected onto his face.
Yeah, and that's all. They do front projection in this, rear projection.
Yeah.
All
And
they pull out all the stops for that stuff.
And then he's reading a letter from Dracula, and this always creeps me out. Like when I was younger.
Yeah.
When I was younger, this always creeped me out was just the blue eyes and the horizon staring at him.
It's so good. And it's like they have Keanu in like a car, and it's on springs and it's moving.
Yeah.
And then there's 3 different slices of land.
Yeah.
One's going really fast, one's going like a medium speed, and then the ones in the background are just stable.
Yeah.
And then they projected Dracula's eyes onto the map painting, and then double exposed. It's fucking insane.
This is all on the special edition
Yeah.
Blu-ray. We'll tell you all of this. It's really, really
it's
good.
Incredible.
And this is a movie you need to watch in Blu-ray.
Yeah, for
you
sure.
have the 4K Blu-ray, right?
I don't have the 4K Blu-ray, but I will say, like, the better experience of this, even that DVD version is fine to watch, because I feel like it needs the grain intact when you watch this. And if it's too clean, I think it kind of takes away from
maybe
how the impact of that stuff a little bit, in my opinion.
But no, that scene is awesome. I love the little hint to Dracula there. He's your friend, D.
Hello, Big D. Come see me in my castle.
Coppola actually wanted to call the movie D.
Like, oh, okay.
But I guess a producer...
Like M?
Yeah, I guess a producer was like, no, we need a more record. It's Dracula. Why would you call it D?
Winona Ryder, Keanu
Keep in
Reeves,
mind,
Anthony Hopkins in D.
This movie was made after like Coppola had a couple failures. So I don't think he had quite the same pull. Like he was in his studio was in a little bit of trouble. I forget what movie did it that was like really fucking with him.
Godfather Part 3.
Well, Godfather Part 3. But I think that was like after a couple other ones.
I think, well, he had done Outsiders like almost nearly right before this, no? Or am I crazy?
Like mid-80s, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
it's weird how Coppola didn't have like the same kind of path as like Spielberg and Lucas.
And when you think
Lucas isn't that big of a director, more of a producer, but
when you think of Francis Ford Coppola, you're like, oh my God, he's a prolific filmmaker. Yeah. And then when you look at how many movies he's done that are like the big ones, you're like, oh, that's not as many as I thought it was.
Oh yeah, Jack, it's great.
I had no idea. You know what?
Yeah.
He is the director of one of my favorite movies ever.
What?
Captain EO. That ride at Epcot that they brought back with Michael Jackson. It's awesome.
I've never been on it.
Oh my goodness. They took it out for a long time, but the last time I went, like 10 years ago, they had it.
I don't like Disney.
That's fine.
Disney sucks.
I don't know if it sucks, but
children.
I don't think it sucks, but it might not be for you. I'm a child.
I go there all the time and I go, Disney sucks. And they're like, sir.
You stand outside the Magic Kingdom gates and you're like, you suck.
Yeah.
Mickey comes over and he's like, what's the matter, Toad?
Oh boy,
why do you hate it so much? How about I break your fucking legs?
The people let him go from the cart and they're like, you shouldn't be doing this. Anyway, bye.
There's a deleted scene where they're like, you cursed, John Harker. And he's like, I guess so.
And then comes the carriage.
Which is, I'm sorry, I got to talk about it again.
Yeah.
First of all, the design of the carriage driver, he looks. What did I write? Oh yeah, he looks like a combination of Horus from Stargate and a ring wraith. It's creepy as shit. And it's awesome.
Yeah. And his arm extends to grab him.
And it's so awesome.
But that's like, so he's attached to
like a crane.
The coach.
Yeah.
And then when the camera moves, it deattaches him to give him that effect.
Yeah.
And then brings him right back. And I think it's Gary Oldman playing him because traditionally Dracula is the coachman.
Sure.
And I think Bela Lugosi did that.
Dude, that hand thing, you can't fake. That's Oldman.
But this is like the start of like Jonathan Harker is like just like going with the flow, and it's like, dude, that was strange. Weird. And then he's
how peculiar.
They're driving on the edge of a fucking cliff. And he's just like, what about that? When are we going to get to the castle? And then the fucking coachman roars at him. He's like, what do you know? Well, there's a lot of wolves chasing us. So I guess they have wolves in this country.
There's strung up on like a monument is like a mummy with like a wolf's head on it. And he's like,
no, it's a crucifix. That
that's what it was, yeah.
Then we see Blue Flames, which we talked about, I think is the only one that was added in post, like whatever.
and he's got a fucking whip and shit, and he goes out and starts hitting candles.
Oh, Castlevania.
Yeah.
I don't play video games. That's
okay.
for children.
Oh, yeah.
So the blue flames in the book, I think it's believed like that's where Dracula hid like his fortune and stuff. And
So
the
right
gypsies
under the drawbridge is his entire stack of cash.
Not all of it. I think he leaves caches of like just different objects buried in the blue flames.
That's a huge thing of blue flame, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess because Dracula's in the coach, it's glowing for him.
Well, that was weird. Blue flame.
Yeah. Oh
not even. I'm just not even going to acknowledge it.
He looks at it too. And he's like, huh. Well, what are you going to do?
Okay.
What are you going to do?
Like, Dracula must be paying him so much money that he's just like, by the way, don't worry about all of the weird shit you're going to see when you come to my castle.
It's not even like what we do in the shadows when they hypnotize people.
Yeah.
You will see nothing weird.
Well, not for this instance, anyway.
Yeah.
Never once does he have to say to John Harker, don't see me, don't see this, or anything.
So,
because he just doesn't give a shit.
so we finally get the reveal of Count Dracula proper.
Oh, man.
And it's the awesome shadow goes around the castle and then mimics Dracula who's there.
Again, cannot stress enough, all practical shadow. Amazing. There's like another dude like behind this light.
Wearing just the wig and a cape, but then wearing like jeans and shit underneath.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's a silhouette.
Because he's so unnatural that his shadow would be disembodied.
Yeah.
The rules of the nature do not apply to such an unnatural being.
There's something we didn't talk about. The guy who wrote this, James Hart, he also wrote Hook.
Oh.
Yeah, and produced Hook, too.
Oh.
So now that I say that to you, do you think that Dracula's shadow and Peter Pan's shadow like hang out with each other? They go to the shadow bar?
No.
No?
I'm assuming the other writer on this did all the good stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Because Hook sucks.
Yeah.
Anyway. So many people got so mad about the Hook thing. I went in neutral. And I came out the end being like, this isn't that good.
It's not great, but it's fine.
Okay? I know, it's your favorite movie. You love it.
Yeah, it's my favorite movie, Tony. Absolutely.
I didn't realize that's who also wrote it. Because I knew Nick Castle wrote Hook, but then they replaced him. But anyway.
Yeah. Well, they replaced him with this guy.
Yeah.
Apparently, according to IMDb.
Well, he brought his A game to this one. So we see Dracula, and he's awesome. Gary Oldman is killing it with the accent.
I can't even do it justice, but he's got the tongue in the back of his throat, and he's like, Mr. Harker.
Did you well?
I did well.
And then Harker crosses over into the Dracula's domain.
I love that scene because it's like the reverse trope of like inviting a vampire into your house.
Yeah,
and like he's like Harker stops for a second and he's like, okay, and then like puts both feet over the threshold and he's like, I'm in.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. You look weird, old man. You don't look like a living person, but that's cool. Sorry to have offended you.
Yeah. They have dinner.
Yeah.
And Dracula, he never drinks wine.
Vine.
Yeah, I never drink wine.
Look, that could have been a shitty line, and it because Gary Oldman delivers it, it's totally fine.
Yeah, and it was really good at Mummy Cop. I think it was better.
But they didn't go.
I love the painting. So it's based off a real painting.
Okay.
But
of
they
Vlad?
modified it. The painting that he has of himself.
Yeah, of Vlad.
Yeah, I looked up what that. I didn't look up what the painting was, but I typed in Dracula 1992 painting portrait.
Right.
So it looks like that's a real painting, but then they modified it to look like Gary Oldman. I don't know if it was supposed to be a Vlad, but
I don't know. It was a painting of Vigo the Carpathian, and they just painted over it.
There you go. Shit, we can't.
They're like,
They were like, oh shit, this is a good movie. How you doing, Joe?
No.
How you doing, Joe?
Don't worry, we'll see. I'll see you in November.
Maybe we'll cover other Ghostbusters movies on this channel one day. Who knows?
It's possible.
It's possible.
There's a lot of Ghostbusters content coming up, maybe.
I know, and it's still just the one good one. Anyway, so they're having dinner, and Keanu laughs at something Dracula says.
Dracula he's like telling him the
order of the Dracul.
He's like the order of the Dracul, and we are religious knights that we killed all these people. And
he's
whatever.
like, we were not entirely successful.
Yeah, whatever.
And then he's like, huh, yes. And then he's like, bro, I'm gonna fucking murder you.
He's like, this is no laughing.
He's like, what did you fucking say? I'll fucking kill you right now. And Keanu's like, whoa. This would have been a good whoa moment.
He doesn't even fucking bat an eye. He's just like, sorry, Count. I'm sorry I offended you.
Jessica. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. We're in Transylvania. What's a Transylvanian name for Jessica?
I don't
Jessica
know.
Slavovich.
Good.
Who I assume is the editor in this story.
Yes. It's
Please add Keanu Reeves saying whoa every time he reacts to a weird thing in this movie.
That's the thing, though. He doesn't. Oh, man.
For the rest of the movie, whenever you see something weird, I want you to add in a whoa.
So he talks about.
Oh, wait. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
So
go
this
ahead.
scene's happening. He's
Yeah.
screaming at him
Yeah.
about the blood that flows through his veins.
Yeah.
But the scene is awkward because
Hairy palms and all that.
Harker apologizes.
Mm-hmm.
Keanu, I keep going back and forth.
Same difference.
The scene cross dissolves right when Dracula's about to say something because they cut out more of that scene.
Right.
But like they left in him about to say something, and it's bothered me for years until I got the Blu-ray. Yeah, it's exactly like that. Like,
Anyway.
Also, again, like I said, you want to watch this on Blu-ray. There's so many details in the castle that you don't really appreciate on like DVD or VHS. I love the arms holding the fire.
Yeah.
Which is everywhere. There's like big faces that I never really noticed before.
The set design is so incredible. And again, in those deleted scenes you're talking about, like there's so much of it that we don't see.
There's the deleted scene. So there's like a little water area, which we see a little bit of. I think that's where his coffin was.
Yeah, it's like the basement.
Yes. And like this, it's like this really cool scene, but I think there's also like skeletons down there, and it's like this.
There's like there's like impaled victims that he's like, I'll save a couple of those for my decor and put those right here next to my coffin.
Yeah, we were talking during the movie. They're like, so does he move the impaled skeletons when he invites people, but then put them back because he likes them?
I could just see Dracula like, where am I going to put all these today?
You made a good point. There's like modern for the time steel beams like propping up the castle.
Yeah, because it's like falling apart. And again, you don't really see too much of that in the theatrical in the
I think the idea is that the castle is old. It's tied to his power.
Yeah.
And he's not because he doesn't have many people to eat. He's got to like eat people sparingly.
Because
So
he'll kill all of the what do you call it around the villages?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it turns out he's got 3 wives to feed.
Oh, jeez.
And they're just nagging in his ear, honey, when are we going to eat again? Why, have you killed anyone today?
He's a working man.
It's like Fat Tony's wife from The Simpsons. My wife constantly says, where's the money? When is the money coming? Why haven't you got the money yet?
Where's the baby, Tony?
Where's the baby, Dracula? So I think that's why he's like super old, because he's just saving whatever strength he has.
I guess so. Yeah. But in the reserve tanks. Yeah.
And I guess his castle, which looks like him, which I like. It looks like a man sitting in a chair.
Yeah.
I guess it's crumbling, and I guess he had to get modern steel beams to prop it up.
Is that why he's like venturing to go to London? Because he's like, I'm all dried up out here, literally.
Yeah, I think in the book they explain like he's been planning it for like a long time, and he kind of needed like the world to catch up technologically.
Oh yeah, because he's like Sorcerer Supreme, dude, and like the greatest scientist that ever lived.
Yes, but like he can't leave his homeland. He has to rest in his soil.
Right.
So I think it was like at this point in like the world, the pieces were there for him to finally move.
Sure.
But he's been having to make do in Transylvania. Maybe when he first became a vampire, he got a little too carried away. It was eating a little too many people.
That was a good century.
Also, he might have, because he talks about like blood is a rare thing. The warlike days are over. He must have died, but the war was still going on. So he was probably just eating people on the fucking battlefield. Isn't that what that Dracula Untold movie was about? I never saw it.
I guess, but like, he's not Dracula until after everybody's dead. So I guess he had a good stock of it. Like, wouldn't he just drain all the dead bodies and be like, oh,
I think that's what he did. But
reserve
he ran
tank.
out. Yeah.
Get me the Turk 1296.
I'm going to eat some Turks. It's like Dracula. You lost. Like the war's been done for a while. Like, oh no!
Yeah, it's like a wine cellar of their different bloods from different years.
So yeah, There's a lot of incredible details that you have to see in Blu-ray.
Absolutely.
So I love how Harker keeps ignoring all the weird shit that Dracula's doing in this.
100%.
It's like he's completely oblivious, or he just doesn't care.
It doesn't matter what happens. Like, he can have the weird shadow thing, or like he could be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna shave you myself, or whatever. Or like licks his blood and like screams at him.
Yeah,
and shit.
So there's even a deleted scene we saw where Dracula's kind of hovering up the stairs.
Yeah.
And then he goes out of frame, and then another Dracula comes up behind Keanu Reeves, and he's like, oh, wow, very interesting.
He doesn't even say a word. He's just like,
I like to think that I'm pretty observant, and I would know if there was a creepy Dracula doing weird things.
But how did you get there?
Yeah,
but
like,
he never says that.
I would have tried to entertain, like, do you have like a twin? Who was that other guy?
Yeah, is there
Where'd
another
the other one go?
Does everybody look like you up here? Like, is that your brother?
He's just Harker's flaw is
Tad the Impaler.
Harker's flaw is he just doesn't want to offend anyone.
Is that what it is? Is it a money thing? Like, he's just paying so much money, he's just literally turning another cheek?
I guess. And here he's signing the documents.
Yeah.
The shadow's all disembodied, and Dracula's being a real weird. And here's another example of Dracula being a weirdo.
Yeah.
Keanu's like, oh yeah, you bought 10 houses. Is it to increase the market value? And then Dracula's like, do you believe in destiny? And it's like, he's like, I had the great love. Oh, love. And Keanu should have just been like, you didn't answer my question.
Yeah, he did. So anyway, are you going to sign these documents or okay?
But this is where he sees Mina.
Yes, the portrait, yeah.
Yeah. So that happens, and then Dracula just kind of unfolds his cape and just wanders off.
Oh, yeah. And you know what else is funny in that scene?
What?
Is when he's looking at, the portrait of Mina.
Yeah.
And Keanu Reeves is like, yeah, that's Mina. She's to be my wife. And the shadow behind Keanu is fucking choking him. and Dracula's just sitting there like, yes, beautiful wife. I love that.
It's good.
Because it's just like showing like his emotions and feelings and stuff.
I also like that a shadow could just knock things over.
Yeah. Well, Shadow also drinks blood at one point too.
Yeah,
so cool stuff though. I mean, I love it.
Yeah. So Dracula, I forgot to mention, before he flies off, he tells Harker he wants him to stay for a month and to write letters to all his loved ones.
I swear I'm not going to keep you here. Just write all these letters and I'm going to send them to your loved ones. I want you to
teach me your customs.
Yeah.
We never see him teach those customs. Like, it just never
Dracula is 4 centuries old. He knows every custom in the book. What are you talking about?
Not England, like modern day England. He doesn't know.
I don't know. We'll get to it.
Okay.
Yeah. I only say that because like he has modern mechanics in his fucking coffin.
That's true.
Then it like opens up like with like it's like a giant music box sarcophagus.
That's true. That's true. We'll build up that.
Yeah.
Mina is staying with Lucy.
Yeah, that must be nice, right?
Yeah.
You have a friend who has like a mansion that could fit like, I don't know, 40 families.
Yes. And in the book, like Lucy's there with her mother who's like really, really sick.
She's dead. She's not.
She's just not in this one.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean.
She has like no parents in this one. You don't even see the parents.
No, she's on like vacation.
So having read the book, so Lucy has multiple suitors, which is fine. And how the movie interpreted it was she's a real horn dog.
Oh man, well, they never tell you if she did or not.
No, I don't think she has.
I think
it's on her mind a lot.
She's flirty as hell. She's like, I can't wait to have a husband and have sex.
I'm almost 20, practically a hag.
And here's my Kama Sutra book.
Yeah, which that was Coppola's personal one. When I was listening to the commentary.
What was that, like a first edition of Arabian Nights or something?
Yes, that was his personal copy and someone stole it. He's like, I never found that copy again.
You know who it was?
Who?
Winona Ryder. You know she's got those hands, those 5-fingered fucking discount hands, dude.
We mentioned that in the Beetlejuice episode.
Oh my god.
So yeah, she's played by Sadie Frost.
Yeah.
Who never...
Did she take off?
She never like blew up. I guess she just did other things. You know what she did do? Well, one, she was being extremely hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then she married or at least dated the extremely handsome Jude Law.
Oh, yeah.
And now they have a super hot daughter. So
there you go.
Fucking sexy people.
Get them together.
Look up Iris Law.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I don't know what happened to Bruce Willis and Demi Moore's kids, though. My goodness. They look terrible.
Compared to them.
I know, but like, you like, oh, put these two beautiful people together. They're so he's so handsome. She's so beautiful.
What was her, Rummer Wilson?
Who the fuck
Willis?
would care?
She was walking around New York topless a few years back because you're allowed to do that there. And
all right.
Yeah.
That's fine. I
mean,
mean,
to draw attention to it.
Well, look, I don't have any problem with that. It's just a matter of like.
But it's just like, yeah, we all know. We all know. Like, we've been to Times Square. We've seen the girls who walk around naked in Times Square.
And like the naked cowboy and stuff.
Yes.
I don't know. It was more a point of like, I thought they would be better looking people coming out of two people that are better looking.
Who are you to judge? I'm sure someone finds them very attractive, Joe.
And that's fine. And I, you know, compared to them, I'm probably a dog. But that, you know, just my opinion.
Well, dog can mean something.
Nice. I renounce dog.
No, I was trying to do the Seinfeld.
Oh, I thought you were going to do
where they're like, they said the Korean word for dog. He's like, well, it could be like fox over there. Oh, she's a real dog. Anyway. So yeah, Mina is with Lucy.
Yes.
Speaking of suitors that Lucy has, we meet them. One of them is Quincy.
Yes. The big old Texan man.
The only American in the movie. Best character. Should have been the star of the film. Should have been the star of the book. Now he's the best character. So he comes in, and he's looking at those fucking red coats. He's like, you guys thought you could.
He's too cool, man. He comes in, he throws that fucking grape up in the air, and he eats it. He's like,
because he's a badass.
He is. I got a giant bow and knife with a fucking rhino head on the hilt.
Did we find out if he was the Rocketeer? He's the Rocketeer.
He's
right?
in Rocketeer. He plays what is it, Scott?
Okay.
I don't know.
I haven't watched Rocketeer in a long time.
I've watched. The last time I saw that, I was like 7.
I think he's the Rocketeer. Anyway,
he's in it for sure.
So he's the best character because he's American.
Yeah.
Then we meet.
I mean, no. He's not the best character, but continue.
No, he is.
No.
The whole book should have just been Quincy. He's like, I'm gonna go to England. Tell them what's up.
I'm Quincy Vampire Hunter.
Yeah, I don't even know what a vampire is, I reckon, but I can take it. And then people are like, there's a Dracula. And he's like, I'll take care of him. And then he just shoots him.
Well,
and then he impales him with the American flag. And the American flag comes out the back. And then an eagle cries because of how beautiful it is. And then the Queen of England will go, thank you, Quincy, for saving us. We will be the 51st state. And he's like, there's not even 50 states yet. And she's like, we're planning ahead. That's my interpretation of
Sir Quincy. Yeah. Okay.
That's Tony Peluso. Oh, sorry. Tony from Hack the Movies. Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Yes. No, Tony from Hack the Movies. Francis Ford Coppola's Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Anyway, we also meet Dr. Seward, who runs the lunatic asylum.
Oh, dude. What?
Richard E. Grant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was just in Loki, man.
I didn't get up to that episode.
I mean, he wasn't in Loki, man.
No, I know he's in it.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't get up to
sorry
that
for the
episode.
spoilers. No, he's
Everyone
great.
spoils everything.
Yeah, I know. It's
I already
shitty.
fucking know what happens in the show. I'm still liking it.
It's great. And he's in Spice World, too.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I spoiled Mandalorian.
You sure
year.
did. You know what? Come to think of it, you're the fuck that spoiled it for me.
You guys. No, I'm glad I could finally talk to someone who watches that stupid show.
Oh my
You
goodness.
guys were spoiling things the entire season.
What do you mean, you guys?
Boba Fett showed up.
Yeah.
All of you posted about Boba
Who's
Fett.
all of you?
All the Mandalorian fans on my Facebook
I didn't.
feed.
No, I didn't post one damn thing. You know who
Crate-
did that? You know who did that? Assholes did that.
Okay, Crate Dragon showed up. I knew there was a Crate Dragon in it. Ahsoka Tano showed up. You guys couldn't stop talking about Ahsoka Tano. So I saw Mark Hamill's horrible CGI face, and I assumed because all of you Mandalorian fans kept talking about it all season that it was fair game to talk about it. I didn't know. I don't watch the show. That was my favorite defense. Like, this show just aired. Why would you do that? I'm like, I don't watch the show. I didn't know.
No, I know you don't know, but like people that were posting it just watched it like at 4 in the fucking morning, like when it first came out, and they were like, look at this.
By the way, that day, if you just Googled Luke Skywalker, was the first result.
I know.
So anyway.
Whatever.
Anyway, Richard E. Grant.
That's why we can't have nice things.
What?
It's fine.
Oh, wow. Disney's corporate product might not be whatever.
It was good.
Anyway.
Mandalorian is good. End of story.
No, it's not. Anyway.
It was good.
Dr. Seward's there.
Yes.
Okay.
And he trips over a fucking bear rug.
Trips over a bear
which
rug.
makes it even funnier because there's a deleted scene where he cracks like a fucking amyl or something and like gets high before he walks in.
Yeah, okay. So this interpretation makes him like a drug addict. He's like a morphine addict and whatnot.
He's
not in the book.
I kind of like that wrinkle to his character because he works in an insane asylum, so he has to like be like, all right, like shoot me up so I can deal with these nuts.
Yes, and the audiobook that I listen to, Alec Cumming does his voice.
Oh.
And Tim Curry does Van Helsing. Oh. Not a lot of Van Helsing narrated stuff. I don't know when they recorded it. And
that's pretty interesting.
I like Tim Curry, but he sounds pretty rough in this. Yeah, you can hear a lot of his throat sounds. It's like,
when he's trying to do the accent in Congo.
Yeah,
is that what you mean?
The
lost city of Zend.
Yeah, and then lastly we get Arthur, played by Cary Elwes.
Oh, Cary Elwes, here he is. He's your Robin Hood.
Yes, he's a rich nobleman, I guess.
Yeah, this is before he cuts his foot off.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, Sir Holmworth. I love the guy who announces people.
Yeah.
Modern parties need that.
I wish, right?
Tony from Hack the Movie.
The thing is, we can't afford somebody to stand at the door and do that.
Well, one day...
Maybe you can. You're very famous.
Well, I keep saying I'm only famous and important. I'm not rich and famous.
There you go.
One day.
Patreon.com/hackthemovies. /movie dumpster.
No, that doesn't help me. But I mean, do it anyway.
Maybe.
Also, watch every episode, even if it's a movie you don't care about. Just please watch the episode.
Just hit play, walk away, come back.
And then listen to the podcast and then buy a shirt.
That's even easier. Turn the volume down on your phone, hit play, walk away. I am totally busting your balls, dude. It's a very good show. I enjoy it. And I love Tony.
So Dracula's shadow made it to the party. He doesn't get announced. They should be like Dracula's shadow.
And Dracula's shadow from the boat that's 50 miles away.
And then he's not even on the boat yet.
No?
He's not on the boat yet. So Mina feels his presence, and then we get that creepy shot of his face, which is from an upcoming deleted scene.
Yeah.
When we watched the deleted scenes, we saw where they planted that.
Still works fine for this, though.
Yeah, we get to see a little bit of Dr. Seward talking to Renfield.
Yeah. Also, do you think? Okay, so we're shown the insane asylum.
Yeah.
Where it looks like where Freddy was conceived. Also, do you think this is the birthplace of the Jackal from 13 Ghosts?
Probably.
Yeah, I think
it's
he
the
is.
same helmet.
He's walking around. He's hitting the.
But that would imply the Jackal is one of the guards. That raises a lot of questions.
Well,
because only the guards have the cage faces.
Well, who knows, man? Maybe when they were transporting him, they put that thing on his head. He was like, the 1700s Hannibal Lecter or something?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Probably. So he's talking about how, like, the master, he has to feed... Master! Yeah. He has to feed. He needs lives for the master. Because the master promised to make him immortal, but he has to bring him lives.
You're an idiot.
Renfield's doing a bad job of this.
He's in the insane asylum.
Yeah.
He's never going to get out. He's not doing anything except eating bugs.
Yeah.
And I love when Seward comes in, he's like, "Oh, care for an hors d'oeuvre." I love that. I love that.
Apparently, according to the commentary track, they cut a lot of this stuff out for like the TV versions.
Oh, why? Because like the insect eating?
I guess because it's creepy and for time and stuff.
Sure.
But you miss out on a lot of good stuff.
Yeah.
He tries to eat Dr. Seward.
Yeah.
So the hand and mirror scene is incredible in the castle.
Oh,
what I imagine is they had a body double facing the camera.
It's the oldest trick in the book.
And it's a cutout with Keanu on the other side. It's funny when you listen to the commentary. Coppola's like, "I don't remember how we did this." I'm like, I'm kind of figuring out.
Well, I watched the actual like effects feature.
Okay.
And Roman was like, "Yeah, so if you watch Marx Brothers movies, they do this all the time."
Yeah. And it's so cool to see the hand come up on him, but then he turns around and Dracula's just there.
Yeah. Well, they do it in Evil Dead 2 as well.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, like when he's talking to himself in the mirror, he's like, "I gotta get a grip of myself," and he's like, and he comes out of the mirror and chokes him.
Yeah. So Dracula's there.
Yeah.
Keanu cuts his throat on accident. and then Dracula's like, "Oh, let me take care of that." Apparently that was Gary Oldman's idea. To turn around and go.
It was beautiful.
That's on the cover of some DVDs, that creepy scene.
Dude, like that's a scene though that really sticks out like in a lot of people's minds though. They made speaking of Funko Pops, they made a fucking one where he has the razor blade.
That's great.
Yeah, my wife has it.
Yeah, so he's
big Dracula fan by the way, loves the book.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Dracula Unbound, right?
Yes, of course. What other book would I be talking about? The Adventures of Joe Buchanan.
So yeah, Dracula starts shaving him. I love it.
He's into it.
Huh?
He's into it.
He's into it.
You are so sexy, Mr.
And
Keanu
as this is
Reeves.
happening,
I mean, Jonathan Harker.
Yeah, if you notice in this scene, the walls are closing in. The wall behind him.
Are they moving?
Yeah. The
And it
walls
makes it more like claustrophobic?
Yeah, the wall is like moving as he's having this whole creepy scene. And I think this is after he shattered the glass, the mirror, because he has no reflection.
Or he looks at it and it cracks and he's like, oh shit.
Yeah. But then...
That's still strange, but I'm not going to react to it, really.
No, what finally does it is when he sees the crucifix and freaks out. And then he's like, oh, you shouldn't put your faith in such trinkets. Our ways are not... He's like, our ways might seem strange. And Keanu finally snaps like, oh, I've seen strange things already. Bloody wolves chasing me through a blue inferno.
That's right, he does say that.
Yeah, and then right on cue, the fucking wolves start howling.
The children of the night. What music they make.
And then this is also from the book.
Such a great line. I mean,
it's actually it's kind of like, because Dracula's castle's just all over. It's constantly shifting and whatnot. So,
which is cool.
So outside of his window, it was just
David Bowie's there somewhere walking upside down.
So outside the window, it was just the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Dracula leaves. Mm-hmm. His shadow follows behind him.
Yeah,
I love.
It's like later.
I love we see the robe leave, and then the shadow's like, "Wait for me."
Oh, wait a second.
And then we look out the window again, and suddenly, like, the window is facing down on another wall. It's real bizarre how they shot it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dracula is like climbing the walls like Spider-Man.
So creepy.
And I think they might have shot it in reverse because he's moving a little
They did
weird.
a lot of reverse photography in this.
Yeah. But that's just what Dracula does. He's like, oh, the wolves are singing. It's time for me to crawl on the walls.
Maybe it was easier for him to go out the window and crawl around the castle to get to that other room instead of walking down all those fucking hallways, dude. Yeah. Maybe.
And he's crawling the walls in his fancy robe?
So what?
Gonna get dirty.
He's magic. Look, he has to keep the economy going in the Romani village so that people move there.
His contribution
is laundry
to the village. No, his contribution to the village to keep it economically running is to just not kill them.
No, but like he encourages them to have kids and stuff. Yeah. You know, like keep your lineage. Move to Transylvania right over here. It's very nice.
Oh yeah, and during this, he tells Harker to not go to certain points of the castle.
Like, very explicitly, too.
It's like, hey,
listen.
I know I'm a weird, crazy guy, but you don't want to see some of the shit in here.
Which means you should probably listen to me.
I can't be around all day long. And
it's going to fall up. Like, if I was Jonathan, I'd be worried about something falling on me. Or, like, falling through a floor or something. Maybe not a fucking, vampire seductress.
Yeah. At this point with the wall crawling, he's like, I should probably see what's in that side of the castle.
That's when you go to bed, right? With your eyes, one eye open all night, and you're just like, I'm just gonna go to sleep.
Yeah. So he investigates, and he finds like a thing of potions.
This is so cool when he opens the perfume. Is it a perfume bottle? I guess it's perfume.
It's either perfume or Dracula.
Essence of Bet.
It could be like Dracula's just like an alchemist that makes spells and potions.
Yeah, but just like in a bedroom? I mean, I guess wherever he wants to put it, he can.
I mean, fucking, this is the fucking Dracula castle. Who knows?
But yeah, how it drips up, I thought that was, it's always
And then
so
the
cool.
rats are climbing upside down. We have a different disembodied shadow just flying around.
And that's another double exposure where they shot the rats with like the special
that one was,
and stuff. They rotated the whole camera around.
I know.
Incredible stuff. I can't stress that enough.
So yeah, this is the scene. The brides come out. Monica Bellucci's first. And we probably can't show a lot of this because they're just tits out.
Put happy faces over them. Or like Dracula wolf faces over them. Maybe.
Jessica Slavovich put some Dracula faces over. If she's anything like Jessica back home, she will.
Yeah.
She censored fucking.
Even better. Put Keanu's face from the meme, the Bill and Ted meme, going over the boobs.
She censored Lenny Kravitz's dick with our faces. And
Lenny Kravitz his dick is in that movie?
No. Lenny Kravitz.
Kravitz. I thought you said Kravitz.
No. Lenny Kravitz, the singer, musician.
Kravitz? Yeah, it's not Kravitz.
Whatever.
He's not Lenny Kravitz.
In the Mad Max Fury Road review, we talked about.
That?
No. But his daughter is. But we ended up talking about how like there was some concert where he like split his pants and his dick fell out. So she censored it, but every time she censored it, she used a picture of me nude or Justin's face.
Oh, Lisa Bonet.
Anyway, Monica Bellucci comes out.
Yes.
She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
More beautiful than Lisa Bonet? I don't think so.
Yes.
I don't think so.
So she comes out, and she's awesome. But the brides are like all naked. This movie is very, very horny.
Oh, it's sexy as hell.
Yeah, this movie has a boner. And I never noticed it until Blu-ray. But when
it's boner?
No.
Oh.
When they're biting him, like blood shoots out of his nipple.
Okay.
I never noticed that till Blu-ray.
You beat me to the punch, and that makes my fucking skin crawl. Like it always has.
Yeah.
Where like she like, hits him with a fang right in the nipple, and it just shoots out. And she's lapping it up like a fucking water fountain. Ew.
So gross. So gross. Yeah, so Dracula comes out and he's like, "Hey, you ladies!"
The way he enters, he's like,
it's all reverse.
Yeah. Oh,
so
yeah.
he
That's right.
throws one on the wall, and then the other ones are like a spider.
They walk away like some kind of Hobbs End eldritch horror.
Yeah, like they're Spider Lady now, and they do the spider thing later on, but it got cut out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was in that deleted scene we watched.
Was
yeah,
that? Okay,
I'm gonna build up to
realize.
that deleted scene.
Gotcha.
So yeah, Dracula's yelling at them like, "How dare you touch him? He's mine." But
what are we to eat, Dracula?
Yeah, I love way he's like, "How dare you touch him? He's mine." And then the one just goes, "You've never loved." He's just like, it's like, oh god, bringing that up out of nowhere. Like,
you know what? I
nice
did. Matter of fact,
it's nice to know that even Dracula, with all his powers, has the same goddamn arguments I've had with girlfriends. Where I yell at them for one thing. I'm like, "Hey, you messed up doing this," and then they bring up a completely unrelated thing, and I'm like, even Dracula can't escape it.
And it's for a fucking eternity, dude. Imagine that.
I told you not to touch my guy. You've never loved before. Oh.
There you go again, bringing it up.
Oh yeah, all right. Well, we love this topic. Okay, come on. Again,
Meanwhile,
this will all be explored in Tony from Hack the Movies, Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Meanwhile, this child is just somewhere under his robe, and they're having an argument.
Okay.
No, sorry.
So they're so he's like, "I will love again."
Yes. Wink.
They're like, "Us?" He's like, "No."
No.
Not if you keep bringing up.
Not if you drain.
I'll take the goddamn trash out. I won't forget. Stop reminding me. You forgot. I know.
Unload the dishwasher.
So they're like, "Are we going to eat nothing tonight?" And he's like, "Oh, that's okay." And he just pulls out a baby. And they start ripping apart the baby. You don't see it.
No, but like he might as well have like pulled out like a snack pack. You know what I mean? Like, here you go.
Was it in a pocket?
I don't know.
Or was it just sitting behind him?
Do you think there's a pocket dimension inside the cloak?
Apparently, fucking Optimus Prime has a pocket dimension.
Yeah, exactly. It's possible. Yeah, he reaches in and Optimus is like, "Here you go, Dracula," and he gives him the baby. Maybe.
Reminder: if it's still not fixed, the glitch. You can find our episodes that glitched or were taken down on Odyssey right now. We are backing up because the Transformers episode got glitched.
Go watch Odyssey.
Or listen to the podcast.
Or both.
Or hopefully it's fixed by now. Probably not going to get fixed because I don't trust YouTube.
Well, that's fine.
Oh, so yeah, here is where little Tony was watching. And this was a little too much for him. It wasn't even gory or violent, but just the concept of a baby being ripped apart after seeing something way too sexual. And like, so I'm like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
I'm watching this super erotic scene, which
violent scene.
Yeah, which then becomes very violent. And I don't know why I never had a fetish after that. You ever see those? No offense if you are, but the people who like to like cut themselves and stuff.
Oh no, I'm not into that. No.
Yeah.
And you know what?
You're just saying that because the camera's like, no.
Like I'm totally into like vampire chicks. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. But like when it comes to like actual mutilation and blood and shit, and I'm a big horror, obviously. But no,
I'm glad it didn't have that effect.
No. It never. No, that's gross.
I've known guys who dated girls that were like into the razor blades and stuff. I'm like, nah, I'm good.
No,
good.
No. Sorry.
So and then the baby's being ripped apart. The guy, Keanu Reeves, is screaming.
Finally,
and then
he finally reacts.
Yeah. And then the Dracula's laughing at this, and then it closes. And I remember my mom being like, looking at me and realizing it was just too much, and her turning off the TV there. And then
that's it. The movie's over. The review is done.
So in my head, I'm like, that's just how the movie ended. That was pretty. I don't really know what we learned here. A guy went to a castle, weird stuff happened, then a baby died, and the dude laughed. But it had an effect on me. Like I thought about the movie so much as a young kid. When I finally was able to watch it in full, like I fell in love with it because all I could think about was him laughing and clapping.
It also might be a testament to like the filmmaking, too. Like those scenes stuck with you for a reason. I mean, the content, but like I think the way they're portrayed, though, you know,
it's amazing. Yeah. It's horrifying.
It's scary as hell.
It's way better than Bela Lugosi going like, "Ooh, I'm gonna." And I love Bela Lugosi.
No, I love him too. But I love him too. But like again, like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of that movie.
This scene is a little weird. Jonathan Harker is spying on the gypsies. He's like a prisoner now. Dracula has gypsies. I don't know. I guess he pays them in gold. There's plenty of gold.
Excuse me,
around.
Romani.
They're called gypsies in the movie.
Romani.
Can I not say gypsy?
Romanian.
I can't say gypsy.
Romanian. No, you can. I don't care. You can say
okay.
I'm just fucking with you.
I will talk to you, gypsy.
Listen, see you later, gypsy.
So the gypsies are there, and they're loading boxes with dirt.
Yes.
And Keanu's like, why do they fill these boxes with earth?
Are they going to organic restaurants or what?
So this scene has always stuck out to me as being weird.
Mm-hmm.
So Keanu Reeves goes up to the coffin.
Yeah.
Dracula has a metal coffin full of gears and springs.
It's so cool, though. It really is cool. It's like a sarcophagus, like with his armor on top.
It's cool, but then Dracula just pops out and there's a scream. And I never knew what happened there. I'm like, did Dracula see him? Did he pop out? Like, did Harker hide? How did that scene end? That was a weird scene. There's a deleted scene. I believe him escaping later is worked in this. So he's trying to escape.
That was part of the whole deleted scene. They put that scene in later, and then they put this scene
where
here.
he's like climbing and then he falls,
which is great because
which they use later. But instead of falling in the water, before he falls in the water, he like hovers and lands in place.
Yeah, it's really cool because of the way that they do the shot, where it's like the set is like this, and he's lying down, kind of like the Batman thing, where they turn the camera, kind of. And like he's like walking the stone wall, and then when he falls off the side, it's like he just slides down the other way instead of falling down. It's really cool.
So he like hovers around, which is cool. But so he like pieces together. He's like, well, he sleeps during the day. Maybe I can kill him then. And he finds the sarcophagus and he like peeks in, and that's where we see the shot of like Dracula just like all creepy.
Yeah.
He goes.
Is there always a crack in his coffin? Like, what if the sun comes in?
I think it's like a stylized thing. Well, the sun doesn't hurt him.
We'll get to that.
Yeah. But then the sarcophagus opens, and like Dracula's like laughing and stuff, and the brides grab him.
Yeah.
So like that made more sense, but like when you watch it in the movie, you're like, I'm not sure what happened there.
Right.
Yeah.
It just
kind of reminds me of in The Exorcist, that scene where she like crawls down the stairs.
Oh, the spider walk?
Or even like the head turning scene and like how the scenes just end afterwards. It's like, did they turn her head back? Or like, were they just sitting there being like, honey, you okay? You done vomiting blood? Like they just cut away because they didn't know how to end the scene.
They're just like, because it's supposed to be shocking, you know what I mean? And I guess, I mean, less so here as far as The Exorcist goes, but yeah.
Yeah. So I'm glad I now know what the fuck happened in that scene, how it was supposed to be.
Yeah, it's fine.
We get an awesome montage of the Demeter coming to England. This is Anthony Hopkins' second character as the captain of the Demeter. We never see him.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, we never see him, but he's the voice of it.
He does the voiceover, yeah.
Because remember, Dracula, the book, is a series of journals and writings that are being arranged by the hunting party to like track like where Dracula's terror started and where he could possibly go. So it's like at some point in the book, like, all right, we have to get all our diaries together and make a timeline. And the book you're reading is the timeline that they made.
It's like a fucking tabletop RPG, man.
Yes. So it's like this character's reading this section of the story. This character's reading that section. And this movie kind of does that with them narrating like their different perspectives.
Right.
So Anthony Hopkins is the voice of the Demeter captain. He's talking about how like there's a lot of people like being eaten on the boat. That's a little messed up.
Whatever. I'm just driving the ship.
Yes, and he's turning into his wolf form during this whole time in the ambiotic fluid. It's real creepy.
Oh yeah, he's all like wet and gross in his little box. Yeah.
Yeah. So while that's happening, the girls, they see creepy eyes in the sky and they're scared.
Yeah.
But then they're frolicking in the rain. Then they make out.
They're 20-year-olds.
You're right. I made out with a lot of my friends when I was 20.
Well, you didn't.
Huh?
I said, well, you didn't.
No, I did.
I'm sure. Oh, you did.
Oh, I did.
Okay, there you go.
I was like, hey, what's up, bro? And they're like, yeah, man, what's up?
You're a hot dude. I'm a hot dude.
It's 2010. We're singing that G6 song. Let's make out. And I'm like, yeah. It's 2010. I'm going to make out. I'm 20. Woo.
I've heard, I read that it was because they were hypnoptized by Dracula, but it's like, all right.
His hypnotism has a far range, doesn't it?
He's just like, I want you to fuck now. Or kiss. Look, I'm masturbating in my box. Can you kiss in the hedge maze?
So he must have eaten enough people that he can, like, transform. So he's turning into the wolf.
Maybe he's stronger now.
Yes.
Maybe that's the thing.
So he turns into the wolf.
Yeah.
And there was a deleted scene with a Texas switch.
Oh God, he's wearing a Technicolor dream coat.
Yeah. So the Texas switch is when an actor or a stuntman goes behind something and the actual actor comes out, or vice versa. We talked about it a little bit in the Mummy review. So in the deleted scene, it's Dracula. He kills someone spots him, and he's like mid-wolf. He's wearing his gold robe that he wears later.
He's like mid-back, kind of. Like
he's like,
he's like, I don't know. Why does he do that, though?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Finish.
And then he walks behind the wall, and then it's the same robe, but with the wolf mask. Like, and like, that looks stupid.
Dude, he grabs this guy, and this explosion of blood comes out of the thing. It's pretty cool.
Oh, no, that's when he gets to the dock in the deleted scene. So they get to the dock.
Yeah.
And you see like a wolf shadow fly past. And that's how it is in the theatrical cut. In the deleted scene, you see the wolf shadow pass, and these guys are on the dock going like, what was that? And then the wolf man picks him up. But he doesn't like bite him. He just slams him and blood shoots out. You're like, what the fuck was that? And while this is happening, a wolf does escape from the zoo.
It does, yeah.
Just walks right through the bars.
Sure does.
In the book, I think it's implied Dracula let him out to kind of be like a red herring for his killing spree.
Red herring for his killing spree, and also like semi-protector as well.
Yes, because he does have command over like animals and stuff.
Sure, and the weather too.
Huh?
And the weather.
And the weather, he turned into mist and whatnot. But I think like the wolf escaping from the zoo specifically is to be like, oh, there was another killing, must have been the wolf.
Yeah.
Serves a different purpose in this film. So he escapes, and then he hypnotizes Lucy, she can't even like sleep without being sexy. She's wearing like a fucking tight ass corset.
Her fucking breast is out all the time. Whenever the Dracula comes around, that titty is always hanging out.
And she's got like the red scarf. I'm like, I can't be comfortable to sleep in. A tight ass corset and a like weird scarf. Like, what are you doing, lady?
That material's got to be itchy, right? Like on your body. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Dracula is...
he's wolf dorking her on the fucking bench out there, man.
He is seducing her, and then
seducing her.
Yes, Mina spots them.
He's banging her.
Yeah,
and he's biting her.
Mina spots them, and I love this part. He has like predator vision. I can see all of her veins.
And, it's like, boom, 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 boom.
And there's this part's awesome when he's like, "No, do not see me." For like a split second, his old face pops, like his living face pops up when he was like the warrior. He's like, "Do not see me." It's like regular face, back to the monster face. So he's able to erase her memory of that.
Which is kind of neat.
Which he can do. Because in the book, when they find him with Mina, he says, like, she has no record of it in her diary, but he's just like, oh, yeah, I've done this before to you. And it's like, oh, that's just a thing that can happen, I guess.
There's a lot of underlying tones there.
Yeah. So it's so unsettling when Lucy's just like, I don't know what happened. I'm sad. And they're taking her up she's taking her up the stairs, but then the camera zooms out and Dracula's just there. And he's like if they had just turned, he would have just been there.
Man, so it's like it's storming and lightning out. Yeah. And when that lightning cracks that first time, and you see the wolf face, it is fucking terrifying.
Yes.
Anyway.
It's really
he's like Sasquatch wolf.
So the next day, the boxes are unloaded at Carfax Abbey. Mm-hmm. Now in the book,
Carfax.
Yeah. Show me the Carfax.
Yes, get it?
So they mentioned he was buying 10 properties. And in the book, he has the boxes go to different properties. But for convenience sake, this movie, they only made it to the one property.
Yeah.
Someone made an error. And I assume whenever we don't see Dracula, he's at like the dock.
The other one's like, hey, where are my boxes?
No, he's at the dock and he's like, you sons of bitches, we're supposed to deliver to this. I want a man out there right now. I'm being very upset. Now, if you don't mind, I got to turn into green mist.
Well, see ya.
Guy's very
he doesn't
upset.
turn into a bat in this movie.
Huh?
He doesn't turn into a bat in this movie.
Yeah, he does.
Well, you know what I mean.
But by that logic, he doesn't turn into a wolf. Turns into a wolf
This
man.
is true, yeah.
Which I like.
Batman, Wolfman.
Which I like, which there's action figures
Oh,
of
look at
here.
them,
I
yeah.
unboxed these a long time ago.
Yeah, they're really cool.
So yeah, we find out that vampires, like any other night creature, this is, by the way, this is being narrated by Van Helsing, who we haven't met yet.
Yes, the vampire is
Yes.
whatever.
So this is in the book. He can move around in the daytime.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have all his powers.
Right.
It's better for him to sleep during the daytime, but if he wants, he can. He'll have some power, but he's not going to be able to like whip up a storm or anything like
No, I mean, he still has all of his like suave, like
No.
hypnotizing powers for sure. And he can still command animals as well.
that. Yes.
But he's definitely in a weakened state.
Yes.
Yeah.
But now he's young and sexy, and he explodes out of his box.
He explodes out of his box, you know.
And
I'm
then
on the prowl for Winona Ryder.
we see him wandering the streets of London, and this is shot on an old-timey hand crank camera.
That was that was specifically a camera out of Coppola's collection that like shot like old silent films like
Yeah.
Buster Keaton shit and Charlie Chaplin stuff.
Yeah, and it works really, really well. It's a
It's
good way to
so
establish,
cool.
because this movie, because like I said, making it like the
Early
1900s, they want to establish like what the world was at that. So in the book, it's just them writing their diaries and stuff.
Sure.
But this movie includes the phonograph,
Yeah.
the little Morse code typewriters, shit like that.
Which
the
was
book
all like,
does have a typewriter,
which was
but
all
yeah.
like cutting edge for the time.
Yes.
So that was
so
like,
and he wanted to incorporate what you call it, like the technology with like film and stuff at this point.
I love the idea of Dracula walking around and be like, I invented that. You know? Like, oh, look, they're using my inventions. Or they modified my old thing and made that. Great.
So yeah, he's walking around, he sees Mina, and he's like,
See me like this because I'm handsome now.
I'm not the scary wolf man.
I'm not the wolf man having sex with your friend, raping and biting your friend.
See me. I also love when he buys the paper, and the paper in the reflection is just hovering.
Now, I thought that was CG.
No,
It's like dudes have the strings
Yeah.
and the paper and it's awesome.
it's
so
easy to
cool.
cover up because it's in a reflection.
I know,
so-
but it's really neat. Like
Yeah.
it's super effective.
I also love when she drops something and the camera pans down, his hand is already there to
Yeah.
catch it, and then it pans up and it's already back
Yeah,
up.
it's very
so
cool.
yeah, he's got weird shit like that. So he's trying to be like, oh, I'm just a humble foreigner in your land, and I want to know where the cinemonogram is.
Where's movie place?
Yes.
It's not called movie yet.
And she's like
Motion
real mean
picture.
to him. She's like, buy a street map. Oh, you want culture? Go to a fucking museum. Leave me alone.
Do you know any good?
I'm married. I'm lying, but I'm married.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not know you were married. And then Winona Ryder's like, well, not really. Sorry I offended you. Wait, you're a prince?
Yeah.
Yes,
Does a
Prince
total
Vlad
fucking
Dracula.
180
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Jonathan. Well, while Jonathan's away, the cat will play.
So yeah, this is when the movie really starts to veer off the path of the book, when the love stuff starts between them two.
I think it's fine. It's a fine addition, though, and I think it's written pretty well.
Because like in the book, they do not have scenes together. Well, apparently Dracula was seeing her, but we don't know in what context.
Right.
But until like everyone else walks in on them, like him, like feeding her and
Yeah.
whatnot, they don't really have any
they have
stuff together.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned to me that like in the book,
Yeah.
Dracula just kind of takes them by happenstance, right? Like Lucy. And
Yeah, I think
them.
Lucy's just
It's just like, oh, that's a victim.
because like I guess because it was close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's that weird thing too, where he's like trying to establish like more vampires,
Yeah.
like his little army.
Well,
or
that could be a
whatever.
thing where like he reads Renfield's mind, and Renfield knows about Lucy.
This is
through
also
Dr.
true.
Seward and whatnot.
Yeah, I guess so.
In the book, yeah.
Yeah.
Mina's not even around for a lot of like Lucy's like sickness and whatnot, but here she's there the whole time.
But she's my best friend.
She's my best friend.
She's my best friend. It's my best rich friend that lets me stay in her giant mansion.
And speaking of Lucy, she's becoming really, really sick.
Yeah.
And Dr. Seward tells Arthur, he's like, I'm gonna call Van Helsing.
Yeah, she's crazy.
Yeah.
And
He's like, I'm going to call Van Helsing. He could specialize in this. And then Carrie Elways is just like, tell him to bring his rotating blade gauntlets and his crossbow gun.
Oh my God. You're full of holy water.
And then he's like, oh no, that's Gabriel Van Helsing. This is Dr. Abraham Van Helsing.
That's a couple years later.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. It's the London assignment, the other one happening.
So the Nickelodeon's pretty cool. Also, at some point when they were in the London streets, they go by the Lyceum Theater, which is where Bram Stoker worked.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he worked at the
didn't know
Lyceum
that.
Theater.
That's so
So
cool.
it's there. So you can imply that Bram Stoker's just one of those people, maybe.
I mean, he could be, yeah.
And he looked at a guy who looked like Gary Oldman. He's like, looks like a weird guy. Probably a vampire. Gonna write a book about it.
Joe Buchanan was there.
Joe Buchanan
with
was-
Bram Stoker, and he was like, look at that weird guy over there. Look at him. He looks like a vampire.
You're
And
currently writing a book about him.
Aren't you writing that book, Dracula?
Again.
Do you want to have sex, Bram Stoker? Because we can.
Again, if you don't get that joke, go back and watch our Frankenstein Unbound review.
Yes.
It's one of the greatest movies I've ever seen.
It's where the timeline starts.
Yeah. So yeah, the Nickelodeon's really cool. They're playing old film from that era.
It's so cool. Yeah, like the train
Which
one.
is good to know that they had just nudie films back then. It didn't take them long.
Yeah, but it's like 10 seconds, right?
Yeah.
It's like these two chicks in their underwear and they disappear. It's like that switcher thing.
Yeah.
And it's like a chick.
We see the train coming.
the train.
We see a little poster for Thomas Edison.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh wow, this is amazing. And Mina's just like, oh, this is stupid.
What do you mean? I invented this.
He should be like, hey lady, I've been in a castle for 600 years with the same three broads giving me shit all the time.
Can you shut up while I watch this film?
All the time.
Even though it's silent?
I just tried to watch my puppet shadows. And they're like, Dracula, did you feed the dog? And I'm like, yes, I fed the children of the night. Get off my back about it.
Are you playing that damn killing puppet show again?
So please, lady, let me just enjoy the moving picture show, okay?
Whoa, the train's coming at me.
Do you think Dracula told the brides? He's like, oh yeah, I'm going to settle down and I'll send for you later. Just like,
Probably, but they can read his mind too, right? Can't they see what he sees? If Mina can, they should be able
he
to.
limits what they can say.
He puts a fucking V chip on
Because
him?
he's in charge.
Yeah.
They're kind of his underlings, so.
Oh, 100%.
They don't have the same powers as him.
I would say
I don't
even
think
stronger.
I don't think he's given them the freedom.
We skipped the part where they were able to melt the crucifix off of Jonathan Harker's neck.
Right, and he wasn't.
Yeah.
But I also think he didn't want to display that much power yet. It was more important for him to crawl on the wall.
Yeah, right. And John questioned his own sanity. Yeah.
That could be a thing where he's maybe he's old because that month he was giving them all the food.
You think that's what happened to Renfield? He saw him crawling on the side of the castle and went fucking crazy. And he's like, all right, get him out of here.
He's just sending him back to London.
And nobody's going to believe him anyway. They put him in a mental hospital.
Yeah. During the Nickelodeon.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah.
Dracula kind of puts her in a trance. Also, we see the paper soldiers from the opening as special
Yes,
effect.
yeah.
And he's about to bite her and you assume make her a vampire, but he can't go through with it.
Broad daylight. Now, this is the first time that he's like, okay, you're beautiful. You look like my old bride. I bite you. But it's never he 100% hypnotizes her here. But throughout the rest of the course of this movie, he wants her to make the decision based on her own accord.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't want to trick her, rather.
Yeah.
But I'm not 100% certain that is exactly what's going on.
Well, he's also evil.
Yeah.
No, I think the movie's implying that maybe reincarnation is real.
Even so, but she knows him as deja vu. And wow, he's a handsome...
She's like, who are you? I know you.
Yeah, but he's a handsome foreign guy. You know what I mean?
That's Gary Oldman.
It's also Gary Oldman. And he has a way better accent than Keanu Reeves does.
Yeah, but I think it's just oh, I love her so much. I don't want... He says later, I don't want to condemn you to eternal death.
He says that right before he
Yeah.
does the whole, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But,
No, don't. Okay.
So his way out of it is just have the wolf show up and scare everyone.
Because as you know, all women love puppers.
They love puppers.
There you go.
Women turn off this movie in the beginning when they see the dead pupper on the crucifix.
Oh,
they were like,
no.
nope, not for me. The doggos. So they start petting the wolf.
Meet my wild dog.
Yeah, they
wolf.
pet the wolf and calm it down. And it's like at some point, a cop probably came and they were like, a wolf, bang!
It's also the thing of like they're also like touching each other's hands while they're petting the dog, and it's like, look, we're using this to like touch each other.
Dog's like, I feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, the dog's like, can we stop this now?
Yeah.
The dog, the fucking wolf, like the giant wolf.
Lucy is like falling apart.
Oh, she's got like patches of like rigor mortis and shit happening on her face.
Yeah.
She's in a bad way, big time.
And we finally get to see Van Helsing doing a lecture on like blood diseases like syphilis.
In fact, civilization and civilization have advanced together.
Syphilization and civilization.
Get it? I made a funny.
Yes. And
do you know about syphilis and the vampire bat?
Here's the thing, though. How do I know that's Van Helsing? They should accompany him by the Van Helsing theme from the Hugh Jackman movie.
Well, there you go. There's an edit waiting for you to happen.
As he's talking about like syphilis is bad.
I'm hungry.
Blood. Diseases of the blood.
I do like when they clap.
Oh yeah, the knocking.
They knock.
Yeah.
So the movie has to remind you that Harker exists. So they cut to him just being drained by the bride.
His hair is starting to turn white now at this point.
They have to like keep him alive long enough so he doesn't die, just so they can drain him again. But you have to keep him as weak as possible.
Why don't they just do that for the rest of the villages? Remember we were just saying that like, oh, he ate everybody, and it's like, just take somebody and drain them.
They're
like
giving the village a break to pop out some babies.
This is also true, but they could just have that slave that they're just draining a little bit every day.
That's what they do in True Blood. There's like what do they call them? Like their familiars or something, or
they're, I don't know. No, familiar. Is it familiar?
No,
familiars like do their bidding.
Yeah.
In the daylight.
In True Blood, they got like people that will do it for them.
Yeah, they're just like sickos.
Yeah.
They'll turn me eventually. I don't think so. But
Van Helsing shows up to the mansion right as Dracula's drinking Lucy's
smoking a
blood.
cigar like, where's Lucy?
Yeah. And Dracula's like a shadow. I like that the shadow drips blood.
Oh, it's so cool. Yeah.
So
as he goes out the fucking window and
they do a blood transfusion.
How does this?
Nothing is sterilized. And then also, I don't know if they knew about blood types back then, but I guess all this works.
Well, Eward's like, is that his name, right? Eward?
Seward.
Seward's like, he's like, oh, this is brand new process. We don't know if this is gonna work. And he's like, it's gonna work. Shut your mouth. Where's Carrie Elwes?
I love Carrie Elwes shows up.
He's like, are you mad?
He's like, I'll give my last blood drop for her. And he's like, your last drop, huh? We don't need that. Not yet.
No, he's like, good. You can stick around. You can stay here. Sit down. Take off your coat.
So in the novel, Van Helsing's really trying to investigate what happened to Lucy. Like he doesn't know.
Sure.
And he's like throughout the thing, he's definitely doing his own investigation separate from like Seward and whatnot.
Yeah.
And like it isn't until like way later, like after Lucy's dead, he's like, okay, so here's what I think happened. I think she's a vampire and you're gonna have to go with me. And he does a lot of convincing. This movie, it's literally this scene, and then the next scene, he's like, yeah, there's probably like magic and monsters going on.
Yeah, she's a vampire. You're a man of science.
Yeah.
Mr. Seward.
I don't know if he says vampire yet, but he jumps to the whole like, oh yeah, what we're doing is something unnatural. There's a monster out there.
He sees the neck and he goes, Nosferatu, to himself. And I'm like,
has he had any confirmation that these things exist other than reading that book?
Well, he says in a throwaway scene where like in a little while.
Yeah.
Dracula conjures a storm and it blows all the candles out, and he's like, yeah, that's right, he's a vampire. I've been talking about this for years.
He's like, I've hunted all my life. I was like, you have? Even when you went to school to be the blood doctor?
Maybe that's why.
Maybe that's why.
Yeah, he's like, the blood, the sanguination, the vampire bat that bites things, syphilis.
Yes. So this movie really speeds that part up.
Yeah.
Like, and I love how he disappears and reappears at one point.
What is that about? Magic Ninja Van Helsing?
Yeah, he's a big fan of Twisted, I guess.
Didn't see that coming, did you? Now you listen to me. You know that the vampire is real because I
waited for you to look away and then I ran behind a thing.
I disappeared, reappeared. I was magic.
I'm like Batman. I'm like, who's Batman? I'm like, oh, he'll be made in like 30, 40 years.
We're going to encounter one in about 30 minutes.
Yeah. Let me see. Dracula and Mina fall more in love. They're at the weird restaurant with the people dancing outside the window, which I'm going to call back to.
Like, again, like, it's just him hypnotizing her.
Yeah.
Is this the absinthe scene?
Yes.
Okay.
Absinthe, the green fairy.
Can I fucking debunk that real quick?
Okay.
Okay. Absinthe is not hallucinogenic.
Okay.
There it is. And if I'm not mistaken, the component that was supposed to be hallucinogenic is thujone or thuhone, whatever it's called, which is in wormwood, but it's also in oregano. And I want to ask you a question. How many times of eating your grandmother's sauce and spaghetti sauce, how many bowls of that did it take you to get fucked up?
My Italian grandmother?
Yeah.
Okay, well, she died before I was born, so 0.
Well, I'm sure your father makes your grandmother's sauce.
Probably.
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay, still 0.
What do you mean 0?
I never got fucked up from oregano.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know how many? Yeah, I was gonna say you're not tripping balls off.
It's just you threw me off with the grandmother thing.
Well, sorry,
I never even met my Italian grandmother.
Well, I still call it my grandmother's sauce, even though she's not around because it's her recipe. Anyway.
You know what? My good friend Trisha from Trisha's Italy brings up all the time. Fucking Italians don't say gravy. Where did that start?
We did.
Really?
And I caught myself like 3 times because I was gonna say, yeah, my grandmother's gravy.
Is it just American Italians?
The way, look. My grandmother and my grandfather used to say gravy and like pass it down to my aunts and uncles.
Italy?
Yeah. My grandfather was from Naples and my grandmother was from Sicily.
Yeah, no, my dad never said gravy. No one in my family ever said gravy. And they're from Italy. They're off the boat.
From what I understand, that was the American terminology that they came across for sauce.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like the translation from this to this, like ragu is the sauce, isn't it, in Italian? Or am I crazy?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. No, I've never
met... And they're like, great gravy? And they're like, oh, yeah, gravy.
Also, absinthe, when I learned from the commentary, it's like the reason it was banned was because it was too big of a competitor for like wine and shit.
Oh, no, but that's why it was banned. But they said like, oh, it's hallucinogenic and it's, you know, it's
same thing happened to weed.
It's saying exactly.
Like, oh, no, it's bad for you. It's like, well, so is this other thing. It's like, well, it's more bad for you.
And now I feel like people seek out absinthe and it's like, if you're seeking out absinthe, you really got to like licorice, man, or else you're not going to like it.
It's like like whatever it did 100 years ago, it probably isn't going to do the same. It's like you're not drinking Coca-Cola with cocaine.
This is also true, but I've had like French ones that are based on the exact same recipes, like from them. And it's good. I mean, it's delicious to drink, but it doesn't make you trip balls. It gets you drunk as shit, like if you have too much, but you shouldn't even... Anyway, I know people that take shots of fucking
You shouldn't
absinthe.
drink because it makes Jesus cry.
That's right. You'll turn into Dracula.
You'll turn into a Dracula.
Yeah. If you drink too much absinthe.
So yeah, he's talking about his country, and it's like, oh, it's a beautiful land, the land beyond the pines or whatever.
She's falling asleep. Yeah.
She's like, what about the princess? And he's like, oh, she died.
Wait a second.
And the whole time, the shadows are just people dancing outside the window.
But like,
it's like, wow, that's a really quiet room.
Foreshadowing.
And then he turns her tears into diamonds.
That's a cool scene. I actually really like that.
But this is where like the Keanu thing happens. She's not just like, what the fuck?
Oh,
did you just have those diamonds on you? Where'd the fucking diamonds come from?
I'm not going to question it. Are we rich yet? I want to marry you and be rich so I can compare with your rich friend.
So yeah, that I think he takes her home in front of the miniature house.
So awesome.
Yes, and then while that's happening,
that's all forced perspective.
Yeah, that is. And then while that's happening, the brides just have that night off, and Harker's able to escape.
Yeah, I guess.
They cut out like earlier in the movie. He found all of Dracula's like gold in the one area.
Yeah, the doubloons.
And in the extended cut, he goes to a nunnery. Or a
nunnery? Like, do they make nuns there?
It's like in Hamlet. Get thee to a nunnery.
Get thee to a nunnery
so
quickly.
He goes
very
to the
close
convent.
to the castle, by the way.
Yes. He goes to the convent and gives them like the gold to let him in.
We shall build a nunnery. No, sorry.
But we watched the extended version of what his original escape was.
Oh my god!
So while Dracula's dancing with Mina, fucking Jonathan, the brides are chasing him down the stairs. He's got 2 sticks and he makes a cross and goes, ugh!
He's got 2 giant spiked pikes.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh!
He's like, and then he runs out the front door. I'm like, that was his original escape?
It's not even locked. You know what I mean? He just runs out the door and the brides are like, dang. We're going to go attack Van Helsing later, but we'll just let him run out and see you later.
So I'm glad they changed it, because that part's stupid.
Because it's really dumb.
So the nuns write a letter to Mina. They're like, your husband's alive.
I love this.
Yeah.
Because they're just like, hello, Mrs. Mina. By the way, Jonathan Harker came to us and he wants you to come to Budapest and marry him immediately. And she's like, yes. Oh, wait a second. But what about Prince Vlad?
Oh, my prince.
Oh, my prince.
Jonathan must never know.
What he won't know or what he doesn't know won't hurt him.
But Lucy is turning more into a vampire.
She sure is. She's got the fucking holes in her neck.
She got the fangs coming out the top of her mouth.
Why do Gary Oldman's and the brides come out of their actual canines, and why is their teeth above their actual teeth?
Because they're still growing. I guess it will replace.
They're gonna push them out.
Yes,
but that doesn't make any sense because they're like above her two front teeth.
Magic.
Whatever. I mean, I just thought that was silly. Like people who are turned, I guess that happens to.
Yeah. Well,
whatever.
Remember, she's still like transitioning into being a vampire.
Whatever.
But yeah, she puts the garlic around. They put garlic around her, and she does not like that.
Oh, she can't breathe, which I liked.
Yeah. Yeah. And
instead of it like burning her or anything, it's like making her have like an asthma attack.
Yeah. And she tries to kill Quincy.
Oh yeah. Quincy almost gets his ass handed to him like 3 times.
Yeah, but she shouldn't.
Well,
because the power of God is on his side. God bless America.
She's like, come here, my big Texan, and get between my legs.
And he's like, well, all right, then I'll kiss you, maybe. Anyway, she tries to bite him, and Van Helsing's like, vampire!
Yeah. So they're still trying to like calm her down. So
we failed to mention that like she's getting married to Carrie Elwes like the next day.
Yes.
And she's got this big stupid like Dilophosaurus bride bridal dress, wedding dress on.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Did Van Helsing bring the vampire book with him just in cases, or did he just go to a library and get a book on vampires?
I mean, I feel like somebody as learned as him has access to like the libraries and shit there. So maybe there's tomes
so the Book of Vampires has an entry on Dracula?
I wrote it. Van Helsing.
Dracula wrote it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And they have that picture of Vlad Tepes that you've seen in other things.
Yeah. Which I guess if Dracula's bored, like that's what he did, right? He like wrote his own biography.
Yeah, probably.
And he's like, the vampire, but I won't tell you how to kill them.
You can't kill them. Don't even
They're
try.
impossible to kill.
Even if you think of killing them, you'll die.
You missed. Dog, I turn into a wolf.
So I never noticed this before today.
Yes.
We see the picture of Vlad sitting next to all the people impaled.
Yeah.
Cross dissolves to him at the table.
Yeah.
Did you notice the shadows behind him?
I did not.
The shadows that are usually people dancing are the impaled people.
Oh.
But when he gets the letter about Mina dumping him, they suddenly get up and start dancing.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
But at first, they're like impaled. They have like sticks, and then they like come to life, and it's just like, oh, that is like creepy. I didn't know about that.
Are we getting to that right now? Where he gets the letter?
Yes.
Mina dumps him, and he's like, "Oh, sad boy." But like,
that face,
dude, he's like half transformed, and I finally just put it together in my head because I was like, he fucking looks like something. Yeah. I know he looks like something. He looks like in Sleepwalkers.
Oh, the cat people.
Yeah, when the kid is dying, the guy from Charm, he's like, "Oh, my face is so hot." Like when he's on the couch, that's what his fucking face looks like when he's like, "Ah!" Like when he's in the candles and he's crying and shit. Isn't he crying blood?
I always think he's crying blood, but it looks like purple.
Whatever.
Anyway,
bat juice.
Vins.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Vins.
And then this was what you were talking about, Van Helsing like screaming.
And then the Dracula, the vampire, is here's the book of the vampires. Oh, he blew the fucking candles out. Now I can't see what I'm doing, but it was a vampire.
And he's excited.
Oh yeah.
He's not horrified.
He's like, it's finally happening.
He's like, yay!
I'm gonna go trick these idiots into coming with me to kill a vampire.
If my parents were still alive, I'd give them I told you so. So he's all like, yeah, Lucy's the daughter of the devil, and he's dry humping Quincy.
Oh my yes! Like, when he grabs Quincy by the waist, and he's like, yes, we're going to kill your whore of a whatever friend or whatever.
And then he's like, okay, anyway, I gotta eat first. Goodbye.
Oh yeah, he's like, I hunger.
Lucy, Dracula's pissed now.
Oh yeah,
and he's got to take it out on someone.
Yeah.
So he like murders Lucy to death. He does the whole like, I condemn you to a living death. and you need to feed on blood.
Yeah, but was that not the original plan to turn her into a vampire?
It was. I think he sped it up.
Oh, he was just like, fuck you.
Because he was angry.
This is the first time Quincy should have died. Because he goes wolf form, kills like 4 guards.
That's true.
And then like Quincy like goes to shoot him, and he like just, I don't know, parlays over him. And he's like, oh my God,
well, I think it was like,
man.
I think in the book, Quincy like shot at a giant bat while they were having a meeting.
Is that what it was?
So it might have been a reference to that, because Quincy makes it to, I mean, I think he does die in the book. I literally just read it.
He does.
Yes.
I know for a fact that he delivers the killing blow.
Yes, he does. So I don't think he should have died then. I don't think he should have died at all because he's American.
He gave his life.
He should have just shot off fireworks.
Fuck yeah, America!
He really should have had a motorcycle. So yeah, she gets murdered to death. A wolf, he like turns into an actual wolf, which is the only time he does it. This is a tribute to Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, with the room just exploding into blood.
And that looks awesome.
Yeah. Doesn't make any sense in the context of the movie, but...
Right, but it's a cool visual. And like when the wolf comes up and like bites her, it bites her like a vampire.
Yeah.
Instead of just like ripping her throat out.
Yeah.
Which I thought was kind of weird.
I like that.
Anyway,
I like that.
it's still cool.
So then we get to the funeral, where she's in a glass coffin, like Snow White.
Like Snow White, yeah.
And everyone's really sad, and Van Helsing's just like, I need you to get my utensils.
I love this.
And he's just like, we're going to do an autopsy, and he goes, oh no, I just want to take off her head and cut out her heart.
I just want to cut off her head and take out her heart. Seward, come here. Can you get the post-mortem stuff for me, please?
In the book, they also put garlic in her mouth. Just to make sure.
I love that part of the lore. Where you stick like a whole fucking bulb in their mouth and then cut their head off. I don't know. It's just a cool visual.
Keanu finally comes back to London, and in a movie full of great special effects, his white hair looks awful.
Oh man,
it's like they just fucking threw some powder on it.
Again, it's also that thing of like, do we do it like that? Even though we have like these really badass special effects for Dracula, do we do his hair in like an old style way?
Like, just give him a wig. No, because they're using latex makeup effects.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. But like, I don't know, just not make his hair gray.
Yeah, I know they want to
need it.
Yeah, because it's distracting the rest of the movie.
Yeah. Well, they get married.
Yeah, they were married.
Yeah,
while Lucy was dying,
and they take the blood of Christ through a veil. She drinks the wine through a veil.
Yes.
How I don't know.
But then the same night he comes home and sees Dracula is young. The men are
there. He is. He's the man.
Young.
He's young.
Yeah, I love in the book he does that. He's like, "Oh my God, it's him." And Mina's like, "I don't know what he was talking about. I saw a guy who was staring at a lady, and Jonathan was upset."
My prince.
So while this is happening, the men go to Lucy's grave or tomb.
I'm surprised she doesn't have one of her tits out in the grave because it's always out.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So they go to the tomb and she's missing.
Oh, that's such a great.
Yeah. And this was in the original movie, and they speed it up a little bit, because in the book, it's like the lady in white is going around just murdering children. Because I guess that's easier for a younger vampire to get.
Also kind of cool. And I didn't know until I watched like the special feature thing that like the whole scene of her coming down the stairs with the kid was all shot backwards.
A lot of her stuff is shot in reverse.
And it's really cool. That's how they make the candles ignite.
Yes.
Because it's all reverse photography.
Yes.
Very cool.
And I love when she's coming down, you think she's going to eat the kid, they interrupt her, she just drops the kid.
Oh, this kid fucking smacks the ground and just starts crying.
And she's like trying to seduce them. She's like, "Come to me, Arthur. I'm your wife. Come to me."
Carrie's having it, dude. He's like, "Okay."
Yeah. And then Van Helsing does his exorcism. It's so cool when she's walking
out of price compels
when she's walking backwards into the coffin and then like goes to sleep and then vomits up all the blood.
Spits it right in his face. I don't know why she doesn't try to kill them though.
I guess she's not strong enough yet. She's still a young vampire.
She needed to feed.
The crucifix is a little too strong for
her. She's only like what, 15 hours of vampire.
They buried her in the wedding dress. Well, that was a little mean.
She sure did.
Well, they spent all the money on the dress.
Yeah, right?
I'm sure Lucy would have loved it. Let's bury her in it.
In a glass coffin inside a giant sarcophagus.
So they do what they said they were going to do. They stake her heart and they cut off her fucking head.
Sure do. Carrie Owens is like, oh!
And then it's so weird. So it cuts them at the dinner table, and it's one of the few times they do this. They were like, they're eating, they're talking to Van Helsing. They're like, did Lucy suffer when she died? And it just cuts to a video of all the men sitting there with the head on the coffin. And then it cuts back, but there's no music or anything. It's just like he's thinking about it. So you're seeing it. And you're like, That was one of the first times I saw an edit like that. We're like, that's horrifying.
Yeah, it's also she's like, well, what's? She's like, oh, she's at peace.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, cut the head off. I took out the heart. She's at peace.
Yes, it was extremely painful. And then we cut off our head.
And he's like, Mr. Van Helsing. By the way, I wish I was in this pub eating that roast beef with Van Helsing because it looks amazing.
It does look
it looks
pretty good.
super cozy. I want to drink. He fucking shotguns a whole stout.
Yeah.
He's like, what did you think?
Oh,
Mr.
and I love when
Harker?
he's just like, when he's talking to, they made Van Helsing a real creep in this.
Oh my God, he is.
Yeah.
Dancing with, touching
Yeah, he like
women and
dances
stuff.
with
Yeah.
Mina. Like that is a line that he says to her in the book, but like he doesn't really dance and be all creepy with her.
Yeah.
Only 2 dance scenes I know of in this movie. That's a setup for another thing.
He sniffs her too, by the way.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, you smell so young and fresh.
He did just play Hannibal Lecter.
Oh,
so
this is true.
I'm pretty sure that was like, hey, can you do a little?
Come on, you remember that thing you did?
So I love when he's talking to Harker. He's like, so when during your infidelity with the brides, and Harker's like, dude, like what? That wasn't. That's not even remotely what happened.
Did you drink those concubines' blood or
like,
what?
no.
He's like, no.
Yeah, but he talks about how they have
3.
But he talks about how they have to hunt now.
Yeah.
And Harker's just like, oh yeah, I know where he sleeps. I sold him the place. It's Carfax Abbey. At some point, Harker should be like, hey, Mina, do I still have a job? I've been gone for a while.
Has anybody called for me or anything? Well,
Yeah.
no. Well, he's also sent letters to the job as well.
Although his boss should have sent a letter back. Be like, what the fuck? You can't have a month off.
We've been paying your bills. Well, they've been like sending the paycheck to his house, or like a sack full of coins, or however they did that.
So they're all on board with the killing.
Yeah.
We never get to see like a scene of all of them together coming up with the plan.
No.
Which we get in the book. And this one, it's kind of just like, hey, we're all going to kill Harker and Mina. This is the plan. You guys in? Cool.
Well, he recruits them individually.
Yeah.
The night prior, when they kill Lucy, all the rest of the crew are there.
Yeah.
I also love how, again, I mentioned RPG before. I love how they all have their unique weapons.
Yeah.
Like Quincy has like a specific giant Bowie knife with like the rhino hilt, and like Carrie Ellis has like these twin pistols and shit.
But yeah, they go and they start exercising Carfax Abbey.
Which is really cool.
Yeah, they're like desecrating his dirt, and they're like christening his.
Yeah, they're like busting up the boxes that are full of the earth, and they're
he's a giant Batman.
He sure is.
He would end up being in a Batman movie, but right now he's a literal Batman.
I'm a commissioner. Why isn't he in one of the boxes? He's literally hanging as a bat monster from one of the belfries.
He was probably just hanging out like, all right, I'm gonna flap my wings.
He wasn't
later.
hungry?
Who's down there? What's going on down there?
Hey, stop busting up my boxes!
What is on my boxes?
Why the fuck didn't he kill all these guys?
So, like, Renfield tells Mina, he's like, hey, the master, you got to get out of here.
Oh,
like, this is not a good place to be.
Yeah, because Seward like brings her to safety to the mental institution, and he's like, oh, you the beautiful woman.
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna get eternal life, and I'm not. The master commands it.
And he's like, you need to get away from here. The master's gonna kill you. And then he screams at the master. He's like, you promised me eternal life.
Fucking Dracula picks him up as Mist and just smashes him against this wrought iron door.
Yeah, his head gets caught in it and it breaks. They deleted the scene where they try to drain his brain.
Oh, yeah.
Because he kind of just repeats what he already said.
Well, yeah, and then like post-mortem, he's like squished between the bars.
Yeah.
And Drax like, you betrayed me, Renfield.
But yeah, he goes in, he tries to seduce Mina, and he confesses who he is to her. He's like,
bitch, you didn't know?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
He's like, look, I gotta tell you.
I killed Lucy.
He's like, I am the man they call Dracula. I love how she like interrupts it. He's like, hear me. And then he goes right back into his thing. So she goes from like hating him to beating him up. And then she's like, I love you.
Why? Again, like he's like, no, you must love me from your own free will. Yeah. But then he's like, I'll put a little stink on it.
Not too much free will.
Yeah. Just enough.
She decides she's into it.
Oh, she's in it to win it.
Yeah.
He like cuts his fucking chest open, and
which he does do.
Yeah.
In the book, he does like slice open his chest,
and she's just drinking him up.
Yeah, and he's like,
at
first he's just like, no, I can't.
Oh yeah,
I don't want to do this.
No,
to you.
stop. Okay, no.
And she's like, take me away from all this death. But
That's a good line.
I love when the guys break in and she's just like hovering in the air. like still sucking the blood, but then he shows up like the bat.
Oh, it's so good.
I love the fucking bat. The bat is so cool.
How did you not think this happens? This is gonna happen in something else that we're gonna talk about. But like, how did you not think that the monster wouldn't get in the open fucking window? He's a bat, and a wolf, and mist, and whatever.
I think she opened the window, like as a trance. Yeah.
Anyway, he has to be invited. Anyway.
But yeah, he well,
does he? I thought so. No,
maybe
in the book.
Maybe Renfield invited them in.
Come in, master. Throw me against the wall, master. I like it.
So he's a bat now.
Yeah.
And they come in.
Oh, man. And he's talking as the bat?
Yeah, he's talking as the bat. He does this whole, like, I who commanded armies line. I like when he stomps his foot and the cross just lights on fire.
Oh, man. It's so good.
Yeah, but he, like, lets them know. And this happens in the book where he's like, nah, she's mine now.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
She's my bride now.
Yeah, she is now my... In the book, I think he does it to spite because they killed Lucy.
Yeah.
But yeah, and this is like, nope, she's my bride now. And I love when he, like, goes into the
the shadows?
and then turns into
Get a light on him. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Okay, there's only one other thing that I've seen that does that just as well.
Yeah.
And it's the scene in the gate.
Okay.
Where the
monster falls?
Well, yeah, he's like a carpenter or a plumber or like a construction guy.
Okay.
He fucking falls and then he just scatters out and it's all like the demon minions.
Yeah, that seems awesome.
It's really cool.
But yeah, I like how the rats are arranged like bat wings.
It's so cool.
And then they fall and they run out, which is awesome.
They wait till they're all gone and then they're like, step on them.
It is a mad dash to get Dracula. But
Yes. Back to the homeland.
Yes, he is on his way to his homeland. They are in hot pursuit, but there's a problem. He can read Mina's mind.
Yes, now they're telepathically linked because she's now technically vampire.
And it's like it's represented as her laying there, and you see like a superimposed Dracula over her.
It's kind of cool.
It is cool.
Yeah.
So their whole plan is like, look, we have to split up. Van Helsing's going to take her directly to the castle. The most direct way, because Dracula's not going to take the most direct way.
No,
if we split up, we can figure out where he's going, and he won't be able to read our minds. So that's like the whole plan right there.
Except the fact that they've been talking in front of Mina the entire time. So she's like, got it. I'm going to tell Dracula now with my mind. And Jack is like, okay, we're going to go a different way now. Because he's going by boat, and he's like, if we take the train, and then we go here, and then we go here, we'll hit him off at his castle.
Yeah.
And they're like, shit, he foiled our plan. He knew we were coming.
And they don't mention
He's reading a mind. He's reading a mind, Tony.
Yeah, they don't mention this, but Dracula can't, like, travel over water. That's why he needs to be on a boat and stuff. Like, he can't, like, his power doesn't work on running water.
Go over
running water, yeah.
Right.
It's like a thing.
But I guess the ocean is like the biggest source of running water now.
I guess he could be on a boat. He just can't like fly.
He's got his sea legs,
anything.
right? Yeah. He just can't go over like a crick.
Like he can't like fly over it for whatever reason.
What if he's in a train over a bridge?
No, I'm saying he could be in a vehicle. He just can't like magically fly.
So then why does he take the boat? Why does he take the long way if he's got to get back to home? Why does he take the train? It's a more direct route. That's why the guys take the train.
Because they would expect him to take the most direct route and follow him. So that's why he's taking this convoluted route to throw them off.
I still think that Dracula gave them a bunch of time to catch up. But that's just me. Like, he was like, let's see what happens.
Well,
maybe.
His plans fell apart. He had to improvise.
He's also like, I'm ready to die anyway, kind of.
So they get to Dracula's castle, Mina and Van Helsing. And while they're there, she's like, starts getting more vampy. And I think the brides are kind of helping. She like puts what's-his-face into a trance.
Van Helsing, yeah.
Yeah.
With her boobs.
Yes. He starts like making out with her.
I don't even think he put her in a trance. She put him in a trance.
He's just horny.
He's just like, wow, those are some boobs. Yeah, I like that. I've been waiting for this. Dracula and boobs and dinner.
But yeah, the brides show up because he notices that they're into it.
Yeah.
They're in on it. But
well, they're kind of into it.
Yeah. He puts like the wafer on her head and gives her the burn, which she does have that burn in the book.
She gets fucking evil-edited straight up.
Yeah. But I love he drives the brides back and then he makes a ring of fire. But I'm like, it's snow. What is he lighting on fire?
The holy oil.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
So out of anger, they just fucking eat the horse.
They kill the horse. Well, they kill the horse so they can't get to the castle.
Right. Well, no, they make it to the castle. They're camped outside the castle.
I know, but they kill the horses. so that they can't. Oh wait, are they?
Yeah, they're right outside the castle.
Oh,
they just kill the horses
just because they're dicks.
Yeah.
It's a lot of blood.
By the way, so this next scene of Van Helsing killing the brides is cooler than the entire Van Helsing movie. He just walks in with the fucking Bowie knife that was lent to him, I guess.
What the hell is it called? It's called like a Turca knife or some shit.
Yeah. But I love how you don't even see the one get killed. You just see the shadow. But then the other ones, because they're resting, they're like reacting, but they can't wake up
But they're
right
asleep.
away.
Yeah.
Why not? You know this guy's out there. You know he wants to kill you. Why not find a more secret place to sleep?
Did he like watch them go to bed? Like,
I don't know.
Yes, they're in the castle right there.
He just walked around during the daytime.
And he's like, here's the knife. I'm just gonna go chop their fucking heads off. And I love when he's like the fucking headless horseman, dude. He takes the three heads and chucks them into the river.
Dracula just didn't leave some gypsies behind as a guard.
They're there.
They're there to pick him up.
The Winky guards are definitely there for sure.
The what?
The Winky guards.
It's the Winky guards.
The Winky guards from Wizard of Oz. They protect the witch. They look like the fucking Winky with the hats and everything. Oh, we love Dracula. Dracula.
So they managed to work in a fun chase and shootout into this movie. And credit to them, because
it's really good.
This whole movie is shot on a soundstage.
Yeah.
So that means they had to do a lot of like running in the same area over and over again.
I haven't, not me personally, I haven't seen a soundstage like that since like Legend.
Imagine how Legend would have looked if it didn't blow up.
Well, this is also true, but like, that's all soundstage, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, incredible stuff.
It's the entire movie soundstage.
Yeah.
So this shootout is fun. It's exciting.
Some guy falls off a horse. They're killing the Winky guards on the
one of them gets thrown off a cliff.
Yeah, it's cool.
Dracula's got like this ticking clock thing because it's daytime, so he won't have all his power, and he's kind of drained because he's like old man Dracula, so he's like waiting in the thing. He's like, I need to get out. And then Mina, she looks at them with binoculars, but she has vampire vision, so she can zoom in.
She's a vampire now, yeah.
And also she has camera angle vision because she can switch camera angles.
She's got boom arm vision, dude.
Yeah. And then she throws blue flames into the sky.
She like Sindel screams at the sky and like these blue rings going. She looks like Minya with his fucking smoke rings like going in the sky, and she like summons a storm or like makes the sun go down.
Yeah, to make clouds go everywhere.
Yeah.
Which is pretty awesome. Then Dracula finally breaks out.
Yeah.
And right away his throat's slit.
Oh man. He bursts out and Carrie Elwes just goes and cuts his throat.
And then Quincy, who just got stabbed in the back.
Yeah.
Americans would never do that. He's just like, this is for Uncle Sam. And he stabs Dracula in the heart.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
God bless America.
I'm gonna carve my John Hancock into your fucking chest. And then Dracula's like, who is John Hancock? Ah!
These colors don't run. Oh my God, Quincy the Texan.
I'm gonna make Transylvania the 52nd state. And Dracula's like, aren't there less than 50 at this point in time? He's like, shut up. So he like stabs Dracula
right in the heart with a giant ass Bowie knife.
Yeah, Dracula's basically dying.
Yeah.
And then Mina stops them from killing him.
Where did she get that rifle from?
And she took it off one of them. Or maybe she took off one of the gypsies because they had guns too.
And they're like, she's like, got a gun pointed at him. And they're like, she's like, stay back.
Yeah.
Whatever.
They're like, no, we need to kill him. And she's like,
no.
Would you do the same to me?
And long dramatic pause from Jonathan Harker because he's thinking about what he had for lunch instead of what's going on.
And he's like, no, this is her fight now. And everyone there should be like, what the fuck are you talking about? She is mind controlled by him, and she's been betraying us.
Yeah.
Every step of the way lately.
She's a fucking vampire.
Like, can we at least go in to make sure she does it? Like, we're just gonna let her go in and just guess?
And close the door and then just walk away?
Yeah.
And then wake up dead tonight? You know what I mean?
And then poor Quincy dies.
Well, with his last breath he gave for America, he destroyed the evil of Romania.
I mean, he thinks he destroyed it, but really mean I was going to do it. But I also love...
it's 3/4 of the way there.
Yes. I also love Van Helsing going, we've all become God's madmen.
It's exactly what I wanted.
I'm so happy.
I'm so happy. Let's go eat and drink, fellas. I can't wait to write the book.
So yeah, she goes into the little chapel area, which he still had.
Well, it's the same castle.
It's the same castle, but you'd think he'd be like, get all these crosses out of here.
Well, you know, Dracula's very dramatic.
Yeah.
And he's a fool for nostalgia. You know what I mean? He really loves this stuff.
Yes. So he's laying down. He's just like, oh, why is God constantly betraying me? Oh, I'm so
Maybe
sad.
because I kill people and turn them into monsters.
Yeah.
And, kill innocent. Yeah.
And he's just like, oh, it's done. I don't know why.
They could have just took it out.
He could be like, can you just give me some of your blood? I gotta heal.
Well, again, it must be just the tip of that Bowie knife is in his heart. And he's like,
Yeah.
I'm tired of being Dracula.
You know what? I'm fucking done. I'm good. It's going to be a long time before I can get boxes of dirt to anyone else's country.
There's no more dirt up here. I'm done.
Yeah.
Without skipping a beat, Mina just takes the hilt of this knife and just shoves it all the way through, and it sparks the stone.
But she also makes out with a scary monster face.
Oh my god, she licks that fucking bat mouth. Yeah.
Yeah, then she does it, and his face turns back to normal.
Our love is stronger than death.
To handsome Gary Oldman.
Handsome Gary Oldman.
God, I love you. Thanks for saving me, ?
And then that's how the movie was supposed to end. And then they were going to go outside, and they were like, it's done. They were going to drag Quincy.
You missed a big part, though.
What part?
When George Lucas...
Well, I'm thinking, this is how the movie was originally going to end.
Correct.
I think you could have just stabbed him, and that was it.
Sure.
I don't think you needed them grabbing Quincy and walking over the cross.
No, or the hug to reunite Mina and...
Maybe a little bit to show that Mina actually does love Jonathan Harker, because now it's kind of up in the air.
Well, yeah, because you don't know if she's hypnotized or it's in earnest, but...
well, her spell is broken, by the way.
Sure. So she's like, what am I doing here in Transylvania?
Yeah, so this is that vampire rule. If you kill the main one, the other one, the underlings will stop. So her scar is healed.
She's got to eat his heart, right?
No.
Oh.
But yeah, so apparently Coppola showed this to George Lucas. And George Lucas, I guess he liked the head getting cut off scene earlier in the movie, and the other ones.
Hey, Francis?
I guess it makes sense. All the other vampires did get their heads cut off. So basically, yeah.
Francis. You know what'd be good if what if we cut his head off?
But he says that would be the greatest act of love, is to cut the head off, to make sure they would never come back as a vampire.
Who is George Lucas loving?
I don't know.
Cut his head off. That makes sense.
Yeah, definitely not his ex-wife, who was shitting on the prequels recently and the sequels.
She loves him. So just end it. Cut his fucking head off, Francis.
Well, I think Temple of Doom was made after one of his divorces, and it's like, oh, the movie where people's hearts get pulled out? Makes sense. Makes sense to me. So yeah, George Lucas suggested they cut off the head, and the head gets fucking cut off.
I'm going to do that to Django Fett. It's going to be great.
So yeah.
Mace Windu loved him.
Yeah. So then it ends with her looking at the mural on the ceiling, which is, it's Dracula and his wife, but he's wearing the red meat suit and he's flying.
I think it was a painting of him and her committing suicide together. He wished he had gone with her, maybe.
Maybe. I just thought they were flying.
Well, he could be.
But he wore his red meat suit. I thought that was pretty
He really
hilarious.
likes it, okay? Really it was custom made for him.
Really likes their red meat suit. Yeah, and it's a really bittersweet ending there. Yeah. And it's a great fucking movie.
It's so good.
It is really, really good. I mean, Keanu Reeves is a problem. Winona Ryder's not the best in it, but other than that, it's a really solid film. Gets the point of the book across. It adds what it adds doesn't take away from the original story too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it handles the source material well. There were some deleted scenes. Let me see here if there's any we didn't miss. No, we got them all.
Yeah. Yeah, you mentioned this in your Van Helsing review of how, in the beginning of that, they tried to capture, those classic monsters movies. And I think this does it in a way that's both classic but also contemporary at the same time.
Yeah. I mean, it does reference it. So when he did the whole thing, Coppola said he liked when John Carradine would do that.
Yeah.
So it does pay tribute to those older ones.
Yeah.
But again, it can't do it too much because it needs its own identity.
Sure. No,
because Dracula had been done a million times to that point.
It's called finesse.
Yeah.
And artistic interpretation.
Yes.
And it's done super well. It's like this fucking sexy gothic fairy tale. And
Yes.
I think that's what I love so much about it, is because it feels like this ethereal kind of nebulous movie and story.
Yeah.
And I think it works like super well, like especially with all like those old effects, like the techniques from the 1900s, and kind of merging that with some more contemporary stuff in terms of like storytelling and things like that, and also keeping true to the book, where there are VOs a lot, and kind of with the letters and when Mina's typing, and even Van Helsing and stuff. It also has a sharp wit too.
Yeah,
like there's a lot of good comedy,
good humor,
in this.
there's good action, there's good horror,
and excellent
it's
acting.
a well-rounded film.
Yeah.
One of my favorites. It's a movie I truly love.
Yeah.
I really love this movie. Based on that, a whole bunch of other horror monsters were rebooted.
Yeah.
Including one in particular. Oh, hey, it's Sean.
Hey,
how's it going?
where you been?
Just break the guy's thing, why don't you?
I mean,
It's coming out of your pocket.
So what have you been doing? I sent you here like a week or two ago, and I haven't heard anything.
I've just been kind of like wandering around. I found these cool glasses.
Oh, that's cool.
I just pretty much, there's nothing really to eat here besides bugs, so...
You're eating bug? That guy doesn't feed you?
Hakuna Matata, Tony.
Oh, man.
Well, I'm glad you're okay.
Thanks.
I mean, I personally wasn't too concerned. This guy was, and dragged me out here to Transylvania.
You call this okay?
Hey, it looks fine.
Want one?
No.
So, while you're here, have you been watching like any movies in this video store?
Well, he's only got 2.
Oh, well, we already talked about Dracula. Do you want to talk about Kenneth Branagh's Mary Shelley's Frankenstein?
Sure.
Sorry, you walked in on the bad one.
I think maybe he wants to go back to wherever the hell he was coming from, the dungeon.
Yep. Get ready for part 2. Francis Ford Coppola's Kenneth Branagh's Mary Shelley's Frankenstein.
Talking about tapes.
Well, we're back. Actually, we're still here in Transylvania.
Beautiful Transylvania.
Transylvanian video store that wants to be Hack the Movies Transylvania. I haven't come to a decision yet. That mysterious gentleman who let us in disappeared. Don't know where he is, but we found Sean.
Yeah, hey, hi, I'm back.
Here he is.
You could have called us at any time. I don't know
No
why.
cell service in this place, man.
Okay. Well, we found him. When the guy wrote me to come out here and whatnot, he said, bring Frankenstein on VHS. And we brought 2 copies.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I don't think it's the one that he wanted. Because again, we're in this store where the only thing they sell is Coppola's Dracula and Kenneth Branagh's Frankenstein for some reason.
They're all rented out, too. Those are just the boxes.
Those are just the boxes.
I gotta say, Frankenstein Unbound, not a big improvement. Put that out there.
Spoilers, I like it better.
Oh, well, okay, well, we'll get to that. Okay, in that context, sure.
Okay,
yeah.
so Kenneth Branagh's Mary Shelley's Frankenstein.
Did you ever consider the consequences of your actions?
I always knew this movie existed. I knew that they made Frankenstein in the 90s. I remember seeing that exact cover.
Yes.
In the video stores, but I never rented it. My parents never rented it, so I just didn't really watch it as much as I did the other one.
Sure.
Years later, early 2000s, I was, like I said in the previous episode, they were playing Dracula on HBO and Cinemax. So I started researching the movie online, and I find out that this Frankenstein movie is connected. It's the same producer, same idea, same naming convention. The poster for Dracula was Beware. This one was Be Warned. They had a theme going.
Befuddled is what I'm saying.
This is like the birth of like On Demand, where you watch like HBO and Cinemax On Demand. And I see they have Frankenstein in there from 1994 with Robert De Niro. And I'm like, well, Robert De Niro as the monster, I gotta see it.
Just because.
Yeah, just because. I'm like, this sounds pretty great. My girlfriend calls this De Niro Stein. I'll talk about her in a bit. So yeah, I watched the movie, and I had read the book at this point. I read it in grade school, so like it was still kind of fresh in my mind, not super fresh. But as I'm watching the movie, I'm like, okay, that was from the novel, but I was super underwhelmed. What was your first time watching this?
This morning, because I've never actually watched this entire film
all the way through.
All the way through. Like I've caught bits and pieces of it. I don't know. It was one of those ones where I just didn't care. Like when this came out, and this was what is 94.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm watching like Puppet Master and stuff. No, seriously though. Like, so,
no, I got you.
You know what I mean? So when I go to the video store, I'm not picking up Mary Shelley's Frankenstein.
Yeah. Well, it didn't have the same impact as Dracula. Dracula won Academy Awards. No. It was hugely successful.
Yeah.
So when did you first see the movie?
Also, this morning. Now, my previous, exposure to it was, of course, people just talking about this for the last, almost 30 years.
Yeah.
And a mutual friend of ours, CB Smith, actually covered it last year along with Frankenstein Unbound.
I was going to say, so this movie, much like we did with the previous one, and I should have given him a shout out in the previous one. I will explain the difference
as well. So.
I will explain the differences between the book and the movie, but that's not what this review is 100% about.
Sure.
Go check CB Smith's video out.
Yes.
He does a really good job, and I know he's working on a Dracula one. Maybe that's out at the time at this.
And Dracula Unbound.
And Dracula Unbound, which
Don't
I
forget
can't
that
believe exists. So there's your shout out, CB Smith. You got your shout out.
If there's a movie that we need to champion besides Carnosaur 4, it's Carnosaur. It's Dracula Unbound.
Yeah, so check out CB Smith's stuff. So I will be talking about the differences, but again, this is more just a review of the movie.
Sure.
But I want to talk about the only time I bring up the book is when I don't understand changes and whatnot.
No, you're good.
So yeah, like I said, I watched it, forgot about it. I thought about it on occasion. There were times I'm like, oh yeah, I remember I watched that Frankenstein movie. I keep forgetting that exists. Whenever I would show people Dracula, I'm like, oh yeah, then they did a Frankenstein.
It's just so weird to me because Coppola was hot to trot for this, and it was kind of his brainchild.
Well, he was
hot to trot for Godfather 3 too. Let's not forget that.
He was going to direct.
Yeah.
And then in the commentary for Dracula, he's like, and then I was like, why am I wasting my time? I could be reading books and stuff.
I could be making wine.
I let Kenneth Branagh direct it.
Direct and star.
Yeah, so
Ewan McGregor.
He handed over the reins to Kenneth Branagh instead of directing it himself, a decision he probably regrets.
Oh, he does. He said he has.
Yeah, so...
And we all felt that. We
Let me
all
tell you guys
regret it.
So 2 years ago, my girlfriend had this on. And I'm like, oh yeah, because it was on Amazon for a while. I think it's currently on Pluto.
Okay.
I think it streams.
Pluto is the worst fucking app, by the way. I'll keep this super brief, but I usually watch all my movies, HBO, Hulu, whatever, through my Xbox. If you have the Pluto app on Xbox, let me know in the fucking comments how you can search for movies, because I've yet to figure it out.
It's impossible.
You can't.
Anyway,
it's pretty terrible.
Continue.
No, I agree. It's terrible. Yeah, so she was watching it. And then it was the first time I rewatched it since the mid-2000s. Guys, I think I've watched the movie 100 times in the last 2 years. I cannot stop watching it.
Why? What do you got, a sickness? You got the
so-
fever, and the only cure is Robert De Niro as
I am a
Frankenstein.
huge fan of just totally egotistical driven vehicles where someone was given too much power and they went unhinged.
Mary Shelley's stroke session. That's what this movie is.
I mean, that's why I like The Fucking Room and
Yeah. Okay.
It's just so I can't. Occasionally, there's a movie where I'm like, there's so many things that happen, and there weren't enough people along the way to say no, and that's how we got this. It's just seeing Kenneth Branagh just being completely unhinged.
Running around shirtless for most of the movie.
It's not that much. He's not that shirtless that much.
He's shirtless at inappropriate time.
Yeah. When he's slopping around. We'll get to it. Yeah.
So just to see him working all his weird theater stuff into it, and the over the top acting, and then giving Helena Bonham Carter too many scenes when she wasn't ready yet because he was cheating on his wife with her.
That's the year they got married.
Yeah. And just seeing how over the top and over dramatic it was. Well, he must have saw Dracula and saw how that went over the top, but didn't do it the same way.
Well, to your point, I think it's because he's done all the Shakespeare stuff and he literally plays for theater.
Yeah.
Right? And it's just it totally gets fucked up here.
Yeah.
Where it's just so goofy and like over the top.
Yeah. He was given way too much control.
Yeah. Well, Coppola came in and was like, he's like, hey, maybe we should do this. And he's like, no, I'm Sir Kenneth Branagh.
Coppola told him, early reports when I looked it up say cut the first hour.
That's a lot of film.
Yeah, which I disagree with this script. I mean, but in the commentary for Dracula, he mentions it was closer to 20 or 30 minutes.
Makes sense.
I could see that a little bit more.
Sure.
And he apparently disavowed the film when it came out, but in the commentary, he's like, you know, when you get closer to the creation of the creature, the movie gets a little bit better, and there's stuff to like in it afterwards, which there are.
A little bit better, yeah.
Yeah, I hate everybody in the movie, so we get to this part, and I'm like, oh, that's cool, and then it's like, the payoffs aren't there.
Monster Farm section.
Yeah. It really, I'm glad that the movies are connected, because it's just...
It's all connected, Tony. We've been
it's
saying it on Movie Dumpster for years.
Because Dracula, that is a director just unhinged and going big, and like, and it worked, and it's so interesting to see like the same thing happen and just fall on its face.
But Coppola had a specific vision.
Yeah.
This doesn't have vision.
It's got Kenneth Branagh's vision.
Kenneth Branagh is just like, how many fucking scenes can I put myself in crying or yelling or just being a total ham?
Or dancing.
That's what I mean.
That's what I...
That's a lot of
I got a
dancing in
fucking
this.
dance counter in this.
I need another scene with me touching Helena Bonham Carter.
Here's my question. Is there more dancing in this or Dracula?
This.
There's a decent amount in that.
Okay, here's the dance scenes in Dracula. Van Helsing dances with Mina for 5 seconds.
count.
I know.
Wait, does Quincy count when he grabs him and humps him?
I think
counts.
it does. I'll take it.
I'm not counting.
He does
that.
like a
All
little
right, I'm
waltz
not
there for
counting.
like 5 seconds.
Okay, so Van Helsing dances with Mina for 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Dracula and Mina dance, but it was cut down because part of it was attached to a deleted scene.
This is
Right.
When Mina is having like her dinner with Dracula, there are silhouettes on the other side of the wall dancing.
Okay.
That doesn't count. Now you're reaching. That doesn't
You
even
know,
count.
you're right. You know what? Those are scenes that have dancing in it, not dancing
How about
scenes.
actual characters dancing?
All right, fair enough.
Okay. If we're gonna go actual physical characters, we're not counting Van Helsing's little twirl. Just one scene of Mina and Dracula.
This one's way worse then, yeah. You're right.
Yes. So yeah,
It's a fucking plot point.
It really is.
Remember when we danced? I like dancing with my sister and having sex with her.
So like, I'm amazed. I'm just amazed by this movie. I can't stop. It's a good movie to learn lessons from.
What not to do, right?
Like what not to do. But I also admire some of the stuff it tried to do.
Yeah, there are some really cool ideas.
And when it's good, it's good.
Yeah, for sure.
When it's good, it's actually really, really good. So Frank Darabont, would you like to say the quote?
I don't have it memorized. It's a pretty long quote.
Here's the quote. I can sum it up.
It's in the notes?
I can sum it up briefly.
Okay.
He said it was, and you're right, it is a longer quote, but I have the one part.
Sure.
He said it was the best script he ever wrote and the worst movie he ever saw.
I remember he was saying, like, again, I don't have it verbatim, but he was saying, like, oh, yeah, this was Kenneth Branagh's film. He's like, if you like it, thank him. If you hate it, throw the spears at him. It's like, oh, shit.
He was literally...
I'm sorry, Frank. Do you think people are just walking around with spears?
Alberts and shit?
I don't know. Keanu Reeves was.
Well.
Kenneth Branagh, like, rewrote most of the script, did he not?
Probably.
He was like, huh.
You know what's funny? There's an audiobook for Mary Shelley's Frankenstein read by Kenneth Branagh, but it's like... But it's an abridged version that's only like 3 hours long.
Here's my version of the story. Sorry, Frank.
And then I danced. It's like, what?
And then I looked at myself in a mirror and I thought, damn, that's the sexiest man I've ever seen in my life.
And you know, when we did Frankenstein Unbound, we actually read the book together.
We did.
Yes.
Actually, I have a copy right here.
Yeah, right there. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein.
Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. There she is.
She's right there.
Bridget Fonda.
You printed that out in your car.
I printed this out of my car.
Yeah.
Out of the glove box of my car.
Right.
This was given to me as a gift from one Dr. Joe Buchanan.
Oh, he rules, I hear.
Dr. Joe Buchanan rules.
A.K.A. John Hurt.
A.K.A. John Hurt.
Again, watch either my Frankenstein Unbound review with Joe or Joe and Sean's Frankenstein Unbound review on Movie Dumpster.
Everything's been culminating to this point, right? This is like your Marvel's Endgame kind of review.
Yeah. So we so I reread the book again, in preparation for this, but I did it like a year ago, so sorry. I hope that guy's not mad we knocked over his skull. Again, CB Smith will give you more information about the book.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, right. The bit from earlier. I forgot.
Yeah.
The man with the boob hair.
So yeah, I reread it and now I'm like good to go in this. And before we start the movie, I want to mention there is a pinball machine. My dad's friend has.
Oh, I was like, in the book?
No, not in the book. Not in the book.
That could be kind of cool.
I wanted to mention that I read the book and then I did my thing too close together. So I've read the book recently.
Yeah.
Pause. Also, my dad's friend owns the Mary Shelley's Frankenstein movie pinball machine.
Oh my God! Is there?
And I got footage of it.
Oh my God!
I went to my dad's. My dad invited me over there because the guy has a lot of movie memorabilia.
I think you sent me that like in a text.
I sent you pictures. Yeah.
And
I'm sitting
just
there.
got a text one day from Tony
because this is when I started watching the movie. I was watching it like every week. I'm like, I gotta watch Frankenstein again. I go through phases where I'll watch the same movie over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Lately it's been Blade Runner and this and a couple other movies.
Well, that's a crazy.
Blade Runner was like my go to sleep movie. Not because it's boring. I love Blade Runner, but the music's so relaxing. It just lulls me.
Probably have crazy dreams at night.
But before we move away from this pinball machine, I gotta ask: when you hit jackpot, does the embryonic fluid just go through the whole fucking pinball machine? Yeah.
I will show footage of the pinball machine that I took last year, or you know what? I'll probably go back to the house with a better camera and take better footage.
Possible.
Here it is.
Loved lies in a shallow grave.
Because we talked about how this movie's kind of forgotten.
Yeah.
Literally right before we shot this, we explained to Ryan, like, yeah, we just shot the Dracula review. It's like, oh, like the one from the 90s, right? He's like, what's the Frankenstein one? Because I said, I'm like, it's a two-parter. They're kind of connected.
Yeah.
And he's like, wait, what's Frankenstein? I'm like, it's one with Robert De Niro. Like, I gave him like the brief thing. I'm like,
and
yeah, Coppola also produced it, but he didn't direct it. De Niro's in it, and it was not well received, and it did not. He's like, I didn't even know that existed. I'm like, no one fucking did. Like, it kind of just was like, okay, whatever. Yeah, so we'll get into the movie. It starts off with Mary Shelley narrating.
I busied myself to think of a story which would speak to the mysterious fears of our nature, to curdle the blood and quicken the beatings of the heart.
Oh God!
Which
that's
I thought was weird because
I blocked it out of my head because
Bram
so dumb.
Stoker's Dracula didn't start, and I know it's his own creative thing, but there should have been some creative tissue.
Remember the story that I wrote? Well, now you're going to watch a movie by
you know what?
Ken
Also might
Branagh.
be, it also might be a reference to fucking Bride of Frankenstein.
That's what I was gonna say,
that
like
starts
a
with
weird-
Mary Shelley.
yeah.
And
Way better in that.
And her polyamorous orgy group.
Yeah, her and
Shelley.
Yeah. So Mary Shelley's narrating, and she's like, Joe Buchanan told me.
He printed this out of his car and handed it to me. The script to my book.
He said, "Here, you're gonna write this book one day." And I said, "Great, Kenneth Branagh's gonna make a movie out of it. It's gonna be great. Robert De Niro's gonna be in it, and we're gonna dance our asses off."
Whoever that is.
Yeah. So it starts with Robert Walton, the captain, Robert Walton, and his crew. They're trying to find a passage to the North Pole. It is not going well.
To go meet Santa Claus.
Yes.
He's like,
Sam Whipple. He's like, I've been a very good boy.
I'm getting my fucking
and I didn't
plane.
I got coal last year, and I'm gonna show him what's up.
Even if my whole crew has to die.
I don't care how many people have to die.
I love he says that, and the fucking first mate's like, "You're gonna have mutiny on your hands, sir." He's like,
Did you say mutiny? Yes, I did, sir.
He's already ready to kill the guys. It's like, before it even happens, he's just like, all right, now I'm going to have to kill everyone.
Yeah. So yeah, he's on his way to meet Santa Claus. I love that that's just our thing, because it never says why
Captain.
it's so important to him to get the pass. I think it's just, it'd be beneficial, but so yeah, the ship crashes on the ice.
Yes.
And so like this might throw people off if they are only familiar with this version of Frankenstein.
Sure.
But yeah, so like we talked about Dracula was like a series of journal entries.
Yeah, right.
So this
in the original novel,
the whole Frankenstein book is Robert Walton writing to his sister, but it's like, hey sister, we're on the ocean and there's a lot of ice, and then he goes, hey, we found a guy. Here's his life story, and then he goes, Oh, by the way, the guy got the other person's life story, and then he writes it, and like the whole thing at the end, you don't know if his sister ever gets that letter.
No, but we did.
We got it. We got it.
Yeah, I was gonna say because I haven't read it since middle school, which was a fucking lifetime ago.
Like it's implied that there is no record of the monster existing if this letter doesn't get to his sister.
Oh, maybe that's why. Because when I read this or listened to it, like I interpreted it as like I talk about this on that Frankenstein.
Yeah, you thought episode. it was.
Could have been like a psychological thing.
Yeah, no,
you know
because
what I mean?
there are people who see him and survive.
Yeah, that's
but there's no like written record of it.
Right.
Yeah.
I do like that angle though.
I think it's more interesting than maybe that would have been an interesting take for this film.
Yeah,
Anyway.
so you're right. They hit the iceberg. They're trying to dig out the ship, and they run into Dr. Frankenstein.
Victor Frankenstein.
Who just takes control. He's like, I need a bunch of men. And then, like, even the captain was like,
oh, wait a second.
Like, whoa, who the fuck? Just,
no, there's no mutiny happening today.
The guy comes out of the mist and already.
And the guys are like, okay, yeah,
out of
let's
the
go
Arctic.
kill it.
Yeah. Oh, this guy just, let's listen to him.
Yeah, get all your guns and let's go into the mist.
But they hear, like, someone moaning and screaming. I think in the book they actually see him at one point. But yeah, he's like, I need all your help. They unleash the dogs, or the dogs just get out.
They break free.
They break free because like, the thing's frozen, so they just snap it off. And the dogs run after the creature, and the creature just beats the shit out of all of them.
He just fridges all of them. He just he just punches them all in the fucking head and they die.
I do.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No. I do love when he's like, they go to chase after the dogs. Like, no, they're already dead. It reminds me of The Matrix. He's like, officer, your men are already dead.
Oh.
It reminds me of that.
Mr. Frankenstein.
Here's my question, and it is a bit of a plot hole. You know, surprised there's a plot hole in this film.
Yes, I am too.
I know you're about to get into it, so I don't want to step on where you're going, but he starts, he gets him inside the boat, Frankenstein, and he starts explaining the story, which is the rest of the movie. This must take him hours to explain. What is the monster doing the entire time? Is he out there just picking his fucking nose? Like, what is he doing?
He's listening to him, making sure he gets every
He's like whispering, you forgot this part.
What about the part where I learned how to talk?
What about the old man with the flute?
Yeah, so I do love this opening, though. I love the ship crashing. I love that it's fast-paced, kind of like Dracula was fast-paced in the beginning.
It's cool.
So it's like, all right, we got this exciting boat crashing. We meet our main character.
That one guy gets fucking smushed, and it's
guy gets fucking smushed.
And they watch him get smushed like, yep, sorry.
Dogs get ripped apart.
Yeah.
We got that cool shot of the monster's hand grabbing onto the ice.
That was cool, yeah.
And then, like, as he's talking, it's cutting to, like, the POV shot, so we know there's a threat. We meet our character. It's fast-paced. It's like, oh, this is going to be an exciting movie with a lot going on. And then the flashback starts.
Well, it all started when I was 6.
Dance scene number 1.
The fucking train just crashes. Like, not to a halt, it flies off the fucking ravine.
Victor and his mother are dancing. And how do we know that he's like the most wonderful boy ever? Well, his mom will just say it out loud.
You're the most wonderful, smartest boy that I've ever seen in my life. We're the big aristocratic family.
And all of Switzerland, you're the best.
You're so handsome.
This is also the beginning of the love triangle.
Yeah, I think I would go out on a limb and say mom facilitates his insane.
Yeah. So they, in the original, like, first edition of Frankenstein, Elizabeth was his first cousin that they adopted.
Right.
And then later, the one that we've all read, they changed it to just, like, it's just a family friend, I think, that they adopt as a daughter.
I'm not sure, but in the flick...
they're
just like Bilbo Baggins comes in with fucking this little girl. He's like, here's a poor little girl. Her family died. She's your sister now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Talk
and it's
about
Ian Holm.
Yeah,
Ian
talk
Holm.
about an actor that... Why was he in this?
He doesn't do much, does he?
He gets blood all over him and cries, and then he lays in a bed the rest of the movie.
But then, like, little Justine is, like, jealous already. And, like, the mom and Justine are weird. Like, the mom seems to love the Frankensteins and hate her daughter.
What is with that?
I'm trying to remember the book. I don't remember that sticking out in the book.
I thought Justine was just one of their housemaids or whatever you want to call them. But like, there was no mother figure. I don't think
she might have already been dead in the book.
No, I think there was a mother figure if I remember right. But like this weird, so like the whole like thing is Justine is in love with Frankenstein. He doesn't reciprocate it. And she's kind of jealous of their relationship, but she also doesn't try to like interfere with it.
It's there for window dressing.
It is. It's just some of it gets cut out, and there might have been more getting cut out. I'll talk about deleted scenes and stuff. But as it is now, it just feels kind of weird. And then it's just, it's super, Justine is the most tragic character in this entire, more tragic than the monster.
I would say so myself, yeah.
Yeah. So, he's introduced to his sister, and he loves her. The mansion looks like a giant stage.
Oh yeah, especially
it looks like
staircase.
a giant stage. I like the staircase. It reminds me of old timey like horror films.
Yeah. Oh yeah, sure.
Or like the big staircase with no railing.
I was gonna say there's no fucking railing on this thing.
Yeah,
and you have kids running around, and there's like a
stay to the right, stay to the fucking right by the wall.
I don't know if it was fucking 50 years ago. Like people wouldn't care. This is what are you gonna do?
I know, but I guess so.
It's big and it's wide and it's
it's
open. And it's like, okay, is the whole movie gonna look like this? Because even like the stuff with the ship like was on like a sound stage and miniatures.
Yeah.
And as we saw with Dracula, there was a lot of miniatures and everything was on a sound stage. It's not the case with this movie.
No.
So then
all that charm is gone.
This big giant room just feels awkward. Like,
there's nothing in it either.
Really? It's like a tiny piano and a fireplace.
And it's just blue.
And then there's like a chapel you see way late in the film.
Oh yeah, I was like, wait, is that in the house? Like people come into their house
That's
to like
a giant ass set, by the way.
I didn't realize that was in the house.
Yeah, it looks like it looks like the one in Ghostbusters 2. Where they get locked behind? Where Dana gets locked behind?
I forget that movie. So Victor's now older, and he's obsessed with books and learning. And that's the thing, like the Victor in the book, he is kind of just like, he's got like a problem. Like he's constantly craving more knowledge.
Right. And that's my biggest well, it's not my biggest problem with this movie, but one of my biggest problems is that they really go out of their way to make you sympathize with this character, whereas in the book, it's like, yeah, he wanted to learn all this shit, but he was like an asshole about it. He was like kind of demented about it. He was like fucking practicing on animals and shit.
Yeah.
He like, it's kind of like, what does they say in Jurassic Park? You were so preoccupied with whether or not you could, you weren't, So that's kind of what he is in the book. It's like, hey, I just need to create. I need to know more.
Sure.
But this, he's like studying. His mom's like, you gotta like chill. You gotta,
take time and smell the roses. We're rich. You can do whatever you want.
Hang out with your weird sister, wife.
Go kiss her or something.
Yeah, she's like, you were very upset with all the they try to. So I like in the book, he just is like, oh, maybe I could just bring something to life.
Yeah.
There's not like a weird origin thing. And she's like, when you were younger, you had those jar of fireflies and they died and you were sad.
Yeah, but even to like a greater extent, I'll wait till we get there.
Yeah, we'll wait till we get there because you know what? Before that, dance scene number 2.
Come on, let's all dance around the piano.
Very, very close together, these dance scenes. They're all dancing around the piano like, oh, this is just what we do. And then like the dad is dancing with the mom and it's like, is this what you guys do all day? It's just like, you have to help play piano, you just dance in front of
He's a fucking doctor, they're rich. They're like, all right, well, it's break time for tea and dancing or something.
He does get a quick dance with Justine. Very brief.
Okay,
does that count?
The tragedy of Justine.
Is that a separate dance?
She's playing piano and she fucks up and her mom's like, Justine!
And she's like, you dumb bitch, why did you do that? I wish I never had you. And everyone's like, whoa. She doesn't actually say that.
So Victor goes, all right, Justine, let's dance. And she's like, really?
She's like,
gets up and
by the way, I forget who that actress is.
Emma.
Props to them. What was her name?
Is that Emma?
Sure.
Anyway, I don't know what it is.
Emma anyway.
Whatever.
She's just like, oh my God. And then right away.
It's finally happening.
Frankenstein's mom has to go and fucking go into labor.
Mom's like, oh, take it easy. Oh, she fucking falls over.
I didn't even know she was pregnant because the next they meet.
Wow, they keep showing her go like this with her stomach.
I thought she was just full from a meal.
All right, a lot of cookies and milk.
They're fucking old.
What did she eat? Did she eat the baby from Dracula?
Ken is like what? Fucking 35, 40?
And he's supposed to be like in his 20s.
Yeah.
So the mom. Well, even
she's like fucking 40 something.
Well,
pushing 50.
I'll say this: my wife's grandmother had her mother when she was older, so it can happen.
Well, like how old though?
It gets risky. You
It
can
gets like in
you
their
can
40s,
have,
I think.
Yeah, you can have kids into your. Women can give birth into their 40s. It just gets real
Especially
risky.
in the 1800s.
Or 1700s.
Let me rephrase that. In the 1700s, no motherfucker at 50 years old was having a kid.
Wow. No, I hear you.
I'll give you that one.
Okay.
I'll give you that one.
That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, so she's giving birth, and it's not going well. It's not going well. And then, look, I don't know a lot about, ancient medicine.
Ancient medicine.
Or just childbirthing practices.
I don't think this is how this would actually
Ian
work.
Holm just has his shirt off.
That's what I'm talking about. He's covered in blood. Bilbo is covered in blood. And he's sitting there in front of his wife, like crying because he knows what's going to happen.
Covered in blood and placenta.
He's just sitting there, like fiddling around, going, I.
It's like it's turned weird or whatever, and she's like, "Save the baby." And he just fucking rips it.
But he's a doctor.
He's not a very good one.
Didn't they have cesareans at that point?
Probably not.
I'm pretty sure they did.
Who the fuck
Well,
knows,
that's what he does with the scissors, but I guess they don't have any antiseptic or anything.
Yeah.
Did everything I could. Everything I could.
First off, the setup to that, they're looking outside and lightning strikes the tree to remind you this is a Frankenstein movie.
Oh yeah, electricity.
There's going to be a callback to that in a couple minutes in the film.
Yeah. So lightning strikes the tree and you're like, oh right, electricity, that's how Frankenstein gets made. You make a Frankenstein with electricity. But then he does like a moan before he enters into the frame. He goes, ah! Yeah. Then he does that. But like whenever I watch it, I feel like nervous for Ian Holm. I'm like, man, he's at the end of that. He's covered in blood. What if he slipped and fell off the edge
right.
there?
He's got that goo on his shoe.
Yeah. And then he like kind of falls down slowly because he's probably like, I don't want to fall over.
It's taking too long to get down these stairs with no railing.
Yeah, and then I hate this. So Victor, he's upset that she's dead.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, as you would be, I guess. Yeah. Unless you hate your mom, I don't know. Hack the movie is very inclusive. There might be people out there who hate their mom.
It's possible.
So they'll be like, Tony, I don't find this scene sad at all, actually.
I jumped for joy, as a matter of fact.
Couldn't wait. I remember that's what happened when I was
We
born.
have a lot of fans in prison. Somehow they're getting access to a phone. They're watching our show, and they're like, happiest day of my life is when I killed my mom.
Oh, my God.
They're hacking right in there.
Yeah. So he decides, he goes to her grave. It's like a superhero origin story. He's like, no one should ever die. I will fix this. It's like, what the fuck?
But like he does that, and it has nothing to do with his endeavors going forward.
So when he was a kid, fireflies died, and he went, "Oh no!" And then he became a man, and his mom died. He's like, "Well, I have to solve death forever."
In fact, I'm gonna build this fucking contraption so lightning can hit it.
Yeah, he's just like no. It just the book was just like a guy's like thirst for knowledge.
Right.
It was the modern Prometheus. Like he wasn't ready for this kind of technology, and he jumped ahead too much. But now it's just like, I need to avenge my mother's death or something like that.
But it never comes back. That's the only scene. The rest of the time he never references. He's never like, I gotta do it for my mother, whatever.
Oh, you're right. You're right about that.
Yeah.
You're right about that.
It's just so like, all right.
Yeah, this just reeks of like Anakin. Like, I wish people wouldn't die. Whatever.
Yeah. It's Ken being like, this is gonna be so impactful. Watch this. Oh, mother. Oh, mother, I will create life to bring you back because no one should die.
No one need ever die.
Yeah, there it is.
So this is the first setup to something that doesn't fucking make it into the movie.
Oh, okay.
He's showing his little Rube Goldberg machine about the energy, and it shows a mechanical dog. He has like a fake dog.
I don't remember that.
So it's like something
I
spinning
can picture it.
and it's making the dog move.
Well,
it's like
the-
how energy is converted.
It's the propulsion from like the heat from the candles.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also he has eels. They come back later.
Oh, Christ, I forgot about that.
But Elizabeth is just like, stop doing your science. It hurts my lady brains. Let's go frolic in the field.
Right, yeah, that leads to the
And he's like,
picnic
I'm doing
scene,
too much science. So they go to frolic in the field. Beautiful, like on location.
Sound of music looking.
I love those snowy hills, and I love that the house is like near the snowy hill. It's a really cool location. And they're frolicking.
Switzerland.
Yeah, they're frolicking. Him, Justine, his little brother, and her, and they're all William, and they're all like, we're all so happy.
The baby that survived, by the way.
Huh?
I said the baby that survived.
The baby survived. Yeah. And then there's one storm cloud. And they don't know what to do. They're like, oh no, if we go under the tree, it'll be a bigger conductor, and we can't do this, and I knew it would be out here this time of year. I had other plans, so he went up there thinking there was going to be one storm cloud.
He knew that there was some kind of storm or something that day, and HBC's like, you knew that there was going to be a storm and you put us in danger?
And then,
he's like, well, I was thinking so.
So they're all sitting there. Again, one storm cloud, not even a big one.
That's because it's the Buchanan trying to open up a fucking portal and a
so they're sitting there and they're like, oh no, no. And Helena Bonham Carter's like, what are we going to do? And then every time I watch it, I'm like, just nothing?
Get the fuck away
just
from it.
Walk away at a brisk pace?
It's coming towards us, though, Tony.
Or just stand there and do nothing? Yeah. You know how many times I've been underneath a storm cloud and you're fine? Instead.
What the fuck is this contraption, by the way?
He puts a fucking antenna in the ground, opens it up, propels it out, and he's like, everyone, hold hands.
They like lay down on like a rubber mat or some shit.
Yeah, they're like, this lightning is gonna hit here and it won't hit us. And it's like, just don't do anything. It's one storm cloud.
Everybody hold hands.
Maybe you're gonna get hit by lightning. It's a fucking slim chance. Now you are inviting the lightning to you.
Now I'm thinking about it, like the the hand holding scene.
Yeah.
Fucking the whole time. Like, I guess they couldn't get a good shot of this kid without him like fidgeting around. William's not holding anybody's fucking hand. I'm surprised he didn't get blasted into the goddamn sky.
So they hold hands, the lightning strikes, and then they have electricity on them. Because Frankenstein.
It's him harnessing electricity for the first time?
It's kind of like static electricity.
Question mark? Yeah, but like that's not... Dude, a lightning bolt hits the rod.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, look, sparklies.
And it's that early 90s like hand-drawn electricity.
Say, I mean, how do you guys feel after that?
Alive! Get it? Frankenstein, Joe. Frankenstein, electricity. It's alive!
As God is my witness, I feel alive. I got it out.
It sucks big time.
So, dance scene number 3.
4 technically, if you count that Justine one separate.
I don't count that at all. The dance never started.
Yeah.
They are having a huge ball with a huge... This is the most... the room has ever been filled.
It's like
they actually have 1 million extras in there, and they're all doing their choreographed dance, and it goes on and on and on. But it's so you remember this music for later.
And it's like a going away party because Victor's going to medical school.
Ingolstadt, yes.
Ingolstadt, yeah.
Yes, he is going there, and it's just on and on and on and on and on and on.
It's such a great day, and HBC's like, oh, how do brothers and sisters say goodbye? And he's like, let me show you.
Maybe they don't.
You skipped ahead. First, his dad is like, your mother gave you a journal.
Oh, Christ.
And in the journal, it says, here's the journal of Victor Frankenstein.
It's personalized.
Yes.
In the journal, here's what the monster will use to find you later in the movie.
Yeah, it's all set up. And it's like, all right, go there. And then dance scene number 4 is Elizabeth and Victor doing a dance outside while other people are having a separate dance inside.
So does that count as 2 dance scenes?
I'm going to count it as 1.
Yeah.
And then at the end of this, they're just like, sister, friend, wife.
And Victor's like, can we do it right now? She's like, oh, well, okay, hold on.
He's like, no, become a doctor. Okay.
Marry me, step bro.
She's like, I need to keep my options open. You're not a doctor yet. It's like, what? My family just pulled you from a scarlet fever like pit.
Yeah. She needs to secure that fortune for generations, all right, Tom?
Well, she saw what happened with Mina. She was dating that guy who didn't have any money.
Afterwards. Mina's afterwards.
This
is 1700s.
Okay, 86.
So somewhere right now, Dracula's in his castle,
going
counting his gold coins.
Making his gold coins with his face on it.
Does he have a gold mine?
Yeah, I'm bored.
It's
very relaxing.
I don't know if you talked about this in the Dracula episode, but does anybody else always think it's weird that Dracula, he's obsessed with this woman that died, but he always has the fucking sex brides?
Because he didn't love them.
Yeah, he those are just concubines, dude.
Look, we've all had the girl that we really liked, but for whatever reason, you couldn't do anything. But then there was like the easy girl who would sleep with you. We've all been there, am I right? Why am I only like the only asshole on the show? It's called a side piece, guys. All right.
I don't do side pieces.
Oh, you're all just
I do sides. Look, at restaurants.
Look. I had a lot of fun in college.
Having a lot of fun in college and dating somebody and fucking other people are two different things.
Look, in college, whatever.
If you were just like, hey, you want to? Yeah?
I don't do it anymore. Became a big problem. I had to disable my Facebook page. My Facebook
God, everybody started coming after you.
No, because like one girl would leave cute messages.
Oh no!
The other ones. Anyway,
all their boyfriends came after you.
Those brides are his side pieces.
Okay.
Which is funny. He's the side pieces, but he doesn't even have the main piece because he hasn't been reincarnated.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
He's still waiting, dude. He's got hopes. He's got high hopes.
You brought it back around.
Sadly, Justine and the creature have no piece.
No.
You know what? I think they could have. I think they could have really had a good thing going.
Like if Justine and the monster hit it off?
Yeah, they just stopped.
I think so.
I think that was the original plan.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Anyway,
okay.
What was I talking about? Oh, we were talking about side pieces here.
Yeah.
All right, Victor goes to Ingolstadt.
He has sex with his sister and then he leaves.
Well, he makes out with her.
Okay.
I think they're waiting for the sex part.
Right.
I feel like
I can't wait to get married to lay together.
Yeah, I feel like they made out a lot, but it's just like...
Oh, they did mouth stuff for sure.
Oh, they definitely did mouth stuff.
Mouth and hand stuff, yeah.
But he goes to Ingolstadt and it's a real shit show.
There's like a plague breaking out of cholera?
Yeah, it's like starting to break out. It's not fully bad yet.
I know this was in the book, but the one professor, he immediately gets into about alchemy. He's like, well, what do you think about alchemy? Is that legitimate? And the guy's like, who said that? Who said that?
Yeah. The professor, like, the professors in the book, from my memory, they're not like this.
No.
He has, like, disagreements with them, but they're not, like, super... There isn't the friendly one and the mean one, as far as I can tell.
I would argue, again, it's been a while since I read it, I would say the one that he ends up working more with, John Cleese, was more like the one from the original 1931.
Yeah.
It's like the thing of the book Dumbledore versus the movie Dumbledore. Where he's like, Harry, did you put your name in the goblet of fire in the book? And then he's like, Harry, did you put your name in the goblet of fire? You know, like
I don't read Harry Potter. It's for children.
Oh my goodness gracious.
So, yeah.
I never read the books either. The movies are
before the professor thing, he rents a place from an old lady.
Oh, right, yeah.
And we see he has a sheepdog.
Yeah, whatever happens with that fucking dog?
Well, I'll tell you. I think CB might have mentioned this in his thing, but apparently there's a work print version of this movie.
Yes.
I only found 3 deleted scenes on YouTube. If anyone can find the full work print, let me know.
Yeah, maybe we'll see it at a convention or something.
I don't know if it was actually filmed, but they were setting up that dog was going to be one of his experiments. So we get the setup with this little paper mechanical dog. We see the dog here. He mentions the dog in a letter. And I'm pretty sure when we get to the toad, it was going to be followed by a dog scene. And then it just didn't make it in. So that's why the sheepdog just fucking disappears in the movie.
I guess they figured he'd already looked crazy enough. If they added that, you would never feel bad for him.
We already killed 5 dogs.
Well, that's true. But also we would be foreshadowing for HBC because he's like, because he writes her a letter and he's like, I love this dog so much.
Right. Yeah.
And I love you too. And I don't mind killing you and bringing you back from the dead.
So yeah, the professor at the school is like really screaming at him and hates that he's Swiss.
Yeah.
That was one of those things like, whoa, another
Switzerland. Because he's talking about alchemy and old...
yeah, because he's like, what the fuck? These shit was debunked. They're like, he should be like, hey,
200 years ago.
Our medicine's stupid as shit, but you're bringing up dumber.
Yeah. you fucking woo motherfucker.
I love how he pulls out his fucking pocket watch when he's done yelling. He's like, can we return to the lesson, please?
But this is also where we get foreshadowing to John Cleese. Now, talk about John Cleese's
okay.
Because, Joe, you're like a makeup guy. And
yeah, well, yeah.
I don't think I asked you one makeup question in the Dracula episode.
No, there was so much to talk about.
Okay, so tell me about like just the amazing John Cleese makeup.
It's not even amazing. It sucks. And the problem with it is
it's only there because they didn't want. They're like, oh, people are gonna know that he's a comedian, and they're not gonna take it seriously. I'm like, you have fucking Kenneth Branagh or Branagh, whatever the fucking
I thought it was Kenneth Branagh.
I think it's Branagh.
Is it Branagh? Whatever. I probably said it fine before.
The war guy. Anyway,
Sir Kenneth is directing this movie. So what does it matter if John Cleese is in it?
Yeah, the producers.
And he's like deadpan serious, and he's really good.
Yeah, the producers were real scared of John Cleese, and like he's done serious stuff.
Yeah.
I actually saw him live right before lockdown. Like he was at Parks Casino. He does a really good live show. He's still really funny.
I'm sure.
But yeah, no, he's done good performances. But if you were that concerned, just don't cast him in the movie.
I agree.
We're talking about producers that were going to have Arnold Schwarzenegger cast as the monster.
Oh, that would have been awesome.
Like, and you want to talk about goofy shit? Like people are going to...
Well, he had already practiced as literary characters in Hercules in New York.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
and he had a real taste for it.
Really
Did you hear
fantastic.
the undubbed version of that?
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Look
Look
that
that up if you haven't seen it. Holy shit.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Princy. Yeah, so John Cleese, he's got a fake prosthetic jaw.
He's got a chin and a nose,
dentures.
I think, and a dent maybe.
Yeah, he has
that.
he definitely has dentures.
He has
and
that long ass hair, that bad wig.
the long ass hair, and he looks awkward and weird.
Yeah, but he's acting really well despite all that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, he's a great,
sure.
actor. He's a very funny guy, and he's a really great actor.
Yeah.
Okay, and the camera's like weird in this scene. It's like all down and spinning. Like the camera gets kind of, it's either real static or it's just all over the place.
They're using like a wide angle lens, but they're like just way too close to that dude in the middle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they try to get a little experimental there in a way that worked in Dracula, and here it's just like, why is this?
And definitely not this scene. Like,
that's not it's a weird scene.
Yeah.
If the whole movie looked like that,
sure.
But I guess they like that circular room.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like that classic like college you see in some movies,
or even like surgical stuff. I mean, they do it in Dracula with Van Helsing.
Yeah.
Way better actually.
Well,
yeah.
And why is Henry Serval in this? The character?
He's there to be like, go get him, Victor. I'm a piece of shit.
He's
and
kind of an asshole in the first half.
Yeah. So in the book, Henry Clerval is his or Serval is his friend.
Yeah,
like from growing up, childhood friend.
But it doesn't seem that it's not this in the way.
He kind of he's supposed to be like not like an antagonist, but he's like the anti-Frankenstein. He's supposed to, from what I'm reading, he's supposed to represent like compassion and whatnot, whereas, compassion and sanity, whereas Frankenstein is the opposite of those. And his whole point in the book is like he nurses Frankenstein back to health after he flees from the creature and gets sick. And at one point he gets murdered and Frankenstein gets pinned for it. That doesn't happen in this. He's just a guy he meets at college.
Right.
That has become his friend for some reason. And the only purpose he serves is to basically tell him what he's doing is wrong, but there's already other characters telling him that.
And there's also this whole issue too where it's like this character's barely in the movie. He's got like maybe 5 scenes and they act like, I guess there's just a lot of shit off camera that these guys are hanging out getting beers and shit.
I guess.
Because he's really like, he's trying to become Frankenstein's friend.
When
Frankenstein like doesn't care at all. He's like, well, who's this guy?
When he meets Frankenstein, he's just like, oh, hey, I don't even know why I'm here. I'm just kind of becoming a doctor so I can go have sex with like hot chicks or something.
He goes, I'm going to go, take the money from the old ladies and fuck their daughters. That sounds pretty good.
I'm not even passing anatomy.
Yeah. Fuck it.
And then this like big tough motherfucker like walks in.
Gaston walks in.
He's like,
that
watch
guy-
where I'm walking.
That guy's like in a lot of things now.
Oh, is he?
Yes, I know. Why don't you look where I'm going?
I forget his name. I'll put his name up here.
Sure.
Well, he looks like fucking Gaston.
Yeah, he does.
And he comes up and he's like, get out of my way, lackeys.
Yeah, and I'm sure that might have had some setup for something.
Never comes back.
They take his leg.
Huh?
They take his leg.
That's that guy?
That's that guy.
What did he die from?
Holy shit.
Cholera. Or was it cholera that they were all dying from?
Yeah, it was cholera.
I guess so, yeah.
I didn't realize that's the guy.
Me neither.
Because I'm skipping ahead a little, but it's like in that scene when that happens, I was like, am I supposed to know who the fuck that is? So I looked it up. You don't necessarily can make that correlation because he's like in a scene and you don't see him again.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's to the point where they didn't have to do that because he's so unrecognizable.
They lift the sheet up and his fucking foot's there. How am I going to know him by his foot?
They zoom in on his face, so I guess that's supposed to be the indication. You should know who this is.
Remember that guy from before?
Yeah. So Frankenstein, he like finds out about Professor Waldman and how he got
is John Cleese, by the way.
John Cleese is Professor Waldman. He got in trouble for doing illegal experiments. And he's like, I wonder what experiments.
Alchemy, perhaps?
So then cut to him screaming at his professor. And then he's just like, the professor's like, you're a fucking idiot.
Get yourself a pen, Mr. West, basically. He's like, get out of here.
He's like, you son of a bitch.
Like in front of the whole class, or like in the middle, like doing like an experiment.
He rips his wig off to show that he is angry. And then Frankenstein does that bullshit theory. He's like, we don't understand where life ends and death begins.
Brain death, 6 to 12 minutes.
He's like, fingernails and hair grow after death. It's like, no, they don't. No, they don't. Your skin is receding, so it gives the appearance that they're bigger.
No, I read it in a book from 200 years ago.
Yeah. It's like, they eventually, even if they were growing, they will stop. You know that, right?
And then he fucking calls out John Cleese. He's like, just like that, motherfucker.
Like, even members of your staff. And I love John Cleese. He's like, what you mean? And he like runs out the door.
Oh my God.
John Cleese picks him up off the ground and he's like, what do you think you're doing?
Oh yeah, Waldman's like, what the, hey motherfucker.
Oh, he picks him up. He's like, you're gonna get me banned from this school.
Yeah.
You're gonna cost me my fucking job, you little asshole.
Yeah.
And he's like, whoa, what were these experiments you are interested in? And he's like, is there life after death? I've heard you've done things. And he's like, follow me.
Yeah, come with me.
Well, meanwhile, Henry's just like, I guess I should go too. I don't know.
Yeah. So he's like, follow me. And he's just like, what do you call it? The Chinese thing, the human...
Acupuncture.
Yeah,
talking about
acupuncture. It's like the body is like an engine. And
yeah, it's an engine filled with fluid that's driven by electricity from these needles.
Yeah, this fucking, I guess it's supposed to be like a chimpanzee or something.
Or an orangutan. It's an ape arm. It's definitely an ape arm.
I thought it was a werewolf at first, and I was like, wait, what?
No, it's an ape arm.
Yeah, it's
but like the electricity is messed up and it's crushing serval.
It's the original monkey's paw. Yeah.
But then you have, I do kind of like the scene where that is happening, like Tony's saying, but then...
Maybe there was a correlation.
Maybe. But Victor kind of figures it out in the moment what he has to do to make the grip stop. And you can kind of see John Cleese like, oh shit, this guy kind of knows what he's talking about.
He fries the machine. He just like hooks up the negative to the positive and it just like explodes.
But what stops it?
Yeah.
And the movie keeps cutting back to Helena Bonham Carter to remind you that she's in the movie. Oh, I really think you cut a lot of her stuff out. You can
like
cut
all of it.
Like once he leaves, cut her out until he wakes up later in the movie and would have been more impactful. Yeah. But as of right now, the movie's just trying to remind you she exists.
I mean, I guess you can't like, I don't know. This is like a exercise in folly, but it's like, I feel like you could go from that beginning, they're introduced, to up, you just show the stuff with William being born and her dying, cut forward to the fucking dance when they leave, but I don't know. What do I know?
You could have tried, it's just, I don't think you need this back and forth with her.
There's a whole thing where she's basically just it's literally just to tell you about the plot, like, oh, Victor never wrote to me. I wrote all those letters, and I haven't heard from him in months.
And that's also skipping ahead, but that's also where Justine, no, it's fine. That's where Justine was like, if he was mine, I would have went. But like, there's a deleted scene where she goes like more into like, I'm in love with Victor and stuff. And that's one of the scenes I found cut.
Well, you're just a servant.
She doesn't really do that. So Victor is bragging about creating a new life form. And he's like, we could stop death. I can create a life form that will never die. And it can be smarter than us, bigger, blah, blah. And Waldman's like, don't fucking do that.
Like, I did it and I created Abomination.
Okay, that's what I know. He never really successfully did it.
Successfully meaning that he made a motherfucking Frankenstein and then was like, yeah, you shouldn't do that.
That's what pisses me off, because like in the book you get a sense of like, again, modern Prometheus, he's the only person who's ever done this. And like a lot of it is like, oh my God, I don't know how to handle, like I have no way to deal with this because literally I'm the only person who's ever experienced this or ever will.
He took his notes and was like, oh yeah, well, it's like the Jurassic Park thing.
Yeah.
You stood on the shoulders of geniuses.
Yeah. And then Walden's just like, why did you stop? And he's just like, it resulted in abomination.
Tim Roth. I created Tim Roth.
Like, so he was also Frankenstein? Like,
right. Like, what,
did his mom, did he also like to dance and his mom died? Like,
maybe.
What?
Well, he does have a line. I think he says something like, did you ever love anyone once? He's like, long ago. And it's like, okay, well,
then it's implied that they died and he brought them back to life and then had to kill them again.
Maybe he should have told Frankenstein that so we could avoid some of the drama.
Hey, so this is what I meant by abomination. I mean, they tried to kill all my family.
But I'm teaching at this school. Everything's okay.
It happens in a way where like he's able to tell, like, without telling him. Forget it. I fucked it up.
Yeah. So later on, there's an outbreak of cholera. And we get to introduce to Robert De Niro, and he just doesn't want to get the vaccine because he doesn't trust what's in it. But also the government is forcing the vaccine on people who just don't trust it, and they're not letting them make a decision.
It's way ahead of its time. This movie.
They want to do some of their own research first, Tony.
Yeah,
Maybe for 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, and those damn scientists aren't letting them.
Yeah.
Anyway,
he loses his fucking eye.
Yeah.
He loses a function of his limbs. Yeah. Does he have an Irish accent?
You doctors kill people. I don't care what you say. You're not sticking that in me.
I think he's trying for an Irish accent.
I don't know what his accent is. It doesn't.
I think he's trying to do Irish.
I don't know what a Swiss person's supposed to sound like, but none of them.
No,
this is not it.
It's all British washed.
So anyway, they're they're trying to poison him.
That's what he says.
No.
You're not going to stick me with that.
I'll stick you with this. Boom.
Fucking slap
dagger out. So this guy, by the way, he's got like a large lady wife, which I thought was funny. And she's like, "There's smallpox in it." It's like the pox. It's like, where are you guys from?
Because he calls it he says it's like a cholera vaccine. He's like, wait, you said it's in there. You said it's a cholera vaccine. It's like, you're trying to give this to me.
Yeah, they put bit of smallpox in it to help fight against it.
That's how it works.
That's how vaccines work.
Guy freaks out.
So yeah, he stabs him. And I love that fucking Waldman's just like,
Oh, he just goes, shit. And then just falls backwards.
He's like, look at that. Hey, Frank, I'm stabbed.
Dude,
isn't that weird?
He wanted to die.
And this is the first of many lynch mobs also.
But before the lynch mob, we get one of the most over-the-top scenes in the film. Live!
Oh, God.
Live! So the camera is like above, and Frankenstein's just beating on his chest, and Wolfen's dentures are falling out.
Oh, my God.
So he's just like, and Henry's like, no! And like when he dies, Frankenstein like throws something, the camera goes all the way up, and he's like,
Oh my God.
It is so damn corny.
It's so over the top.
It's so ridiculously dramatic that cutting from like that scene where when he gets stabbed is less dramatic.
Yeah.
He's like, ow.
And there's not enough, again, the consistency in Coppola, there's like so many creative camera stuff the entire time.
Yeah. You can't just have fun with one piece and then not do it.
But this is more of like a naturalistic kind of movie. So when you do, and you can do weird camera stuff in this, but it's not meshing with the rest of the film in this case. So yeah, that whole like the camera pacing back and forth and going up and spinning around. It's like, Jesus Christ. Yes, and then they lynch.
They pull
Robert
him right
De
up
Niro.
to the goddamn gallows, and he's still ranting and raving. They're trying to kill you.
Yeah.
They're trying to kill you. And they're like, all right.
Yeah, he calls all the scientists liars and murderers and evil.
No trial, no jail. They just drag it.
I mean, everybody saw him do it.
And they're just like,
maybe they sped up the trial. Justine definitely doesn't get a trial.
Oh no!
But they might have given him a trial.
We'll
it might
talk
have just
about
been a
that.
quick trial. Yeah, so they lynch him. He's fucking dead, and then they just leave him up overnight.
Oh yeah, and it's prime pickings for Mr. Victor.
So Frankenstein right away.
He doesn't skip a beat.
He's like, well, Waldman can't stop me now.
He kicks that.
He's like, oh my God, you were so close. Look at that.
He starts pouring over all of his
and he
work.
has to start getting raw materials.
Oh, write that one down. Take a fucking shot every time someone says raw materials. You'll be on the floor in 5 minutes.
So he gets De Niro's body, Waldman's brain.
Apparently Gaston's leg.
Possible.
Apparently that guy's leg.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole brain thing, it seems like it's a leave-over from this, where it's like, oh, we put a criminal brain in the body, and that's why he's all messed up. So he's like, I'll put a smart person's brain in
I was going to say, wouldn't he be like super intelligent?
Yeah, I don't know what the point of the brain
even-tempered?
was.
The brain of the guy who basically told you, hey, don't fucking use my research because it ended badly.
Yeah.
But sure, I guess use my brain when I die.
Did he think he was bringing Waldman back to life?
I don't know, but there's also trace. We talk about trace memories later and all that bullshit.
Yeah, there are stuff like that.
Yeah, Abby Normal. Anyway.
Yeah, he gets Abby Normal.
Fritz dropped it.
Oops. He also gets a shit ton of placenta.
Let me tell. Okay. amniotic fluid. And the way that this is harvested is some midwife with a fucking bucket goes under somebody, a woman that's giving birth, and just
by the way,
literally just fucking like a cow, just milks it into a tin, and then he like gives it to him, and he like pops
Can I tell
her
you something
shilling.
about the woman screaming? So the trailer for this movie is pretty good.
Yeah.
But it shows like flashes of like all the action in the movie, and they have the mom screaming,
Oh
but
my God.
you don't know the context of the trailer, but when you do, it's like, wait, they included the girl giving birth in this scary flash.
It's like a vagina spittoon, and they just like hand it over to him, and he's like, here you go,
Like,
good work,
he gets
2 pence or whatever.
So much
But
of it,
you
though.
see later in the movie how much he has.
He has a giant queen alien sack ass thing full of amniotic
Well,
fluid.
that might have not been the fluid.
Yeah.
Oh, that thing we're gonna get
No,
to.
no, no,
Yeah.
I don't think that's the. I don't think that's the fluid. I'll talk about it later.
Okay.
I don't think that.
But he does get a lot, and he does this. I guess.
Oh, don't get me
twice.
wrong. Something wrong. He has a shit ton of
It's a
amniotic fluid.
bathtub full, Tom.
Yes, I just don't think that thing in the sack. I think I know what that was.
What? Semen?
So yeah. This was the scene where Elizabeth was like, "He won't write to me," and Justine's like, "You should go. If he was my boyfriend, I would have went."
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, lady.
But
Well,
at
he's
this-
not.
at
So
this-
fucking relax.
He's my brother. Fuck you.
But at this point, and like he says this when he moves into the apartment or whatever you want to call it, he says to the woman he rents it from, he's like, "Is it okay if I bring a bunch of science equipment in?" Oh, okay. And he brings in, like, I know this guy's rich.
Yeah.
But like, does he just keep asking his dad for money? Like, does he just say, "Hey,
guess.
Dad, get this for me for my experiment"?
It's bottomless, man.
Get me a giant block of wood that I'm gonna hang on the fucking ceiling
with chains. And
Yeah,
Well, it's the same thing like have you guys seen like the old original Fly movies?
Yeah.
long time ago.
Well, it's like the same kind of deal. Like they just have like this unlimited.
Yeah.
They're rich.
Dexter's
they're wealthy.
Lab.
So they're just like, all right, set up a laboratory,
Also,
get all the equipment.
I get that he's like a scientist and with biology and stuff, but he's also an engineer.
Who's making this
he
shit?
makes like a pulley system. I'm like, what the fuck?
He had to have had someone smithy that copper
Sure.
still.
Yeah, I don't see him
No
fucking.
way.
He's also supposed to be like a super genius, so I don't know.
Yeah, but like,
That doesn't mean he's a.
he can
He's
only be
a
a super genius in like a few
Sure,
things.
sure.
yeah,
Like,
that doesn't mean he's like a master craftsman.
But I guess where was I going with that? He now has this body. You don't see it yet, but like under like a blanket, and that's when Elizabeth shows up.
well, not yet, not yet.
Oh, my
First, he finds the correct combination
Oh God.
of how to bring something back to life, and he brings a toad back to life.
Right.
The effects aren't that good.
Hold on. Before we talk about the toad, how does he come to the conclusion it's amniotic fluid? Is that in the notes?
It's in the notes. He's like, "Oh, he was so close. He just needs amniotic fluid. That's the connecting tissue."
Oh yeah. It's like that plus electricity equals life.
I think there's a little more to it, but
Yes.
that's the gist.
So
Do you think that toad went off and started its own?
Well, here's the thing.
Super frog.
So what he wanted to do was bring life back, and then he does it. He's like, "Yes, I did it." And he has this thing, and then he just walks away from it.
Yeah. Well, now he's like, now I got to put a
It's like
person
you want to
together.
put it in a fucking jar. You want to study it for a
well,
few hours.
this is how you get the reveal that it's super
Superhuman.
strong.
Yeah, it breaks the little petri dish
Yeah.
it's in.
That's what I'm saying. Like it went off and it goes to Frogtown and has the 3 dicks, and then Roddy Piper has to fight it in like I don't know, in like 100 years.
I love how it comes to Frogtown.
It's great.
And like you said earlier, I mean, honestly, he didn't just walk away from it. He went to go fucking kill that dog.
I think this might have been where the zombie dog
Yeah,
was.
so like did it with a frog. Time for the dog.
And again, I don't know if it was just in the script or if they ever ended up filming it. If you've seen the full work print, can you tell me if that's in there?
I would watch it again to see the work print version.
Yeah, because like I said, I've read that there's multiple deleted scenes, but I can only find 3.
There's a lot of gore apparently that was cut out.
I didn't see a lot of gore in the deleted scenes I found. There's only one deleted scene where there's actually like killing, and it's not that gory.
Yeah.
So I would like to see the gory stuff too.
100%.
But yeah, this is where Elizabeth finally shows up. They're trying to the whole city's being locked down.
They're under quarantine because now there's a huge cholera outbreak.
And Henry and Elizabeth are trying to convince him to leave the city. But he's like, "No, I can't. My work's too important." Maybe you could have had a scene. I was going to say when he wakes up, but I think maybe you could have left this scene with Elizabeth coming.
Yeah.
Because then it would have been more important. It's like, oh shit, like I forgot about this character and things have gotten so serious that she's here.
Agreed.
Yeah, so she's like, "Come on, you need to get out of here." And he's like, "I'm breaking up with you, Elizabeth.
No.
I got to bring Robert De Niro back to life." Also, could you imagine if it was Waldman's brain? He's like, you put my brain in the body of the guy who killed me?
Wait a minute.
I was thinking the same thing. How fucked up that?
What the fuck is wrong with you? It's like Face Off.
It's like a joke.
It's like, oh, you gave me the face of the guy who murdered my son. Take my face
part
off.
of it anyway.
Face Off. I should review Face Off one day.
It's a good flick.
Yes. So she leaves, and again, I do like that reveal where he hits the thing. But no, they fucked it up because they show the body earlier underneath the.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He keeps trying to fucking hide it, and she's like, "Oh, what's in this room?" And he pushes her out of the way. He's like, "Don't go in there."
It would have been cool if we never saw that body under the sheets until him hitting the thing and opening it.
And then you see its butt
cheeks. Yeah.
Yeah. Then you see its butt.
You see its butt
okay,
cheeks.
so.
Have you ever played Mousetrap, Tony?
Yes.
I think Victor Frankenstein's played it.
But before we get to that, okay. So electricity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not in the book.
Really?
No.
So what is the main mode of reanimation?
Doesn't tell you. Leaves it up to your imagination. There's hints. Like they said, the raw materials were from like slaughterhouses and stuff they mentioned, like morgues and whatnot.
Sure. The body parts.
Yes, but like
the raw materials.
They just say raw materials.
Yeah,
So you assume.
yeah.
But no, I think there's a reference to a spark, but that could be like a metaphorical spark, not a literal one.
The spark of life.
Yes.
Yeah. The all spark.
And and this is something CB mentioned in his video, I think. This movie that we know is based off the stage play where all these elements were introduced.
Same with the Dracula, which we didn't mention. The original Bela Lugosi was the stage play.
Yeah, but that stage play was closer to the book. I know it's very different, but compared to the Frankenstein one, it's way closer.
Sure.
So there is no electricity in the book, or there could be. I mean, like I said, it leaves it open to your imagination. They mentioned like alchemy and stuff, so you could just imagine how he did it.
Yeah, it's reagent, dude.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So they don't tell you. And it's weird that like I think in my research, there's only ever been like 2 or 3 Frankenstein movies that didn't do the electricity. I didn't see there's a 2000. I'm gonna fucking just move.
He's gonna come in here and rip your head off.
So the 2000, there's like a 2004 made-for-TV one that apparently is the most close to the book. I don't know how they bring.
You know
it back.
who's in that?
Who?
John Hurt's brother.
Really?
William Hurt.
Oh, I gotta see that.
Really?
I think he actually plays Walden, maybe? I looked it up earlier.
Now we have to watch it because it's tangentially,
And I think that Frankenstein actually looks more like how the book depicts him with like the long black hair and stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
So he's sexy Frankenstein.
I think
or monster.
The one that came out right before this with Randy Quaid, which James has mentioned before, I think that one he's like cloned, so it's not electricity. And I think there's
like a test tube monster.
Yes, and I think there's like another made-for-TV one that's British, but it's like a lady Frankenstein, and she makes it's like a fetus sort of thing,
like a sack.
So she like grows a Frankenstein.
That's kind of neat. I kind of like that.
Every movie is so insistent on doing the electricity because of how like influential this one was. But like this was a case where like, hey, if we're trying to be different, like Dracula was being super I mean, faithful to the book, but different than all the other film adaptations. Yeah. This one's kind of like, no, we got to do the electricity. We got to do the. Look, it's on the fucking poster. It's on the goddamn covers and stuff.
Well, don't you associate it with a lightning strike?
They were not confident in this.
They couldn't. They had to put in the "It's Alive" thing and everything. Like,
I'm fine with the "It's Alive" thing. It's just the electricity. Like, this is a case where, like, you know, people are expected to be close to the book. You could have, but at the same time,
it's up for interpretation.
So you could interpret it as electricity.
I thought what they did with the amniotic fluid and like the bath and all that shit was fucking cool, but like, you still need the vehicle of electricity to kickstart it.
Yes,
you know what I mean.
It's a vehicle.
Well, yes. So that's my thing on the electricity. I'm tired of the electricity.
Unfortunately, Tony, the other 99% of the population that cares about this movie would be sitting there saying, "Where's the electricity?"
This is also true.
Yes. Anyway, this is the most over the top Frankenstein. Man. This is this is why I can't stop watching the movie. Because I just sit there and I'm just like, how did they come to this
When did The Little Mermaid come out? That's what I'd like to know.
Oh my God.
Did that influence this film? I think it was like 88, but still.
I don't know, but like, so Kenneth Branagh, he's shirtless.
He's got to take his shirt off so you can see his ripped.
He's got to be shirtless. He's in decent shape.
Yeah. Oh, he's in good shape, and he wants you to know it.
Yes. It's not just like, I'm going to plug the monster in and light it up. No, he's got to walk down an aisle of switches and hit them super dramatically. And then he's got a fucking pulley system with Frankenstein. So he's got to hoist him up and then he's swinging on ropes, cranking levers, swinging him around the fucking pulley system.
Like fucking Space Mountain.
Yeah. He's not charging anything up. So what is the purpose of him like riding that fucking track along the ceiling?
None.
To get him to the tank.
But why not just put the tank right there?
Because we got to see him swinging around.
This is part of Kenneth Branagh's fucking vision.
I love when the body goes up and it's just hitting beams and it's
By the way,
that fucking
like
beam crashes into it.
This is the most important thing in his life, and he's just knocking it around. I don't even think it's strapped down.
No.
Imagine if it hits like that one side that it always like bounces all around and just fucking falls and breaks into 1,000.
So he swings it dramatically. Yeah. He lowers it into the tank. He closes the tank. He's got giant fucking needles that he's shoving into the feet and the hands and the fucking head.
That's pretty cool. Like, I thought that was really neat.
Now, the needles, I think, are pumping the fluid into it.
Okay, so what is it? Yes. But it's in fluid as well.
It's in fluid as well, and I think the fluid is in the tank. So the big thing that you're talking about, the big sack above...
The big amorphous
that is
bio sack?
That is water filled with the eels.
Yes.
The eels live in there.
Oh.
So it's like a big, like almost parachute thing that's holding the water in there.
Dude, it looks like a big egg sack.
I agree. I'm sure it was meant to look like that. I'm sure it's meant to look like organs.
Or this thought just popped in my head. A giant pair of testicles, because then it shoots out the eel semen.
There's a lot of symbolism here.
No, sure, but like what is it? Electrically charged water from the eels?
He just has a bunch of eels in there.
I know, he fucking feeds them before. Yeah. And it's like, this is, okay.
I mean, you know what? As much as I'm shitting on electricity, at least it wasn't lightning until the end when they do use lightning.
Yeah.
It's fucking... that makes it even weirder that they went with the lightning theme, because it's not a part of the main one. So anyway, so he pulls the crank, the eels go in, and they just start biting.
Bite the shit out of Robert De Niro.
And then so he's screaming.
I didn't realize that.
So he has to go on top of the thing and fucking flex. The creature starts shaking.
Yeah.
And then he falls down, looks at the hole, and just goes, left.
And the thing goes,
and the thing's eyes open up. Yes! And then he finally turns it off.
And he's like, shit, it didn't work anyway.
Yeah. And he opens up, he's like, oh, it's dead. And he's like, I failed after that fucking just amazing performance. like again, Kenneth Branagh, he's just like, all right, everyone's waiting for the creature to come alive. And the creature coming to life in the original is one of the most famous scenes of movie history.
Yeah.
But mine
it's going to be better.
Will be even more memorable.
Dramatic and emotionally charged.
More
and disgusting.
Why would I make this subtle?
Yeah. I'm gonna swing around. I'm gonna pet your ass. I'm gonna be shirtless during this whole thing, and I'm gonna scream at the top of my lungs.
I'm gonna be sweaty.
How many takes do you think that took him? You think on the last one he was like, yeah, that was it. That was the one.
I bet you it was one take.
It was like, one take.
One and done.
I'm good. I'll be in Helena's dressing room. Do not tell my famous actress wife. So, as he walks away, creature comes to life.
And he's like, huh?
And I can't fucking believe the It's Alive is restrained.
It's alive. It's alive.
After the swinging around, the screaming, the fucking dancing.
Well, he wanted that to be remembered, not the It's Alive part.
Yeah. He finally gets to the moment, and he just goes, "It's alive."
It's
and
alive?
I'm like, "Holy shit! I can't believe he did that."
So now the monster's alive.
Yes.
And he goes over to the fucking copper still, and he goes to take the
By
thing
the way,
off.
the eels have all died, I guess.
I guess they electrocuted themselves to death.
Not one eel falls out of that fucking thing.
No, and that's why I was questioning what the point of that was.
Sure.
He goes to unlock it, and Robert De Niro Stein punches the fucking thing off, and it goes flying, and shit goes everywhere, and the thing tips over, and he just slops out onto the floor.
And then, speaking of Ghostbusters 2.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. This...
It's true.
Again, just another example of like, I can't believe this exists. It's cut like a comedy scene.
Yeah, this is my favorite part.
I couldn't believe I'm watching it this morning. I'm like, is this fucking serious? This is like a minute and a half of them fucking
like
falling over.
Jump cuts of them falling over and over and over again.
He's trying to pick up this sloppy piece of shit, and they're slipping all over the place in the amniotic fluid.
At one point, they're across the room, and then it cuts, and they're back to where they were.
He's pulling it by the foot.
They're like grabbing each other, like.
Yeah.
Apparently, Robert De Niro's like suit split.
Yeah, he like fell on his ass and it ripped open.
So they're just, and there's no music. There's no sound effects.
It's just
really.
But then they finally get over to like these fucking random chains that are hanging down, these patented Frankenstein chains.
The wooden beam with random chains.
Yeah,
he
fucking
have a wooden beam with random
Of course,
chains.
yeah, he hooks him up like Uncle Frank, dude. He just like sets him right up in there.
So then he like he hoists him up.
This was hilarious.
And then a piece of wood just the thing falls and hits him in the head, and boom. And Frankenstein's like, well, he's dead.
Doesn't even check the heart or anything.
Wait, he hoists him up on accident, and he doesn't think to just put him back down to check.
And he just cracks this fucking thing in the head with this plank, and it's just like, I'm going to bed.
So yeah,
he writes in his journal, I fail.
Well, because he's got to put the journal in the jacket pocket.
Yeah.
So the creature has died. Now here's another problem I have with all Frankenstein interpretations, including this one, including the original.
Okay.
Not counting Mummy Cop, because Frankenfed was perfect. I think we all can agree, much like District Attorney Dracula, it is the most purest form, even though I did do the stitching up stuff.
You know, you did the best Frankenstein, the best Dracula, the best Mummy.
The best Mummy. And Invisible Man, who was the Invisible Mayor.
Wow.
Who gets killed because he looks too much like Mummy Cop.
All that's left is Creature and a Wolfman.
They're in there.
Oh, okay.
There's Wolfman Warden.
Okay.
He was the warden of the prison. He was a Wolfman. First season, makeup doesn't look too good.
That second one, though.
Not gonna lie. Looks a little bit like brown face. It was not meant to be brown face. We fixed it season 2. Season 2, we got a way better makeup person. It's like, okay, that actually looks like a Wolfman. We kind of screwed up season 1. We were on a budget. We were under time.
I get it.
We didn't know.
And now you're admitting it.
Yes. And then we had Teacher from the Black Lagoon.
Oh,
anyway,
I like that one.
That makeup is actually pretty cool too. So my problem with this is, in the book, he purposely makes the creature look as beautiful as possible. And when it's dead, before he reanimates it, it's like it was beautiful.
Right.
It was like this amazing thing that I made. It was like this,
the perfect,
like
specimen.
the perfect specimen.
Yeah.
Yes. And I'm pretty sure it was an Italian guy who looked like me. But the problem is,
instead of amniotic fluid, he put him in olive oil.
Yes.
And brought him back.
Virgin, of course.
And in the book, when it is reanimated, however, so its skin like turns yellow, and you can see the veins, and it takes on this horrifying appearance.
Right, like whatever the experiment is fucking tainted it.
Fucks it up.
Here's the thing though, like every Frankenstein thing, before they reanimate it, it's fucking stitched together fucking monster. Like, oh, I can't believe it was. I'm like, what did you expect? You have 5 people stitched together.
Yeah, but it's also not like, especially De Niro's thing, it's like not clean. Like for a doctor and a surgeon, those are the shittiest sutures I've ever seen in my life.
But I'm thinking like Frankenstein Unbound. It's like, dude, you got like discs in his head, and you stitched 4 eyes together. Like,
how do you even do that?
Like,
Ralph Julia's a madman.
And every single time they're like, oh, it's a monster. It's like, well, yeah,
because you made it look like he's got a thumb on it. He's got an extra finger.
But yeah, this one, he's like walking away, and he's like, it was stronger. But it was an abomination. It didn't come out the way I wanted. It's like, well, what were you expecting?
Well,
I think that's why they need like a Frankenstein movie where they're like, oh, it looks great until it comes to life.
That's actually,
but they're so far.
Scared.
Yeah, they're so scared to go away from the stitched up and electricity stuff. And I guess I'm guilty of that. But again,
so let's do it. Why not?
Yeah, you're right. Well, I already did Frankenstein.
No,
Frankenfed and the Frankenstein MD, I've already covered it, and I think I did it perfect. My Dr. Frankenstein was like Hannibal Lecter, and Frankenfed was a...
Yeah, but this new idea that you have...
Well, not a new idea, it's doing the fucking
doing
book
it, excuse me, that's right. Doing it like it should be.
Yeah, so he walks away. And by the way, this is the only time I can tell out of all the Frankenstein movies I've seen, I don't know about you, and I only saw it on Blu-ray. This is the only time I've ever seen the monster's dick.
Oh yeah, you see the dick, the balls,
and about.
Yeah,
out and about while he's hung up on this thing. I never noticed it on like DVD or anything.
Sure. Why did he get?
But
on
Blu-ray on my big screen TV, I'm like, oh, I've seen his dick this entire time.
Why does it have a dick?
Why not?
Well, why wouldn't it?
I don't know.
You want to cut that off? Rob him of his manhood?
He's trying to make a human being.
Yeah.
So you need a dick. I mean,
do you though?
Depending on what kind of human you're making.
I mean, I don't know. Is this thing gonna fuck? Like why? Like,
well,
it wants to.
Has the ability to. So yeah. So this part's weird. So he leaves it hung up.
I wonder.
Wait. What's his obsession with creating something and just walking away from it?
I mean, that's kind of in the book, but at least in the book,
but no, the book is different. The book is he sees the thing and he just runs the fuck out.
He gets freaked out, right?
But here he thinks it's dead, and even with the toad, it's like, well, bring it down and study it. Like what went wrong?
Whatever. I'll tell you why. Because then you wouldn't have a scene of him waking up like confused because he hears a noise, and then naked Robert De Niro like running towards him.
Wait. Fucking Frankenstein went to sleep with all the placenta on him.
Yeah, but like, why?
When I watched it this morning, I'm like, ew, take a shower. Take a shower.
Was Frankenstein just like tired? Because he's like, oh, that took
doing all that running around.
Yeah, fucking yanking chains and stuff. And he's just like, I'm gonna go to bed. And then
he's
passes
like, in
out.
the morning, I'll destroy everything. And he puts his journal in his jacket.
Right.
But then
you're right. Then he wakes up.
He gets sick though.
Yeah, he wakes up. You're right, because in the book, he just runs away. He does get sick in the book.
Oh, he does.
Because he runs away in like a storm, and that's where he meets Serval, and I think he gets pneumonia, which he does get.
He does, yeah, but he like has it from the amniotic fluid.
And then this is another scene where they fuck up, and I'm pretty sure this was the deleted scene that they worked back in. He sees the monster, like you said. He's horrified by it.
Yeah.
And then superimposed over this entire thing
that's right.
is his asshole professor being like, oh, you stitched evil to evil. How do you think this thing will repay you? Oh, you're such a fool. But what we're so distracted by it that you have to like look through the guy's fucking face. You see the monster trying to reach out to him and like communicate with him, and Frankenstein rejecting him.
Victor Frankenstein of Geneva. How could you know what you'd unleashed?
That is the most important part for the creature.
And you covered it up with this stupid ass.
And I'm almost positive that was the deleted scene where the professor found out what he was doing and berated him. And that was supposed to like be like, oh,
put them together.
Like maybe you could have like, maybe that was him remembering the scenes. Like, remember when I told you to do this? But we never saw the initial scene.
Right. It's so clunky though, man.
And we never see that professor again.
No.
We don't need that. And we missed out on like actually seeing the creature.
Yes.
Trying to establish some kind of communication and just being left out.
He fucking throws a shelf over and this poor bastard trips over it. He doesn't care.
He goes to get a fucking ass or something and kill him.
Yeah, because immediately after he makes it, he's like, what did I do? And it's like, what do you mean, what do you do? You've been working on this fucking thing for like...
Well, people get obsessed.
So like I said, in the novel, not many people see the creature.
Yeah.
It's the family, Victor, and then all the people who die, and the guys on the boat. Here, the entire fucking city finds him because it's Frankenstein. We need villagers going after Frankenstein.
Right.
Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah. Because he grabs he's like walking around in this fucking trench coat that he wears the rest of the movie. And he sees like, well, he's hungry and he grabs a fucking piece of bread because he doesn't know. And they like,
and then the girl's
this
like,
guy started the cholera, go after him. It's like, what? Because he had scars on his face?
Yeah, she really jumps to conclusions there.
He's got cholera.
So they all attack him.
Our second lynch mob in the movie, by the way. Second one after the same guy, technically.
Yeah. So he's running away because everyone's chasing him. Because you need the villagers attacking. They couldn't quite do it the way it normally is done.
Yeah.
Because if you're being closer to the book, you don't really get a lot of wiggle room for that. So like, this is their one scene. But I do like how he's just fucking picking people up and launching
Oh my god, he picks up that fucking wagon. He's
he throws it. Like uppercuts that one guy into the fucking.
He throws him into a fucking statue and it explodes.
Oh my god. I was half expecting like a killer clown scene, just knocking the fucking head off
knocks his block off.
And because there is cholera, there's a lot of dead bodies around, so he like blends in with the dead bodies.
Which is kind of cool.
And wanders off into the woods.
Into the best part, I would argue, of the movie.
We're almost there. We're almost there. Yes.
He's on his way.
Yeah, so Henry nurses Victor back to life.
Yeah.
Which, again, he does in the book. That's
he feeds him soup, pretty much.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm a good doctor. You have pneumonia.
Yeah, he's like, luckily you don't have cholera, you have pneumonia. You almost died because it's pneumonia. It's pretty bad.
But
I'm
then
getting good at this.
Yeah, but
Here's some soup.
He mentions... So, like, that's the thing. Like, in the book, like, Frankenstein's like, well, the monster's gone. Hope he doesn't come back. But here they're like, yeah, the cholera is so bad. If you didn't have shelter or food... You're fucked.
Yeah.
He's like, so many people died, mostly children. Frankenstein goes, oh, thank God. Because he assumes the monster died. And Clerval's like, what?
And then he like randomly, well, I guess not random, but he hears like music and he's like, he like comes at you again shirtless. He's like, oh, Elizabeth?
Yeah.
Oh, right, my sister that I'm in love with.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's there. And again, this would have worked better if we only saw her that one time before.
And that's
this.
her first introduction, yeah. She's
But not introduction, but like after he leaves.
Yeah. I mean, in Ingolstadt.
Yeah, if it's dance party, her going there to tell him to leave, and then this, I think it would have worked better.
I think
instead of just constantly cutting back to her.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need that.
And this is, I think, where they decide they're going to get married, right? Like, it's going to happen.
It's close to that, I think. Yeah. But no, this is where we start to get the best part of the movie.
What?
This is the creature.
Well, when he also wakes up, all of his shit is gone. Everything, all the experimental stuff is gone. From the barn.
Yes.
It's all like packed up and gone.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, how long has he been out? And like, was that Elizabeth and other dudes doing?
I don't know.
I was thinking that while I was watching it, and I was like, what are you doing, Sean? This is like, why am I trying to overthink this?
No, but like, it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, I know later on he's packing it up to move.
Yeah,
but I guess they took down all the other stuff.
They took down all the other stuff.
Unless, was he doing all this shit in Walden's old place?
Oh, wait, no, he might have...
No, because he has the stuff later, and he's packing it up and shipping it back.
He might have taken down a lot of stuff before he got sick.
I guess.
Because remember, last time we see him, he's got the axe. And
I know, but it like hard cuts from that to him being in the bed.
Wow, there's a lot of that in this.
I agree, but I think there's enough amount of time in between for him to like do all that.
I guess.
So the monster goes to the woods, and again, this is my favorite part of the book when you actually get to hear what the creature's been doing.
Yeah.
I think the movie misses out on not having enough like flashback stuff. Because I liked in the book where it's like, it's all Frankenstein's point of view. He's interfering with the creature's interfering. It's killing family members and stuff. But then the creature's like, well, let me tell you about me.
Yeah.
But instead they're showing you in order.
There's a ton of creepy scenes from the book that just are not in this movie.
So yeah, the creature's just in a pigsty that's attached to the house.
His hovel, I think they call it in the book.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's spying on a family. In the book, I think they're foreign refugees. Or at least one is, because I think he mentions the one girl is like Arabian, and she comes to marry the son.
One's definitely blind. Like the old guy's definitely blind.
Oh yeah. Well, that's where Bride got that from originally.
Yeah. So he's just like watching them. He goes to steal their food, but then he hears like how they're having trouble farming because the ground's frozen.
Yeah.
So just to be friendly, he breaks out because they didn't do anything mean to him yet.
He's a friendly monster.
And he's like, they look like they're fun, but like since all those people reacted to him that way, which in the book it's like, oh, I'm afraid to communicate with these people because the first person I saw like ran away
and beat me.
Yeah. In the book, it's like super like the creature is like so lovable in this. He's like, oh man, they're really great. And then he just goes out in the woods like, I would love to hang out with them. I'm a vegetarian for some reason. He is in the book. He's like, I eat berries and nuts.
I love potatoes.
Well, he's going through like the pig slop, and like the first thing he sees, he sniffs it, doesn't like it, grabs like an onion peel, and starts chowing down.
It's like a potato or some shit.
And like this part of the movie, it's like when Kenneth Branagh is just behind the camera, the movie's a little bit better.
Yeah,
it's pretty. I'm glad he didn't put himself in Thor. Although he has put himself in movies and been fine since then. He's directed good movies since then.
Sure.
He's acting in some pretty bad movies.
The biggest problem with this, I think, is that too, because he's behind the camera and in front of it.
Yeah.
Sure.
But here, like, there's not a lot of super over-the-top melodramatic stuff here.
Mm-mm.
It's
because
just
he's not in the scene.
The scenes like slow down. You breathe a little bit. You're familiar with it's the only character that's not screaming exposition and stuff. Because we forgot to mention when he was going through the notes, it's not just voiceover. It's him reading out loud the fucking note. Like he won't shut the fuck up. I need some water. I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I'm back now. I got my water now, guys.
Oh, perfect. Let's talk about the frozen vegetables that he pulls out of the ground because these poor peasants can't get it out of the ground.
Like 5 potatoes. Like, I never know I'm going to make it through the winter.
Frozen solid.
But yeah, so he like really loves the family. It's like he's a very caring being.
Yeah.
He's just not able to interact with people because of how he was rejected.
He also has mixed emotions, and they go from 0 to 100, whether that's...
Well, he says later in the film, he's like, he has 2 things he wants to indulge in, either love or
he's like,
rage.
I have a love that you couldn't imagine, a rage.
So he wants to eat, fuck, or
He's a nice guy, but it doesn't ever work out that way.
Because like he never like... until he wants revenge.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he's the good spirit of the forest.
Which I kind of love.
That was cool.
Yeah. He's providing for them. He's learning how to read through them. And in the book, this is where like Mary Shelley just talks about all the books she was reading, like Frankenstein. The monster's like, I also read this book, and this book is like, wow, this this tiny village had a lot of books.
The way that they do it in the film is cool though, because like the little girl's being taught by her mother, and he's like watching through the wall.
Yeah. I mean, that's what he did.
It's
of course, his first word is like friend, and I'm like,
back.
Yeah.
He even gets
I'm
a little
into that,
flower
actually.
too.
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with
Yeah,
it.
the flower's cool, because that's definitely a little bit of a callback to Maria.
For sure.
And yeah, like I said,
Oh, God.
like I said, I think the point I was trying to make before I had to go get my water.
You're good.
I like how restrained and calm these scenes are.
Yeah.
Because, like, again, the Robert De Niro is really great. He apparently studied stroke victims and stuff.
Okay.
So it's nice to see in a movie where characters are screaming and shouting the entire time, just one who's just kind of acting with his body, really.
This is the point, too, in his career. Like, you know, if you look at what he's done the last 10 or 15 years, you could make a different argument that he's just phoning it in. But he was still, like, taking the shit pretty... I mean, not that he doesn't take it seriously, but it was, like, a different Robert De Niro at the time.
I mean, like...
When was Cape Fear? Was that...
around the same time.
It was around the same time. So, like, for him to play, like, that kind of villain and then be the monster, and even in all the makeup and shit...
And I think it prepared him to be the Nazi in the Rocky and Bullwinkle movie.
Yeah, him and George Costanza.
Yeah. This really, I think I read, he's like, when I was the weird Nazi guy in Rocky and Bullwinkle, I brought what I learned from Frankenstein. I don't know how I just remembered that.
I totally forgot about that when they come out of the fucking cartoon.
So yeah, he's really, really great. And it's nice to see the family because they're also not, like everyone in this movie is fucking annoying asshole.
Yeah, and these people are just genuine.
Yeah,
like,
so they got these nice, calm people, and you got this monster.
Like, yeah, they're like,
the movie could have literally just been this, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, like how are we gonna get through the winter? And like, well, we'll do it together, and like the strength of the family, and we got to make sure that we provide for each other and be there for each other and stuff. Yeah, and it's like the exact opposite of the Frankenstein family.
This is how people are supposed to be, and I wish I had this.
Yeah.
But of course, they have to interrupt it. So Frankenstein can announce his engagement to Serval, and then hire Serval. And then Serval goes, write it down in your journal. It's such a weak setup. He's like, you can write that down in your journal. Remember you had that?
Yeah. And he goes, oh no.
My journal.
My journal. My monster.
And of course, the monster's like, this is the journal of Dr. Frankenstein. He's really picking up on how to read.
Yeah, man, he's blowing through that shit.
He has a very like deep vocabulary afterwards. Like, man, what are they? That's right. In the book, he's teaching like his wife to read English.
Maybe that's what
or whatever. Yeah.
Or I think that makes more sense.
Swiss or whatever.
Yeah.
They also use that trace memory thing to fill in that gap. Where like, I just remembered how to talk.
I'm kind of into that. I don't mind it. Yeah.
Oh, so Waldman never played the flute, right?
It was the old man.
The old man.
It was the old man who played the flute, but later on he has a weird thing. He's like, "How did I know to do that?" It's like, "Well, you watched it."
Yeah.
That's why I don't like the trace memory thing. Because I just like because in the book it's like he just learned really fast. Because he was like a superior.
He's supposed to be a superior.
Yeah, he's supposed to be.
If they had a scene, even if it was a quick one, I know maybe that's too on the nose. If they had Waldman playing an instrument of some kind, but.
I don't think it would have worked as well.
No, I could go either way on it.
Well, because if he's gonna pick up his fucking musical attributes, then why doesn't he pick up his other memories as well?
Yeah,
true.
True.
Yeah. So, the family, they have an asshole landlord.
You're telling me.
He's right away beating on his daughter.
Beat up a little
this
girl.
This like sheriff of Nottingham motherfucker comes up and like chokes this little girl and just like, where's your daddy?
He's yelling at the blind guy.
He punches him in the eye.
Fucking kicks him down. He literally like flips him on the ground and hits him with his own cane.
Yeah, and then he wanders into the fucking the house, and then the monster just beats the shit out of him.
The monster grabs him and slams him through the roof.
And the little girl's just like, ah! Like runs to her family.
Why didn't the little girl say, the landlord guy that I know is here and he's beating up Grandpa?
For two reasons.
No, because she's like, there's a fucking monster!
Yeah, well, no.
For two reasons. One, plot, and two, because that's what happens in the book.
Sure.
More or less.
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, no, in the book, I don't think he protects him from...
I think he just is. They're away at the time.
Yeah, they're away at the time.
And the grandpa's there by himself.
I thought he killed the grandfather by accident.
No.
No?
No, in the book, it's kind of sad. It's kind of like...
It's somehow sadder
What
than
I can
this,
remind,
actually.
what I can relate to, it's like when you're young and you have like a real crush on a girl for like months, and then you finally work up the energy to ask her out,
and she
and
turns
it
you
just
down?
backfires so bad. That's what it's like in the book. He's like, I'm finally gonna talk to them. And then it's like, yeah, you know, he like makes up this whole thing. He's like, yeah, there's these people I really like, and I want to hang out with them. The guy's like, you should talk to them. And then at the end, he's like, it's you actually. I actually really like you, and oh no, everyone's kicking me out.
Yeah. Well, also I want to say, and you read it more recently than I did, both of you actually. He didn't know he was ugly at that point in the book, I don't think, because they don't have all that other shit
I think
from the
he
movie.
assumes
Doesn't he see his reflection in something at
I
that
think
point?
so.
Maybe.
Well, I think it's just
water?
he saw like a person saw him and was horrified by him.
All right, fair enough. I couldn't remember if that was a plot
In
point.
this version, entire town screamed at him.
Yeah.
And he tells the guy, he's like, I'm really ugly.
Well, I love that though. He has the
And people
blind
are
man
scared
touch
of
his
me.
face. That was
Yeah.
cool. And
Yeah.
he's like, he's like, oh, that's so unfortunate. Sit by
Yeah.
the fire, friend.
Yeah, I can feel you're ugly, but at least I don't have to look at you.
Yes, yes. And then the
Thank God I blinded myself.
the family comes in and they beat the shit out of him.
Well,
They hit
again,
him
like
with a
Joe was
stick.
saying, they think the daughter, because she's just a little kid, she doesn't know how to
Yeah.
really express what she means. They
But I
think
love-
the
but they're
monster hurt the grandpa.
But they're also sitting there. They're not. They're not in locked up in battle, and he's the you know. It's not like Grandpa's on the ground all beat to shit with the monster standing over him. They're
No.
sitting by the fire, holding hands
Next to the Christmas tree.
next
Yeah.
to the Christmas tree.
So I think when the guy's like, we have to leave, we can't live here anymore, I think it actually makes more sense to this. It's like, yeah, we just like fucking threw our landlord through the thing. We have to get out of town.
Oh no, maybe that makes more sense because like they find the landlord dead outside, and they're like, oh shit, and they go in and like, get away from me, monster.
But like in the book, it's just they just leave because they saw a monster.
Yeah. And then he like...
In this, it's like, I don't know who that was, but
Yeah, we gotta-
fucking landlord's like dead.
we gotta
get the fuck out.
skedaddle.
and then I guess like
That
they,
man is in trouble now and wanted by the law.
they flee, and then I guess the monster, 'cause, you know, he's upset. He's like, I guess I should finally start leafing through this fucking journal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
Sets the goddamn house on
So as I
fire.
said-
Oh my god, that
This
shot is insane.
Yeah.
this is
great.
the best scene in the movie because it was restrained
Yeah.
and calm.
It took its time.
But De Niro is not immune to overacting.
Sure.
I will have my revenge. Frankenstein!
TM! As the fucking house is on fire behind him.
Even he gets one. Even he gets one.
Yeah.
So he decided, well, Frankenstein cursed me with life, and I'm miserable now.
So I'm gonna curse him with death.
I know everything about him because I read his journal.
But he
I'm
also
go-
knows how he was like, this was a failure and all this
Yeah.
other shit.
Well, he is a failure. What's stupid is like, did Frankenstein put all of his personal shit in that journal?
he must have.
What an idiot.
It was a journal.
I might get it,
I
but like
touched
it's for
myself at night
experiment.
thinking about my sister.
I fucked the corpse before I brought it to life. I hope it's okay with it.
We haven't talked about it.
What?
The makeup on the monster.
Oh, it's fantastic.
I really like it.
It's really good.
I really like as much as I was complaining about the stitches and stuff. If you are gonna do it, this is really good, and I like how it heals
was
over the process of the movie. And
just
this is
gonna
that
say
part
that.
where he pulls the
Well, he
stitches
pulls the
out.
stitch out, yeah.
Because usually when you do like a Frankenstein, you just stitch up the whole time.
The whole time, or usually it's like metal, staples or something.
But it makes
right?
sense for this. Like if it is a life form that's coming back to life, it would.
It should heal, and
yeah.
he had scars, but over time, I feel like they would fade enough to where
Like they smooth out, and like by the end of the movie, he has like almost an inch of hair. Like his
Yeah.
hair is growing the entire time.
Because this
too.
movie takes place over like several months. Like you kind of just have to kind of assume things are happening over stretches of time.
We're talking years too, especially in the
Maybe,
beginning.
yeah.
It keeps jumping, and there's like
well,
these
maybe
little
like from
intercuts.
like Ingolstadt on.
Yeah,
It's like a year or two maybe.
Sure.
Where are we at here? I love the helicopter shot of him walking over the mountains.
Oh, that's cool.
I kind of like it.
It's kind of
I like
kind of
it.
neat. Like my thing with that is too like he's still biological material.
So like,
but he's superior.
Yeah, but is he getting like frostbitten and like rotten?
No, because even in the book, he's able to survive in the north.
Really?
And he's totally
That's
fine.
why he goes to the north originally.
I guess so.
He can just survive. He's just
I
physically
thought
strong.
I thought he just went there because it's basically empty, like he is inside,
sure.
There's
and like
that,
nobody's
but,
out
he
there.
didn't go there because he could survive. It was to get away, but he can survive.
Oh, I guess so.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's like just genetically superior.
Yeah.
At least physically, anyway. But yeah, I love the
saw
shot.
his penis. So.
Yeah, and I love the shot.
It was down here.
And I know I complained to Van Helsing about their aerial shot of the snow mountains.
Yeah.
But that's because the rest of the movie is on sets, and that was like the only
shot
exterior
Like takes
thing.
you out of it. Yeah.
So it was like, okay, that's it. And I know they threw it in there just to cash in on Lord of the Rings. It feels more organic here.
Sure.
When we have seen a couple on location stuff already. But yeah, I loved like the helicopter going around.
It looks great, for sure.
It looks great. Somehow he made it to Geneva.
He had an internal
I
compass.
guess he knew how to read street signs.
He's a superior being, Tony. That's the excuse from now on.
Elizabeth gets a locket from Frankenstein.
As like an engagement ring.
Yes.
Or a sign thereof.
Yes, because if I know anything about women, when they want to get married, they will settle for a locket with a picture of you over an engagement ring. And I think you guys can vouch for me, right?
Yeah,
Is that true?
absolutely. Yeah.
No.
Oh, well, I guess good thing I'm not getting married.
I think it's a thing of like, hey, I'm gonna buy you a really nice ring, but we're in cholera country. So here's this locket that I had.
Is like knocked up when he gives them like just an empty box. And it's like it's a promise of an eventual.
Well, you're gonna get one.
Yeah,
I
they
promise.
stole that. Knocked Up stole that from this movie.
They're also like filthy rich, right? She probably has like a drawer full of rings. Anyway.
So when she gets there, William's like, "Can I have your locket?" And she's like, "Don't play with it. I want to show my friend."
Who is he going to show that to?
Monster. Friend he
He
has.
just runs into the fucking woods with it.
I think he went to go show the monster. They just didn't show the before. They just showed
think
the
so?
after.
Yeah.
Here's that locket you wanted.
No,
Thanks.
No. He says a friend's name.
Oh, he does? Okay.
Like, there's a house
I like
or
my
something.
version better, damn it.
We'll get to.
So
yeah.
he runs in and he sees the monster, who's playing the flute.
Yeah.
But he's like really nice at first. But then the kid runs away and he sees the locket has Frankenstein on it. And I guess he goes to kill him.
How does he
He's
know
like,
what he
"Fuck
looks
that."
like though?
He saw him. He probably has a really good memory.
I get. Oh yeah, you're right. I guess.
Yeah.
he did,
Yeah, when he was chasing after him, buck naked, tripping over fucking
Well,
laughing.
it's a terrible likeness of me.
Yeah.
But
And
here you
if
go.
I remember like the book pretty well.
Well, William.
Like he was like, "Oh, William is a friend. This is my new friend." Then he finds out he's Frankenstein.
Yeah.
And anger overcomes him. So this is kind of similar. It's just
Yeah.
they cut out the conversation.
Sure.
But you don't know he's dead yet.
Then everybody's looking for
well,
William.
Well, hold on. Then we have this another scene where Justine's mother's yelling at her.
Oh yeah.
Well, they're
With the-
trying on like the wedding dress
Yeah.
and shit.
And she like pricks her fingers. She's like, "Get off! You can't fucking make this dress. You pathetic." It's so heart wrenching because she's just like she can't do anything right.
like she's putting on the wedding dress.
Don't even touch it, Justine.
for the bride to be of the man that she loves.
Wow.
like that's not
Add
already.
that
And her mom
label,
is so excited for this wedding that she wishes was actually hers.
It's so fucked up.
But then, like, as that's happening, they realize, oh shit, where the fuck's William?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they start a search party.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do they do a search party.
But I guess Justine gets tired and takes a nap in a bar.
She literally runs out there and she's like, "Oh, I'm so tired."
Yeah,
William."
she gets tired and she falls asleep in a barn like women do.
Like in every Halloween sequel.
Oh yeah.
How many times has your like sister, girlfriend, or mom just fallen asleep in a barn?
All the time.
It's like, "Hey mom, you didn't come home last night." She's like, "I got tired. I wandered into a barn."
When
I'm
I
like,
can't,
"Oh, okay."
when I can't find them, guess where they are? Oh, they're always in the
They're
barn.
always in the
Always
barn.
in the barn.
Always in the
Yeah.
barn.
Unbelievable.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Getting that milk, getting that nutrient.
Getting that amniotic juice.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, maybe the women in your life are a little different. Mine just fall asleep in the barn.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
They're not sucking cow teeth.
So yeah, she's like, "I'm tired."
Yeah, and then the monster, like, you don't see him, you know it's him. Like, the shadow of him, like, do, the locket, drops it right on her.
She'll get blamed for this.
Yeah, whoever you are.
I think in the book he like sneaks it into her pocket and, someone finds it when they're doing like laundry or something.
But there's an actual trial for Justine
in the book.
In the book, and in Frankenstein Unbound.
In this, they
even in
literally-
Frankenstein Unbound. Oh, is that Justine? She's gonna die.
They put the locket there, and then they kind of there might be like a scene in between, but they essentially they cut, and then they get a fucking knock at the door, and it's like the police like
the constable's
hey, We got the locket. We got the prisoner locked up.
Wait. Can we talk about the fucking cop knocking on the door?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Sure.
He's talking, and the wind just blows the fucking flap up, and it's all over his head, and they just left that in.
It's a windy day. Where's tape guy? Get him in there.
Do another fucking take. That's weird and distracting.
Kenneth Branagh, he didn't check that take.
Sir
He
Kenneth
just
doesn't do 2 takes, Tony.
He was in that shot.
One.
He's like, I'm not doing it again.
Yeah, I'm not in that, so we're not doing it again.
Yeah, they were like, Kenneth, did that look good? And just held up on him, Carter's fucking
he's, like,
trailer.
making out with her.
No, her trailer's just shaking. It's like,
Oh my god.
You see the thumbs up through the window?
Holy shit. A cum-covered fucking
Well,
finger.
there it goes.
Hey.
Oh,
fucking
turn
wife-
up the juice
Who
to
is this
see what
wife at the
shakes loose.
time? Emma.
Nicole Smith.
Anna Nicole Smith.
Emma?
He had a wife at the time.
talking about this Emma
It's not
This
Emma
is like-
Watson because I want to say Emma Watson, but that's not the right name.
Actually, this is the first movie I think he
Emma
directed.
Thompson?
I think it was Emma Thompson.
I think it's Thompson.
I think it's the first
maybe.
movie he directed. She didn't act in. She got off for another part, and he thought it was better for her, and also so he could sleep with Helena Bonham Carter.
I thought Justine was Emma Thompson. If that's even her fucking name.
No,
I don't know.
No, his wife's not in it.
Whatever. Yeah, right?
Helena Bonham Carter. What a little home wrecker.
I do
He's
love
on
her.
Planet of the Apes.
Planet of the Apes.
Tim Burton. So Tim Burton had to see his current girlfriend and the woman he liked dressed up like chimpanzees and just be like, I like that other chimpanzee more.
It looks like Michael Jackson. I want that one.
So then they're like, well, we caught her, but there's like a lynch mob going after her.
So why does the town
Give a shit.
Third one, by the way, in the film. Third lynch mob.
Also-
Now we're going like lynch mob dance. Lynch mob dance.
So I have to check because they're in Geneva.
Yeah.
But this location looks like Ingolstadt where they hung.
It does.
Yeah. But the thing is, like,
They just built one big wall.
they didn't even find her with the body. They found her in a barn with the locket.
But she didn't remember how she got the locket.
And she's like, I don't
knew he had the locket.
I don't know.
Oh, we also forgot to mention William, who's dead. When they find his body, Ian Holm rips off his wig.
Oh,
That's the
yeah, he
thing.
takes his wig off.
They like grab him again, an overhead shot.
You wanna
That
talk
kid won't stop moving.
No.
That kid's hands are moving. They're picking up, and he's like shaking. I'm like, he's dead.
Not only is he dead, but it's fucking pouring rain outside. You got this crane shot overhead. Everybody's like, ah, like in the arm.
Of course,
shaking
the
this
kid's
kid.
gonna move.
Well, yeah.
And this
they're
is also,
shaking him.
This is also the point in the movie. Like, I guess I can't blame the guy because the second family member dies, wife now his son. Ian Holm's like, all right, I'll be in my bed the rest of the movie.
Well, yeah, well, his wife died.
No,
now,
I know,
Now
but-
his son that his wife died giving birth to is now dead.
Yeah.
And Justine is fucking. They brutally hang her.
Man,
it's way meaner than Frankenstein Unbound.
Oh,
my
yeah.
God.
They like launch her up. And why did the town care so much?
Hold
It
up.
was a
Let's,
little kid,
let's back it up a
guess.
second. She gets picked up by the cops, and the cops come to the Frankenstein's house.
Oh, wait, hold on. The mother of Justine kills me in this scene because she's like, you have to save her. She's the only thing I have left.
Even
Cut
though
to what you're saying.
she's only been berating her the entire fucking movie.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hey, Frankensteins, we caught the person who killed your brother's son. And they're just like, what? And he's just like, well, you got to come down there and see what's going on. Cut to a fucking mob of people ripping this woman out of the jail.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
And the police can't stop it.
And the Frankensteins
Could
are
you
running.
imagine an entire town going crazy and the police just not being
And they're
able
just
to
like,
stop
whoops,
it?
sorry. But
Yeah,
Crazy idea.
But the Frankenstein family is like chasing after them, trying to like get Justine away from them.
I love the ones who are technically the victims
Yeah.
in the public's eye are like, wait, don't do
don't
this.
do it.
And they're like, no, we're killing her.
They fucking-
And then Justine's mom suddenly decides she loves her daughter.
Oh my god!
She's like, ah.
Yeah, as they kick her off the fucking side
they
with
bring
this
this-
50-foot rope.
They bring this woman to the highest point in town, wrap a
And
rope
she's like-
around her, and throw
She's
and
like,
just.
I don't remember. I just fell asleep in a barn
Yeah.
like I always do.
This actress though does a great job.
Yeah.
Because you like as they're putting the news to overhead, then she realizes what's happened to. Oh fuck! And then they just kick her off the side.
She falls a cool fucking 40 feet and then just snaps her neck.
Dead as a doornail.
Yeah,
Fucking-
it's really. I
wanna-
audibly was like, "Holy shit!"
I want to say, well, at least she's dead and we'll have peace. But no. No.
No, not in this film.
No.
Brett Spiner's sticking her
Yeah,
up?
Brett Spiner's there. That was the deleted scene.
Oh, that was gotcha.
They're burying her, and they're like, "Will she be at peace?" And the priest is Brett Spiner, and he goes, "No, peace."
Oh God.
And they're like, "Is that a reference to something?" He's like, "The movie didn't come out yet. Just wait a couple years. It's from my death scene, but not actually, because I come back in the sequel." And they're like, "We don't know what you're talking about."
Huh? Don't worry about it.
And then Joe Buchanan's like, "I know what he's talking about. I was there.
I was in Master of Disguise."
Oh God.
Anyway, I forgot Brent Spiner was in that.
He sure is. He's the farting bad guy.
Yeah. So Victor's like, all right, well, shit's fucked. I'll see you later, guy. And then the creature finally reveals himself.
Meet me at that ice lake.
Oh yeah, he's
the
like,
lake of ice.
The playground, 3:00.
I will meet you there on the sea of ice.
On the sea of ice.
Sea of ice,
I will
yeah.
meet you on the sea of ice. And Frankenstein should just be like,
What?
can you be fucking more specific? You gotta be the goddamn mountain. Like, which mountain?
I thought it was gonna be like he'd go over a hill and there'd just be ice, like a lake iced over. Oh, he's climbing the mountains and
Yeah, but he should have been like, well, which one?
Yeah.
Like,
It's like he just like let's meet at a pub,
Like
something. We'll talk this out, all right? What's the deal?
Is the map of Geneva like a D&D map? Does it literally say, sea of ice on the map
It
somewhere?
might, and it's like right next to.
so
like,
so
a
he
place
knows
that's
he
not
knows the
old.
word sea, and he knows ice. He doesn't know the word mountain. Anyway,
He's got a full vocabulary. Do you think he was hanging out between this point and the time that we meet him again in the ice cave of doom? Has he read like a ton of like books in the
maybe
library?
he stole some more books.
It's possible.
Yeah, so he does meet him on the sea of ice, and he gets like attacked
cave
by
of
him.
ice.
Wait,
And
Frankenstein crosses the fucking icy tundra with nothing but like a skimpy winter jacket, no provisions, no hiking boots, no nothing.
He's got that claw, though, thing that he uses to climb the mountain.
Yeah, and then he climbs a fucking mountain.
Yeah.
And it's stupid.
And then Frankenstein comes up from behind, like a hill behind
You
him.
mean the monster?
Oh, yeah.
Well, technically, he's credited as the creation.
Apparently on set, according to IMDb, Kenneth Branagh was telling people to only refer to him as the sharp-dressed man.
Every girl
Or the
crazy about the sharp-dressed man.
featured man, I think. He banned the word creature or monster from
That
the
is
set.
just stupid.
To sympathize with him?
Well, the sharp-dressed creature, or whatever you just said, jumps out from behind something like 20 feet in the fucking air.
Well, I think that might also be because he does have super strength.
Sure, but it looks stupid.
Yeah. But I like the scene in the cave. Because
Yeah,
again,
yeah, yeah.
I
It's
like
cool. Yeah.
I like that Kenneth was smart enough to shut the fuck up
And
let Robert De Niro
Yes.
act. Like he's not trying to one up him. He's not doing his normal overact. It's inconsistent with what we've seen.
Sure.
But I like that the scene, like this would have been a good scene in a different movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's real calm. He's like, hey, look, yeah, I killed your brother. I'm very angry. You haven't taught me, like you made me and you didn't take responsibility.
No.
I don't know the difference between right or wrong. You won't teach me the difference between right or wrong.
But he's like, I saw your brother and I grabbed him by the throat and I slowly choked his windpipe and I looked into his face and I saw your face and then I crushed his little throat and killed him.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay.
Like sitting in front of a fire.
Yeah.
And I like, by the way, I love this ice cave scene.
It's really cool.
Like that set is awesome.
Yeah, it's really awesome. There's
and
a
I
Wampa
love-
in there somewhere.
Huh?
There's a Wampa in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
And I love the line, they used it in the trailer. It was like, did you not stop to think about the consequences of your actions? Like, what did you think was going to happen? You made this.
Did you ever consider the consequences of your actions?
And I love that he's like genuinely asking him questions like, do I have a soul?
Yeah.
He's like, what about my soul? Do I have one? He's like, how do I know how to play this flute? What's wrong with me?
Yeah, because that's
But then he also asks him, he's like, why did you make me?
Right.
And he doesn't say, I was sad about my mom dying. Instead,
No.
he's like, something in me made me. I'm like, well, that's close to the book, but not what you established in the movie.
No, that was your whole reason for even going on this journey. You know what I mean? And like he has this pistol that it's like a little minigun cannon. Why doesn't he just blow this fucking creature away like right then and there?
He probably knows he's out of his element. Or he probably just assumes it's not going to work.
I guess Raul Julia has the fucking flintlock pistol ready to shoot his monster in the face
multiple times.
But yeah, you know, he tells Frankenstein, he's like, look, I need you to make me a mate, make me someone like me I can live with. because I'm so good at loving. If not, I'm going to murder
your family.
Everyone know.
This monster knows what murder is.
He sure does. There's no bones about it. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna kill them all.
He's like, if I know how to love and be compassionate, if I'm not allowed to, I'm gonna murder everyone fucking around you.
Because if I'm not yin, I'm yang, baby.
And he says, like, look, I will take her to the North Pole where we will be alone and we can love each other. I think in the book he might actually say the Americas, like he's planning on going to the Americas, which would make more sense because, you know, he has to eat like berries and stuff. Like,
he wants to go to a pole though. He like wants to walk towards the North Pole because he wants to go meet Santa too.
Oh, that's true. That's true. It's like, I've heard of this Santa Claus.
This fat man in a red suit gives presents.
Yes.
Maybe he'll give me a soul.
Santa Claus.
I always wanted a sailboat.
Maybe he can make me not so mean I can work in his workshop.
You could give him a fucking weenie whistle.
This is right.
He would love that.
Yeah, give him some fucking elf ears.
So yeah, he's like, fine, I will make you a mate. I'm not happy about it.
Again, why are we satiating this fucking monster's request? Just blow him away.
I like where this goes though, because this is one of the things I actually like a lot about this movie is how he promises Elizabeth, I'm done with my experiments.
Well,
I'm not going to do this anymore. And then now, I mean, he's between a rock and a hard place, but he's going to do it again. And she gets pissed. But there's a scene later that we'll get to, but the monster basically echoes that because Elizabeth's like, Victor, you don't keep any of your promises. You don't keep any of your promises. And the monster's like, I keep my promises.
I didn't even get that.
Yeah.
Because we know later on he has access to the house. He's probably spying on them.
I also think it's like a lot of this is like partly like metaphor for like addiction too.
Yeah. A little bit,
I can see that.
Especially I got to do this for 6 months and then I promise I'll be back and then we'll be together finally.
But so Victor's building his lab there.
In the attic,
yeah. And so this is jump cutting between Elizabeth packing up and leaving and doing this. But I was telling you earlier, it's like, wait, the guy who's unboxing all this stuff, is he not just like, what's all this for?
What's this big tub for?
What's all this embryonic fluid?
What's up with why are you building a track on the ceiling? Whatever, they pay me.
Does he have like barrels of the shit that they're just rolling in?
Yeah, no wheels this time.
Oh, yeah.
So
the sack is still there.
The sack is there?
Oh, it's still there.
Okay. So whatchamacallit, there was a deleted scene. There's a prostitute having sex with a guy. In
an alley?
Yeah, she gets paid. He leaves. The monster kills her.
Why?
For a body part.
Yeah, then
so he brings her like the
I get
he brings Frankenstein the prostitute. He's like, all right, here you go. And he's like, where did you get this body? He's like, I got it. And he's like, that's wrong. So I guess that scene would have been before this scene. Where because the creature. Fucking. Just let the poor woman be dead. He digs up Justine. And even Frankenstein's like, why her? And he's like, don't worry about it.
It's raw material.
Raw materials, because he says that
I do
to
love
the
that
monster.
call.
He's like, where did I get my pieces from? And he's like, it was just raw materials.
Were they good people? Were they bad people?
Yeah.
Were they my housemate?
He was like, a little bit of both.
Were they my murderer?
So they bring Justine, and then like I think that's too much for Frankenstein. He's like, I can't do this. And then he says the famous line from the book, you will grant me my wedding night or I will be with you on yours.
That's a good line.
If you deny me my wedding night, I will be with you on yours.
Yes.
we don't get any of the monster lurking in the shadows like in his room and stuff.
Yeah.
We get it in the wedding night a little bit. It's similar to the
Sort of.
We're gonna get to it in a second.
Yeah.
But because first,
in the book, he like leaves for a while.
And he's
to like build up that tension.
And he's always hanging around too. Like, I see you, Victor. I see what you do. Where's my bride,
he
Victor?
gets like a whole militia. His personal militia to go with him.
So another problem. So like in this, it's just like he doesn't want to chop up Justine, and that's why he decides no.
Well,
right.
Not yet,
but in the book, he has a moral question about it. He's like, oh shit, so I fucked up.
Should I do this again?
If I make another one, is it going to reject him? Which is where I think Bride of Frankenstein got their idea from.
Sure.
They're like, is it going to, because the bride's not in the book, is it going to reject him and make him angrier? And he's like, or worse, are they going to get together and multiply? And now I got a whole race of these things around. Who knows what the implications of that
Frankenstein's
will be.
army. Yeah, that happens.
Each one is still alive.
Yeah.
The movie sucks.
I never saw it.
It's all right.
Don't watch it.
Yeah, so then it's this moral dilemma, and he just decides not to do it. But here, it's like, I don't want to cut my backup girlfriend's head off.
Well, then he's got to marry Elizabeth in Ian Holmes' bedroom so he doesn't ever have to get out of fucking bed.
Well, so I have it in my notes.
Gets him an ultimatum.
Yeah, I have it in my notes. Victor marries his sister next to his dad's deathbed. That's a real thing that happens.
And Ian Holmes like, go on,
but he looks like kind of like, they are siblings. Please carry on.
There's no more good in my life, so make some more Frankenstein children.
Yeah. And so the next scene, they leave.
Yeah, with that militia.
Because they're going somewhere. And then
they're trying to get away from the fucking monster.
Well, he's told people at this point, though, he's like, there's a man that's trying to kill me. And now they know that there's this man. And I love they're like, how will we know when we see him? It's like,
you'll know.
You'll know.
Well, he decides not to make the monster a bride and runs away with her.
Yeah.
And then they're going to lure him and kill him.
And then I'm a little confused in this scene. The creature's in the room with the dead dad. Did he kill him?
Oh, he killed him.
Oh, yeah.
Or was he just there?
No, he killed him. Or maybe he died of fright or something. Also, Victor and the posse is going to look for the monster.
Well,
right?
Yeah.
Yes, they do say that. You're right.
He's in the fucking house. He's been in the house. He knows where you live. Like, why don't you just hold out there in a room and then wait for him to come? Instead,
or be like, hey, I made your bride. Let's come in and go meet her, and then just shoot him with a million guns.
and then just light him up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Blow him up, light him on fire.
They do leave. I don't know if they're looking for him, if they're going on their honeymoon.
They go on their fucking honeymoon.
But they're like, oh shit, the ferry went. We can't. We had to wait till tomorrow.
We're stuck here, and then that's where we get the famous line:
"Brother and sister, no more.
No, husband and wife."
And then they have a really long, not a very graphic sex scene, but a very long, passionate sex scene. And I'm sure Kenneth really loved filming those.
There was no sock for Kenneth. There was definitely no sock.
There's no sock.
There was
no
rubbing.
sock.
There was rubbing parts. Yeah.
In fact, the DP was like, you guys are getting a little too intimate here. You gotta roll back a little.
No, Ken, I'm not going to shoot that.
Kenneth, your wife's on the other line. This is like,
I'm busy.
I'm directing.
I'm in the middle of a take.
Oh.
So he leaves because he hears the flute. I kind of like that.
Yeah, man.
I like that the flute is now like a signal for him.
I do like that as well.
So he leaves because he does that in the book too. He leaves because he thinks the monster is going to kill him. That's the thing.
He doesn't get it.
I mean, how did he not get it? The monster made it quite clear, like, look,
He's
if
selfish.
you don't do this, I'm going to kill everyone you love.
He doesn't.
Maybe in this version, but in the book, anyway. So he leaves.
Yeah.
To look for him, and then so this scene's weird. Elizabeth is sitting there. She looks up. She sees him. I don't know what the fuck is that.
It's from the book.
Skylight.
It's from a skylight. Him waiting. She goes, and then his hand's right there. I'm like, did he just teleport like Jason Voorhees?
I think in the book he does break right through that.
Yeah.
But why would they all run downstairs? Why wouldn't he just stay there?
Plot.
Anyway.
Could be,
So
he leaves her alone.
So they're looking for him, and he's just like, "You're so beautiful."
There it is.
There it is.
Oh, yeah,
there it is. It's the famous scene.
Look
Not
at
what I
you.
would have picked for the cover. The other cover is just his face.
That's worse. I would take
That
the
special edition Dracula cover's weird. He's like, don't look at me.
Yeah, I don't
My
know.
girlfriend's actually making a charcoal drawing of that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So he's there with Elizabeth, and like you said, I like the I keep my promises. He just walks in.
Oh my god.
Fucking. So you're right. Apparently there was gonna be more gore. They left it in for this.
Oh, they sure
did. Much like Unbound.
Yes.
Fucking punches. That's not the end of the Unbound comparison. Punches her goddamn heart out.
Like-
rips it out. It's still beating like fucking Kano.
He's like, boof, pulls it out, goes like this, and everybody walks in, and he's like, you see that?
He's
Nice,
like, I
huh?
keep my promises. And then
He
picks her up, throws her face into the lamp with glass, so her face is on fire and shattered.
Her whole head is on fire.
Yeah, and then he jumps out the fucking window.
He sure does. It's such a shocking scene too, because like he's gonna do something, but
Yeah.
like it's so visceral, you're just like, whoa,
Yeah.
like holy shit.
So Victor carries her all the way home, and Henry's like, "No, I know what you're gonna do.
Don't do it, you.
do it. You've already messed up once." And then he's like, "Your father's dead." And at no point does Victor go like, "Now I gotta look for an old man body."
Not
he's
yet.
just like one death at a time, sir.
See, that would be so funny if Frankenstein like revived his whole family.
Oh yeah, wait. Fuck Victor. He doesn't try to bring William back.
No,
he doesn't try to bring his father back. He just wants to bring her.
Typical.
Because he's Sean said, he's a selfish piece of shit.
Yeah, bastard.
He's supposed to be selfish, but
Yeah, but like...
But like, if his motivation is like, I need to bring people I love back to life, it's like, well, why are you only doing it for some?
Oh, this is the perfect opportunity.
Yeah.
She's fresh.
I get, maybe that was his reasoning.
Could be.
But fucking De Niro wasn't fresh. Anyway.
I don't know.
It's like the fucking end of Pet Sematary. Like, they've only been dead for a while.
I was just thinking about that.
In the ground.
So yeah, Serval's there, and like Serval doesn't want this to happen, but then once he just leaves the staircase, he's like, okay, guess I'm just.
He just sits down and he's like, I'll just wait here.
He's crying on the staircase, but then he just leaves the film.
So,
well,
guys,
he does.
Guys, fucking Justine. That poor.
Oh my god,
poor,
the shot is so hilarious because.
So
you set it up.
He cuts off Justine's head.
Right.
I sent you a still of this months ago.
You did.
If you have to like really be looking for this, he drags her body, and if you look real quick, he drags her body past her head.
It's just it's there, like in the corner of the frame, and it's just like, well, I'm just gonna take HBC's head and put it on the other body that I liked better,
and her hand, so that wedding ring fits.
Yeah.
The only way
her wedding ring on, man.
The only way
is so fucking vile. Like
the only way this could be more tragic is if it just flashed to her in hell, and the devil was like, "Your mother never baptized you."
Here,
and she's like, "No!" Like that's the only way it can be more tragic.
Let's reenact the scene. I could be the dead corpse. You could be Frankenstein. He has the hand like this.
Well, he sews it back on, and he's like, "Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Oh, look at that. Look. You're still my wife. Okay, I'm gonna put you in the fucking copper bath. Here we go, baby. More embryonic fluid from God knows where."
So now he has lightning.
Yeah,
I guess here he uses just an antenna with like
fucking shirt
he takes
off,
out that copper thing from earlier again.
Stabs all the fucking
and
needles
he does the
into
whole cut the serval. No,
crying.
Why did he could have tried a little bit harder to stop him. He was up there hacking those bodies away for a while.
He stops for like a split second when he's about to cut Elizabeth's head off. He's like,
he doesn't patch her up either. She's all burnt the fuck up.
Yeah, Elizabeth comes back to life because this movie couldn't resist doing The Bride, even though The Bride never gets made in the book. But fucking Frankenstein Unbound beat this. Frankenstein Unbound, and I remember we checked. Yeah. I remember I told you, like, I'm gonna check. Frankenstein Unbound is the only movie I can think of where they use Elizabeth's body as the Bride of Frankenstein, which makes kind of sense.
Yeah.
It's a good twist.
And then someone must have watched that and been like, luckily no one saw that movie, but our movie that everyone's
gonna see it.
Roger Corman's in the theater watching this like,
hey.
You know what's weird? You know what's funny? I guarantee you most people wouldn't have seen this if they didn't start packaging them together.
I don't think so.
Because this isn't the first time they did this. They packaged it on like
I'm
DVDs.
sure like DVD and stuff, yeah.
Fucking the video games. At one point,
really?
They
came out in a double
Sega
pack?
CD video games at one point were packaged together.
Oh, man.
I think they came out individually.
Right.
Speaking of, actually, one of the Frankenstein
Are you going to play this shit? Guys, I got to see this.
If I can find it. I used to have Dracula. One of the Frankenstein games, I think it might be the Sega CD one, and I will double check. I think the bride is the main villain at the end, and you have to fight her as
man. As as Victor or the monster?
I think it's the monster. Like, it's like, wait, they picked her as the main villain? Anyway.
Well, if you play as the monster, who's going to... Well, I guess Victor would be.
Yeah.
I guess.
I know there is one where because James covered it on AVGN, there is one where you play as the creature. I think that was Super Nintendo.
Oh, okay.
Guys, you know what we've been missing? Well, you know, he's trying to teach Elizabeth who she is. And what's the best way to do that?
Put on that phonograph, baby.
No. Another dance scene.
Oh, yeah. But that music's playing up in the background.
It had been a while since there was a dance scene.
This might be the most painful scene in the movie. This might be...
Remember.
This is worse than the slip and slide scene, because at least that's, like, funny, even though it's, like, totally out of... it doesn't make sense in the movie, but it's like, this is just, like... I get what they're going for, but holy shit, she's like limp, like
it's macabre as fuck, man.
It's kind of how I feel about like the Martha and Batman v Superman. I don't really hate that as much as other people, but it's like one of those like, nah, I get what you're doing. It's just a little stupid.
He's swinging her around. They're jumping and jiving.
I remember.
She's like got her head on his chest and shit.
And of course the creature shows up. He's like, "Oh, you did it!"
Yeah.
Oh, what do you know?
And this is fucking weird.
me.
He's like, "Oh, thanks. Come here, Elizabeth." And she's like, "Okay." And then there's like I don't know what.
They have
in the
like
middle.
a fight.
Yeah.
Because like she says Victor. It's like she said my name. She's mine.
Say my name.
And he's like, "No,
Elizabeth."
she's mine. You made her for me." And they're fighting. And then much like Bride and other stuff, they want to die.
Well,
by fucking guys. All right. Buckle the fuck up. Okay.
This was great.
Again, I don't know how you guys can't just want to watch this movie over and over and over again.
I want to watch this part. Like, I don't want to watch this whole damn movie over.
This scene,
I'll tell you if I were to watch it again, because we'll get to my final thought at the end here. I better have a fucking blunt on standby.
Yeah. So the bride has decided she doesn't want to live.
No. She can't talk, by the way, so she's just like...
She can't talk. She can only say Victor.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, she's just like...
She's like, what'd you do to me?
You know how they have those trace memories?
Oh, yeah.
So I guess her memory let her know what an oil lamp was. So she picks it up, and then it's like her face superimposed in front of a dummy with
It's
hand.
really bad.
It's one of the worst... What was our Transylvania Jessica's name again? Jessica Savovich? Jessica Lavovich? Whoever the editor is here at one day maybe Hack the Movies Transylvania. Please play the scene in slow motion. I want everyone to see her goddamn fake face.
She's got this thing above her head and she just squishes it.
And the lights are on fire.
And it all comes down on her head.
This is the most flammable. What the fuck was in that? Was it?
It was oil.
I think she got this like the napalm from fucking Worms. Have you ever played Worms? The napalm in that game is like all over the place.
And Jessica, play this. Jessica Slavovich, play this scene in slow motion. Guys, they have that one shot of the hallway.
Yeah. Oh, it's great.
So she's coming down all on fire. She will like hit a wall, maybe not even reach the wall yet. And it's not just she's spreading the fire. She hits the wall fucking explodes. So the walls are exploding, but it's just supposed to be some oil fell on her. And I get that she can spread
the whole
I get that she can spread the fire, but the walls are like stone and marble. Are they known for I know pretty much anything can burn, but are they known for like exploding on contact?
Italian marble is very flammable. It was that blue marble, remember?
Oh, I was gonna say maybe Henry went up there with the gas tank and like
So
jumping all over the walls.
Literally, she's hitting every wall. Explosion.
Like pinball.
She fucking falls over.
Is that in the pinball machine? The fire in the hallway?
She falls over the fucking balcony.
There's no railing. That's what I'm saying.
Wait. She falls onto like
the floor.
But it looks like there's something already on the floor.
Yeah, the fucking cushion to fall onto.
No, it looks like there's like something like weird on the floor. Anyway, so
it looks like a checker pattern.
Yeah, so she lands onto it, and then the whole bottom of the house.
You get a wide shot from outside.
There's nothing in the house to light on fire.
It's stone and marble. Nothing. Maybe it'll be on fire at some point, but it's got to be burning for a while.
Let me tell you something. She's just going to be smoldering in the middle of this stone hallway by herself until she goes out.
And by the way, Victor just runs. He's like, "Oh, what's going on? How did he get out of the fucking house?"
I don't know. Victor and the monster look and they go, "Oh no!" Like in unison.
I can't believe how I should at this point, but it's one of those things where like this movie continues to surprise me because I'm like after the reanimation scene, I'm like, nothing's gonna be more over the top than this.
There you go.
There you go.
Fucking over the fucking
and by the way, we barely talked about it, but he does basically a quick version of the reanimation scene for this one.
Yeah.
Still knocks her fucking body all around. Can't really see her ass cheeks as much, though. They cover those up a little better.
So the whole house is blown up. There was a deleted scene. One last scene with Serval.
Oh, okay.
He gets out of the house?
Yeah. Because according to this, he's just fucking blown
Who
up.
fucking cares about
Serval? I think it's just like a goodbye scene. He's like, I'm going to hunt him north because he's probably going to go north.
All right, see ya.
Can you give me your checking account before you leave, please?
Where's your gold stash?
So the flashback ends here. We're back to Robert Walton.
Still on the hunt for Santa Claus.
Yes. Frankenstein is like dying. He's about to die because he's like frozen. He probably has
hypothermia.
Probably has hypothermia and pneumonia or something. But he's weak.
I kind of hate this, but I'll let you finish.
Yeah. So I think in the book he kind of convinced Walt, and he's like, "Stop having ambition. I'm dying now." Yeah. So here he dies.
Never follow your dreams. Good night.
Robert Walt, and he just goes out, and they're like, "What did he say?" He's like, "Hey, he told me some story. Gonna be true."
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like, really? You listened to that entire story? And your one takeaway was like, guy's probably lying. It's like, why did you listen? At any point, you could have stopped and been like, hey,
that's bullshit.
I'm like,
man.
what do you think I'm a fucking idiot?
Remember when you brought that fucking monster to life?
Again,
That's some bullshit.
Hey, can you skip to the part where you tell me what the fuck's out there? What's this dancing scene? I don't need to know that you danced with your mom once when you were 4.
I don't care you fucked your stepsister. Get out of here.
I don't care about your sister's shit. Like, what the...
Again, let's just say for the sake of argument, the runtime of the movie is how long it took him to tell him this. The first, minus the first 5 minutes and the last 5 minutes. That is, to my calculations, an hour and 50 minutes. The monster just stood there like
outside the porthole.
Yeah.
Listening, and that's what we were saying before.
Yeah, so they hear the monster crying. And again, this scene's good. This would have been a good ending. I like this wraparound.
Yeah.
They walk in, and he's just crying. Because much like the book, like the Victor realized, like, oh, revenge didn't grant me peace. I kind of fucked up. And Victor's really the only person he kind of had a relationship with. It's the only person
albeit a twisted one, but
it's the only person he ever communicated with that he didn't end up killing.
And, well, what are those people on the farm?
I guess
they ran away and stuff. Yeah, this is the only person who would actually talk to him, even though,
Why do you weep? He was my father.
Now, is that how the book ended? I could have sworn that they have like one final confrontation, or am I misremembering that?
No, he like looks at him through a porthole or some shit.
And that's it.
I mean, he was like leading up to it. They said he was chasing him around. And shit. But
with lasers.
I like the whole like, who are you? He's like, I don't have a name. You never gave me one. I'm like, that's pretty sad.
It is pretty sad.
And they say like, can we just call you Frankenstein? He's like, yeah, that's okay.
Do they say that?
No.
I love though how
how about Billy? You like Billy?
Oh God,
you look like a Billy. Want to hang out with us? Want to go to meet Santa Claus, Billy?
And
he's like, no, I'll just go burn myself with my creator.
Well, right, because the ice finally breaks up. And they're
the
rushing back.
What is Yukon Cornelius there? Fucking hitting it with the ice.
He does go like, it's a warming breeze. So yeah, they're doing the funeral, and then just the ice just starts exploding and cracking because nothing can be restrained in this movie. And I like how the creature's just crying next to it.
It is cool.
And they're like, don't let him. It's like, well, he's got a right to be here. It's like, they should have been like, hey, killed our dogs.
Instead, they're like, come with us. Come on. He's like, I'm done with the world of man.
I agree with him.
Yeah.
What the fuck's he going to do?
It's just...
lift heavy shit. I don't know.
But he killed all those people, and he just ends up back here with Victor alone.
No.
Now he's dead, and he's like, yeah.
Yeah, he like...
I guess that's it.
Victor's floating away. And he's like, no, I have to light him on fire.
Give me that.
He's like, we're both dying.
Swims over with a fucking torch.
And he holds him, and it's like they just...
And he's like, all right.
With the journal on top.
Again, the most dramatic ass thing. He like holds it in the air and then just like throws it down and then lights up on fire.
And then he just freezes. I mean, he just burns
cut
up.
to credits.
And then Walton's just like, we're going home.
Hell of a thing.
I guess I learned something.
Don't put dead bodies in amniotic fluid and shoot them with electricity.
And do they make it home? Who knows? Because like I said in the book, he's writing this to his sister. Who knows if she ever got it?
What do you think their story is? Did they finally like get to where they're going? You think?
What do you mean? Oh, no, they just went home.
No, they made it all the way out there. And then they turned back?
They
went
turned
home?
around.
Why?
Because the whole lesson is they saw how, like... The whole thing is, like, Walton sees how, like, his Frankenstein's obsession...
Oh, he was obsessed with Santa, and they're like, dude, he's not real. And they were like...
It finally clicked.
And then Walton's like, Walton's like, I think I did see my dad dress up like him once.
I think I'll just leave those milk and cookies out and just pretend. It's fine. I'm going to keep the dream alive.
So
I don't have to actually see him to believe in him.
So they go back home, and the movie ends. Yeah.
That's it.
What a wild ride. What an insane movie. Wild, insane movie.
I never thought I'd say it.
Yeah.
But Frankenstein Unbound is the superior film. Now, there's weird, wacky shit in this that I can appreciate. But for the most part, it's mostly shit I just don't care about.
Yeah.
Right? It's boring for the most part until you get to when he actually like reanimates the creature, and like that whole scene is insane and bizarre. And then the end sequence, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And but I will agree with you guys that the part where he's in the he's in the woods with the family is really sweet and stuff. But
there's good stuff in there.
Yeah, but it's just there's a good movie in there somewhere.
Yeah,
it's just.
I think, and
it's Ken being up his ass too much, his own ass, and sniffing his own farts too much, and fucking HBC the whole time.
This is what happens. So, like, director producers, and I think Coppola mentioned this in his thing. It's kind of a tricky thing when you're a producer who's also a director.
Yeah,
like you don't want to when you're producing another director's movie, you don't want to interfere with them too much.
Sure.
And we mentioned Batman v Superman, so like I kind of have to appreciate how Christopher Nolan will just let his directors do whatever.
Yeah, well,
but at the same time, it's like maybe you should have just. And I get it.
Coach him a little bit.
Because if you're a director, you don't want them doing that to you.
Yeah, because your name is still on it,
So I understand, like, Coppola being like, I here are my notes. This is what you should do. I know I'm producing this, but I will allow you to do this because I respect the director. But someone should have reeled him in just a little bit here because it's just, he is unbound. The Frankenstein actor in this movie is unbound.
Again, Coppola had a vision. I don't think Kenneth necessarily had a vision.
He wanted to make this like Shakespearean.
Yeah,
thing.
That's the thing. He's like Shakespearean driven, and like again, it's this big to do.
Yeah.
Big and loud.
Over dramatized iteration of this story, which again it works in some spots, but then like juxtaposed against like really crazy cinematography and then like super dullard cinematography, like it doesn't mesh well. Like with Dracula, there is a whole complete thought happening.
Yeah.
And this is like, why don't you try a little of this? Hey, a little of this. It needs more of this. Give me that script. I'm gonna rewrite it right here, right now. We're gonna fix this.
Yeah.
It doesn't have an even tone.
No, I got 100%. 100%.
I would agree. Unbound's better, and I hate that movie.
I don't hate. I mean,
I hate Frankenstein Unbound. I watched it 3 times, and I have yet to. I like it for what it is. And I
hilarious.
Sean, I also watch this movie a lot, but that's just because like.
I would watch Unbound before this again because at least Unbound, I have like weird like. Our podcast, Movie Dumpster, we have like that whole like inside joke.
Yeah.
But I watch some of the old like fucking 31 Frankenstein Bride. Ghost is really good.
Check out the one I mentioned. That one.
Watch Reanimator. That's what you should watch.
Or Pet Sematary. I would even argue is a bit of a Frankenstein movie.
Yeah. I would say like. I want to check out that one. Maybe it was BBC. Whatever that made for TV one, I'll look it up.
I'm interested in the one with William Hurt, and I'm interested in the one with Randy Quaid.
Oh, well, yeah.
But yeah, like I said, it would be cool to see like if it was in that movie, like the accurate portrayal of the monster with the yellow veiny skin and the long black hair, being like really tall. I appreciate what the movie's trying to do. I think Robert De Niro brought his A game. I think even Roger Ebert was like, the creature's on point, nothing else is.
He showed his acting chops for sure, and it's great. He's good as the monster.
I'm sad it didn't do well because I would have loved Dracula versus Frankenstein, but the Coppola versions.
I wonder what
there are 2 Dracula versus Frankenstein movies. And I would have loved these. It's just my dream. I want to see this Dracula versus this Frankenstein. I wonder what that would be like. The Coppola Dracula versus the Branagh Frankenstein. So that was our 2-parter. Of the Coppola series, the Zoetrope Studio, Columbia Pictures.
I think if Coppola had more, just one last thing. Yeah. I think if Coppola had more involvement and just direct, I don't think his heart would have been in it as Dracula was, but I think if he did it the way he did Dracula, it would be a classic, just like the Dracula movie is. And then I would have loved to seen other Universal monsters get the same treatment like that for sure.
But yeah, I'd say definitely watch it. Definitely watch it once.
Yeah, definitely
watch it once.
Yeah.
Just watch it once.
Yeah.
And you should watch this show all the time. I think it's time for me to go back to my video store. I don't think I'm going to license the name to Hack the Movies. I don't like this Transylvania video store. I mean, I like 50% of their movies. I don't think this is the best thing to put my name on.
No.
It's a bad investment. I think it's Jonathan Harker's fault.
Yeah, there's like 5 people in that town. I don't think they're going to come here to rent the same 2 movies.
No.
But definitely check out hackthemovies.com. Check out the podcast feed, the Patreon. You want to check out that Patreon? What else do I have? Call the voicemail line. It's become my favorite part of the show is the voicemail line. It's so great. It's so great. And where can we find you guys?
MovieDumpsterPodcast.com.
Yeah, we also have a Patreon as well.
Yes.
Patreon.com/MovieDumpster. We're on all your favorite social media platforms. Follow us at Movie Dumpster. Yeah, come on in. The garbage is fine.
We didn't really talk about it, but right now our Trick or Trash
That's true.
event is going on.
Yep.
We're doing Halloween movies. Some of them already are out. Halloween 6
is definitely out by this point.
Ween.
Yes.
And Night of the Demons 2.
Oh, I never saw the sequels.
Oh, it's really good.
Yeah.
Check out Movie Dumpster to find out what we thought.
Yeah, and check out the Pumpkinhead 2 episode.
Yes.
Of Unknown Origin episode.
And the Changeling.
And the Changeling.
Featuring Tony from Hack the Movies.
Yes. Skip jingle all the way. And definitely check those out. And let's go back home, guys.
Yeah, I'm getting a little tired of this place.
Let's get on our ship.
I was gonna say, do you have a ticket? I only had one way.
Well, we're going to put you in a box of dirt and sneak you off.
I'm just going to hang on the outside like the monster. Right?
All right, goodbye, everyone.
See ya.
Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Check out our other videos and Patreon page.
Talking about tapes.